even when you lost. There's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello guys, welcome back to another great week of some Bombastic Starleague. I'm going to be co-casting with Jiraiya here. How you doing, Jiraiya?
I'm doing well, Zune. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty fantastic. Excited to get straight into this. Looks like game number one is going to be Sziky versus TerrOr. Both very strong players. I like watching these guys play. Sziky, I think, would probably be my favorite to win this one. What about you?
Honestly, I think it's a toss-up. I'm a big fan of Sziky and TerrOr. TerrOr obviously being a former champion, so obviously he's going to have a lot of veteran experience, but Sziky also is always in it, and I'm a big fan of him as well. So honestly, I am biased for both of these guys, and then I look on the other side of the future match with Nyoken and Zhanhun, and I'm a fan of those guys as well, so I'm just overall very excited. And I can't make a call, to be honest with you. I'm just excited to be here. So
yeah, me too. Me too. This is the group of death right now. Like, it's kind of hard to say for sure who's going to be taking these games, but yeah, I'm excited to get. I'm kind of also rooting for Nyoken in terms of versus Zhanhun, because it would give us an opportunity to come back and cast again, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, I play Zerg 101, so I guess I'm rooting for Sziky, but I love TerrOr too. So again, I'm just I'm split. I'm just excited. I'm just excited.
It's good to have a bit of split bias, then you can kind of like win no matter what when you're watching, right?
Exactly.
All right, so I think map number one is going to be Retro, I believe. Is that right?
Radion, I believe.
Oh, Radion. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, nice. It's a very big map. The rush distances on that is like completely crazy compared to what we're used to. I also really like the how the expansions kind of lead towards each other a lot. So if you do have horizontal spawns, like the air-to-air conflicts can be quite interesting because you can get into that natural expansion just so much quicker. Now, looking at the stats, looks like a lot higher MMR here for TerrOr, but the win rate's looking pretty scary for Sziky. I mean, 83% against Zerg, 79 against Terran. Yeah, I don't know, like, I would say, like, overall, the records and the MMR look kind of nicer for TerrOr, but statistically speaking, I would say Sziky looks a lot scarier.
I mean, if I'm looking at this right, so this is saying that Sziky is 79%. Okay, so he's 83% for ZVZ, but for TerrOr, he's a specialized against Z at 71%. So it's kind of like this is their strong matchup. Is that right? Your interpretation of it, or at least?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I would say that both of these players are definitely going to be quite adept in this matchup. I've seen Sziky play a lot of ZVT, and he's very knowledgeable about how to play against all Terran styles, even very, very adept at dealing with mech. A lot of Zergs struggle against mech. I've seen Sziky dismantle it very handily, so I'm very confident in his ZVT ability.
Yeah, I play Sziky. I'm more of a 2 versus 2 guy, but whenever I watch Sziky play 1 versus 1 against Terran, the one thing that really makes him different and special from the other Zergs that I watch, I think, is his mutalist control.
Absolutely. When he's playing against mech, he knows, like, even if he's doing the sort of upgrade mech where you're just making a few factories, he won't go past 2 stacks of mutas, but he'll have 1 stack of mutas harassing the natural one and another stack harassing the main. So he keeps flying in the main, pulling the Goliaths back into the main, then hitting the expansion and rinsing repeat. He's very adept at, like, hitting multiple locations at once and, you know, having that sort of like split brain way of thinking. I think he's a very talented player, especially when it comes to mutalist control.
So Zune, do you think that TerrOr is going to open mech against Sziky? Is that sort of what you're thinking?
I mean, I considered it. I also considered, like, TerrOr might mix it up and maybe do some like 1-1-1 play. We could see a Valkyrie rush here and there. I think, like, the mindset of TerrOr will probably be, how do I best combat this early mutalist threat? Because playing bio versus mutas is exceptionally hard, regardless of how good your mechanics are as Terran.
Yeah, and then whenever I watch TerrOr on his streams and I see him macroing and microing and doing all these crazy things with his hands, it makes me think that he's the type of player that's capable of dealing with all that multitasking that Sziky brings to the table.
Yeah, so again, it's just
exactly, both players are very, very sound and in the upper percentiles as far as mechanics go. So again, these are high caliber players, and I'm just split. To me, it's a 50-50, and whoever it's going to be a level of execution that we don't typically see in this matchup. So to me, I think just whoever makes the mistakes is probably the one that is going to have to battle and climb back. But I anticipate a lot of back and forth kind of trading, whether TerrOr opens mech or bio. I do expect just a lot of action.
Yeah, no, this is probably going to be one of the more exciting matches of the evening, just because of how specialized these guys are in the respective matchup.
Oh, there he is. Do the viewers see TerrOr right now? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Where is he? Is he like in a? He looks like he's ready for war. He's like in a bathroom, but it's gutted out. Yeah, it's like Half-Life is what Zero said. It looks like a scene out of Fight Club, and TerrOr's wearing a guinea tee right now. He looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's got the anti-gravity gun ready to like start picking Sziky up and throwing him around a little bit.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. I'm still rooting for Sziky. I think I'm a Zerg player. I'm pretty biased. I will just admit that. But I love watching TerrOr play. He's a very exceptionally talented player living in Canada right now, and one of the better TerrOr players that we have in the NA.
Yeah, I mean, look at his resume: 2-time champion, second runner-up, around 16. Then look at Sziky; he's always in it. He's a top 4, 3 times, 5, 5th, and 6th. I mean, he's always in there. So
yeah,
amazing.
Both of these players are very exceptional. I can't wait to get into this first game. I'm kind of like excited. I'm like a little schoolgirl just like bouncing in my chair right now.
When Zero hit me up and said, "Hey, are you available?" and I said, "Who's on the card?" and he showed me the card, I was like, "Yes, I'm available." He's like, "I didn't tell you what day."
yeah. I saw the group of death and I was like, "Yeah, I can make that. Yeah, I'll switch my schedule around. No problem."
Exactly.
All right, well, are you guys ready to get into this? Because I'm pretty much ready to get into this.
Yeah, I am ready as well. I think Zero is still...
All right, okay. Guys. We just got confirmation that Sziky's gonna be like in the bathroom, like he's doing like the Eminem thing, like in like 8 Mile, where he's like kind of psyching himself up in the mirror, like trying not to throw up too much. Like he's making sure he doesn't choke. He's psyching himself up for one of the best battles of his career, hopefully.
Well, I was doing that myself prior to this cast. I'm never up here. This is probably my second or third go-around of BSL one-on-one casting.
Ooh.
So I'm a little bit nervous, but Zune, I am very much relying on you to drive the cast, and I'm sort of, next to you. So
just tell me, like, hard, easy, right, and like, triple caution jump and stuff. You could be my little rally car, like co-pilot,
Yeah, just give me the hand signals. I'll get them.
Just make sure I don't break the engine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Looks like both players are going to be ready. We're going to be getting right into this. Map number 1 going to be Radion. Huge map, like one of the longest rush distances we've got. And the only thing that can make it more interesting is if you have a close spawns with the horizontals, with how close the naturals are, since it is a bit of a mirrored natural entrance. But other than that, this is a very wide open map, and could be seeing a very long game here.
What's that saying down there? Zerg against Terran 3-9, 25%.
Yeah, so basically it's saying like Zerg have been doing so great against Terrans on this map, but this is a very small sample size, so it's hard to say for sure, but we're going to get right into this game.
Got it. All right, sounds like we're ready.
Yeah, we're going to be right into it. I think both players stepping up to the plate, ready to go for batting here. Let's see if any of them strike out. I'm sure they'll be giving each other a really hard time though. Okay, it looks like spawning in the bottom left as the red Zerg, none other than Sziky. And his opponent currently looking rather devilish in that Half-Life background. The blue Terran in the top left.
Looks like the Overlord is going the other way.
Yeah. He's checking. It's interesting because you could do a very risky Overlord scout and like go all the way to the north, and then you could like guarantee checking every single natural if you get the Overlord into the 12 o'clock pocket. The reason we won't see that is because of how prevalent 8-Racks has been, and even 10-Racks is quite popular these days. So it's like you don't really want to risk something like that, especially on a map this big. Maybe on something like Retro, you might go for something like that, but you wouldn't probably see that here.
Looks like Ziky's going for a standard 12 hatch here. TerrOr is banking minerals. Looks to be CC. That's too high for it to be Barrack Refinery.
That's going to be a 13, 14 CC for sure. That's very, very greedy and interesting. And probably the most expected thing, if he was going to go for a 14 CC, I imagine this is the map that he wants to do it on. So I'm not entirely shocked. Although, hang on a second. Yeah, he's going to make it on the high ground as well. This is the super safe version of 14 CC. So he is kind of considering...
Oh, Ziky's doing a...
Yeah, cross-map scout.
Cross-map scout.
I like this. This is how I used to play on Fighting Spirit back in the day. I love going for that cross-map scout. You check the center for any 8 racks or BBS shenanigans. Even proxy factories are consideration. So, yeah, identifying that early on can be a big boon. And he's going to be checking the location after checking the center as well.
Now,
so
Zune, I could be wrong. But will this drone dip back? Or does it go deep enough to check?
He should go deep. He should go deep enough.
He should go deep?
You always want to go deep because...
Does he go deep?
You want to go deep.
How deep will he go? Oh, he went deep enough!
Yeah, he went deep enough. He went balls deep this time. And you want to go balls deep because it could be, like I said, it could be, even though we check the center, it still could be a proxy racks or something. So you want to check, but it could be like 10 racks, 10 fact, for example. So you do want to go deep.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I follow you. I feel really proud of myself.
You're doing good so far. Keep it up. But yeah, it looks like,
so what's the reaction here from Sziky? Looks like fast layer here, which is kind of in line with what you were expecting as far as him getting mutas up quickly. Nice drone harassment here from Sziky. This control from the with the drone is really impressive. I love whenever Sziky does this. It almost seems like whenever he does this, his drone attack range is like longer than like anyone else.
Well, if you're frame perfect with your inputs, you can make that drone seem like it is shooting way further than it should be able to, especially on that diagonal axis.
So you're saying Sziky went deep enough and he's good at angling it? What are you saying here?
I mean, I don't know what you inferring from what I'm saying.
All right, this is my last time probably being invited to this.
Well, yeah, so it looks like TerrOr is actually trying to optimize a little bit. He didn't like immediately start his marine production either. So seeing the Zerglings chasing the SCV, he's really optimizing. He's really optimizing right now, trying to get every little juice that he can out of the orange before these mutalisks become relevant.
I love it. Love it. He's got the gas coming up as well. He's got the bunker, so he does have that sort of insurance against any just subsequent lings in production as the SCV is fleeing from Sziky's base. But yeah, that's crazy. Now this spire timing, this is a fast spire timing.
Yeah. He's basically doing like 2 minute 52 lair as fast as possible, and he's made 6 lings, which is slightly unorthodox. If he's going ling speed as well, he's going ling speed as well. So he does also give him, so he gives himself the opportunity here to not even have to make many sunkens, because when the Terran moves out, you can threaten a backstab or just slow the bio down by dancing back and forth. So this does allow him to be a little bit greedier by kind of skirmishing with the Terran and threatening additional attacks, rather than allowing Terror to come out on the map and pressure him into making a lot of sunkens he doesn't want to have to make.
Well, Terror's SimCity looks pretty tight. He's going for the eBay, so he's going to continue this 2 barrack production. Nice SCV pick off there from Sziky.
Beautiful.
Cheeky play.
Yeah, I love to see this. This is the kind of thing you do as Zerg when you are confident in your control. You want to try and force as many interactions as possible, and sometimes just sniping an SCV or a turret in the natural can be a really big game changer, and also just frustrate the Terran player. If you start to get into the Terran's head a little bit and throw them off their train of thought, it can really make their mechanics suffer a little bit.
All right, there's the money moving down to 0. What is that? 6? Looks like 5 meters at least. A 6-1 on the way as well.
Yeah, probably +1 as well coming up for Sziky. He's only mining 2 drones on gas. I'm not.
Oh, nice pick there.
Yeah, I think that might be intentional, because he only wants to make a few mutalisks for map control and kind of optimize the fact that he's going for this early 3rd on location in the bottom right. That also could be a mistake, though. Like, a lot of times Zerg do not want to only mine 2 on gas here, so I'm a little bit worried for him. If that's a mistake, that might really come back to bite him.
Yeah, I do hope that he adjusts. Now, TerrOr's defense looks pretty decent for this initial flock of muta. The natural might be a little bit barren, and maybe he can find a little combo attack with the lings, with the Marines being sort of split in allocation with main and Nat.
Yeah, I'm really worried for Sziky. I think this is a mistake that he's only got 2 on gas. Like, he's still not mining that gas with 3, unless he's got. Oh, okay, he's making a 4th hatchery in the main base. This makes more sense now. So yeah, he's cutting his gas a little bit because he wants to optimize for minerals. That makes a bit more sense.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is a nice turret setup from TerrOr as well. Like, he's got 2 beautiful zoning turrets near the top of the ramp. Some Terran players would also probably want to put like one single turret down at the bottom of the ramp, but instead TerrOr opted to put his bunker closer to the bottom of the ramp. So that's both covering the turrets in the natural and kind of giving some zone control to this pocket at the bottom of the ramp to stop Sziky from killing his marines as they come down and try and unit flow out. So yeah, pretty nice setup here from TerrOr, I think, overall.
TerrOr's starting to move out here. Now, Sziky only committed to making 7 mutas, so I guess his plan was to do this. He did add that 3rd drone, I think, to the NAT, so he is starting to bank up gas now, so that's good. But yeah, I think you're right. This sort of build from Sziky forced TerrOr to do what he did defensively, and he only committed to 7 muta, and we already saw Hydra Den, so presumably he's making Lurker upgrade.
Yeah.
But with that 4th hatch, is he planning to do like a Lurker Hydra follow-up as a unit composition?
It does seem that way, yes. It does seem like because usually you don't want to rely on Lings that much unless you're going Mutaling. So it does kind of make it seem like he's thinking, okay, I want to go Hydra Defiler here. And so I'm guessing that's going to be his plan of action. We'll have to see if that does transpire. So far, doing a pretty good job of making use of these 7 mutas just to keep this Bible pin back. You do want to sit behind the Bible to both cut off reinforcements and track the Bible simultaneously, whereas TerrOr wants to sit out a little bit on the map just to keep threatening counterattacks if the mutas were to dive into the main or something. Yeah,
can we take a look at TerrOr's main? I'm just curious the timing of his... Okay, there's a double starport there from TerrOr.
Yeah, it's very early as well.
Reasonable time. Yeah, reasonable time there for TerrOr. I'm liking this.
Well, both players have ramped up their timings, right? If you think about it, like we see these lurkers morphing at 8 minutes. That's like a whole minute quicker than usual.
And, he still only has 2 drones.
Yeah, this is kind of what this does really make me. But he's mining this with. So maybe that 2nd drone mining was a mistake then if he hasn't yet replaced it. Unless he's like optimizing at like such a high level we can't even fathom, and he's decided that he only wants 8 drones mining gas instead of 9, so he's calculated that he needs 800 gas a minute. That'd be kind of wild if he's figured that out, but
yeah, no, at this point I think we can deduce that that's a mistake. But yeah, Sziky, I kind of really like this from Sziky too, because he's gonna have the units that he needs to deal with this really high tech composition, with the 2 starports coming out. It looks like no dropships coming, so he's gonna elect for vessels.
Yeah.
Is that standard, or is the dropships more standard?
It's very standard to go into vessels here. Going into the dropships first would be like more of a semi all-in play where you're like kind of banking on doing some damage to make some compensation for that early investment. Because if you do delay your vessel fleet and reduce your gas so much for that investment, it can really hurt you. Like if those 2 dropships just die to Scourge, you're so far behind.
Right, that makes sense. So it looks like TerrOr kind of understands what's happening. He's sort of poised outside of his natural, just waiting for his vessels to come out, and then he's going to, I guess, make his presence known on the map.
Well, this is interesting. Building a forward turret like this, I haven't seen too many Terrans opt for
I've
this
never
kind of
seen
style.
that before. Yeah, I've seen it against CTs, but not.
Maybe he's worried that you won't scan quick enough if the lurkers come in or something.
Sziky making more mutas. What do you make of that? Now Hive is already done here as well, so both players like teching like crazy and getting units out, like relevant units. But Sziky, he's got 11 mutas now, I think. Are we going to see Greater Spire?
It's possible. The Greater Spire is definitely a possibility on this map and would be pretty effective. If he's got a nice defensive setup at home and there's not a huge vessel count to worry about. Yeah, I think this is an optional play. Sziky needs to be careful, though. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose these lurkers for free, because TerrOr has enough bio to just overwhelm it. Okay, he's going to lose these lurkers.
Called it.
Yeah, he's a little bit worried about that. But this does allow Sziky to come in comfortably into the main base, snipe those 2 turrets, then get onto the mineral line of TerrOr here and force the buyback. He does also spot the dropship coming out of the Starpulse as well, which is a big tell. That's a great information. Knowing about that going forward will really help Sziky out, calculate here.
But does Sziky have anything in his natural to defend against what looks to be at least 14 units?
Well, he has some lurkers and quite a healthy sunken setup with Nidus on the way. So as long as I think he'll be okay here. But there's a little bit of a window here for TerrOr to punish him, and he has some irradiates available to him. But there should be enough sunkens and units coming from this Nidus that I'm not sure actually.
There's a lot of medics. That's not the type of. That's like not that you don't see those types of proportionalities of what is that? 6 medics. Oh, but the lurkers in time
right now. Yeah, the lurker's just barely sneaking through that Nidus in time.
The Fence Matrix from TerrOr. The Mutas come back, picks off the vessel. Here comes the Mutas. Sunky goes down.
Oh, vessels go down though.
Vessels go down too.
Yeah, this is a great trade for Sziky actually. Like he only really lost
some line of
reinforcements
there, Zune. I think Sziky can just A move and try to envelope that if he can recognize
look at
that.
The supplies.
Oh man, that's not good.
Yeah, this is insane. Ziky's in a great position right now, and there's no like third base on the way or anything for TerrOr to like transition into a bit more of a passive game state. So I think Ziky's going to explode out onto the map in a big way now. And as TerrOr, you need to have some map control at this point. And he doesn't. He's making his eBay so far away from his turrets that he won't even be able to build it. The Muse is he needs to build that inside of his main. That's much more covered by these defenses. He's losing so many SCVs.
Yeah, Ziky's decision to make more and pad his mute account. Now, TerrOr is on the move here with 2 dropships. I think Sziky recognizes that this could be coming. So the Lurkers looks to be in prime position to defend against this drop, but this is almost like a Hail Mary move for TerrOr. I don't know how this happened, but he's gonna, like you said, the investment in dropships, you're gonna have to get something done here.
Yeah, and he's just now consumed the link, so he has enough to Dark Swarm on top of these lurkers. Unless he doesn't react quick enough, he is aware that the dropships probably will be coming down to this location. Yeah, there's enough lurkers here to defend this. He might pick off the lurker in time before the Dark Swarm goes down, but if he doesn't, there's no chance of him doing any kind of counter here. Yeah, Ziky's really on top of everything right now. He
is so good. He is playing just to the T, just calculated every move, just really crisp.
It's a beautiful play from Sziky. Yeah, it's lovely to see a foreigner Zerg able to execute this efficiently at this level. It's just really a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, now TerrOr's not going to give up without a fight. He's continuing to get an army, a sizable army at that. Not sure if there's any weak points at this point from Sziky. His Nat should be fortified with a Defiler.
I'm really worried for TerrOr because soon we'll have Ultralisks come out on the map and we won't have the kind of critical mass of Bioball to just deal with that. And there's not a huge vessel fleet. A lot of those vessels did go down to Scourge already, so I'm not sure how TerrOr will have the cost efficiency to combat Sziky, but he's going to make attempt of it anyway. We see him being very active with these vessels, trying to irradiate some of those defilers and coming in. But beautiful play going to be coming out onto those Marines, giving them a little bit of a dousing of chili sauce to make them much more tastier to chew up soon.
Yeah. Yeah, at 111 PSI for Zerg against a Terran, that's usually not what you want here as a Terran player. You want to have at least 20 food supply, would you say, ahead of the Zerg in this matchup?
It's always dependent on the game state and what builds players are going for and what have you. But yes, generally speaking, you want to be slightly ahead of the Zerg in supply count. And if you're not, it's indicative of a very strong Zerg position.
Right.
One thing to say is that like the main issue here is that TerrOr can't do anything about this fourth gas. So TerrOr's kind of got like a few options here. Either he can go for some like all-in gambits and do like a big lotto dropship play of like say 4 dropships hitting the main base at the same time. I don't think that will work either. I think it would have been better if he transitioned into making a lot more CCs and he just like tried to double expand right now and go up into 4 gas himself, try and get some BCs going or something, and maybe give himself a little bit of a way of clawing back into this game. But as it stands right now, I think he's a little bit behind the curve, and I don't think he's in the ebb and flow of the game that he needs to be to combat Sziky in the next few phases.
Yeah, just kind of reflecting on where the current state of the game is right now. Like, I think you were onto something about mech, and I don't know if it was purposeful about this map, like specifically, but I feel like this map is harder for Terran to go bio because, to your point, the rush distances are so long. The timings for Terran as far as, you know, bio composition, trying to get from point A to point B is just that much harder. I feel like mech would have suited better for TerrOr on this map, but I could be completely wrong. It seems hard to play bio.
I don't necessarily think he should play straight up mech, but I would have loved to see maybe like a 1-1-1 play into fast Valkyries or something and hit him with an earlier timing with the Valkyries. Would have been an option here to go for. You see him picking up a few of these medics as well. Has a Defiler to throw down a Plague as well.
Oh, nice E-Rads.
Yeah, the beautiful irradiates, but Plague does come down. They're getting both of those vessels and a big fire. So nice. It's a pretty big Plague. So looks like I would say
TerrOr 146 supply. He has that like 20+ lead.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything at this point, or?
It's kind of showing that he's trading well. Basically, he's trading reasonably efficiently. at the moment. The main issue is that this third gas is not online, so we don't have any BCs on the way or anything right now. We do have a couple of drop ships like lined up to go into this main base, but not going to be able to come in there. He's very heavily set up to defend that, and even catching one of those drop ships on the exit with a couple of patrolling Scourge as well. So kind of everything going Ziky's way thus far, but looks like Terra's still adamant in continuing the game. He's not going to be tapping out so easily. And games can swing really heavily back and forth, especially in the foreigner scene. It's hard to guarantee wins, especially as Zerg. So still some playable options here for Terra, but still getting plagued over and over again. And four Carapace is ready on these ultras now, so it's a little bit scary.
When Zerg has less than 12 units and can inflict over 1,000 damage with spells, and it's a pretty good spot for Zerg. Yeah. I guess to what I was saying earlier with the supply, it's like Zerg is at this point where they have such high gas, high tech spellcasters and defilers that really the number lead that TerrOr has, it's kind of like it doesn't really tell the true story because of how efficient Zerg can be with the defiler. Like without the vessel count, I guess, that TerrOr needs, it gives Sziky the ability. Now Ziky's continuing to mow these down, so it's going to give him that flexibility. Oh, big drop here from TerrOr. 3 drop ships, but an Ultra and a Defiler already envisioned. See if he can get that 3rd drop ship down. It's going to be a big ball here.
Now, having just one Ultralisk with Lings is so much of a more potent force to trade with, because the Zerglings just trade much more effectively if the Ultra's tanking all the damage. So usually it does help the map out a lot, having just a single Ultralisk helping out these Lings. But so far, Terra did a good job of targeting, firing that Ultralisk down. Now trying to skirmish in the main base by shuffling backwards from these Defilers, keeping the Zerg active in his main base while also defending his base at 12 o'clock. There's a lot of Zerg forces streaming into 12 o'clock right now, trying to put the pressure onto Terra while also defending. If Sziky can shut down this gas, he already has killed the gas in 12 o'clock, so far Terra's still only mining on 600 gas a minute, and that's not going to afford him what he needs to be able to push out the kind of units to keep fighting the Zerg. He needs some BCs or more drop ships or something to kind of give him a bit of a tactical edge in this game, and so far he's losing all of these bio units to Sziky and not going to be having the critical mass required to keep dealing with him out on the map. And once you lose your map control as Terran, now the Defilers can just start hitting your bases, and it's kind of like lights out for you as a Terran player if you do allow the Dark Swarms to start going off in your production areas.
Yeah, that's a lot of red flooding into the direction of TerrOr right now. Looks like the end is imminent here, at least in match 1 between TerrOr and Sziky.
Yeah, without the 3rd gas, it's really hard to combat the Zerg, and we'll just see Sziky streaming in more and more units, kind of like a Sauron Zerg-esque style, just units descending upon the poor Terran here, and eventually Dark Swarms will start to go up in this natural expansion area, and there'll be a few firebats to combat that underneath the swarms, and maybe if you've got like a D-Matrix or 2, you could hold that off for a little bit, but not for very long. And GG finally going to be called for Terra. Sziky picking up that game number 1 key momentum shift for him going forward. That'll be the kind of morale boost that he needs to take this serious.
Wow. Well, was that the game 1 that you expected, Zune?
Kind of. I mean, I definitely was favoring Sziky going into this, but I didn't necessarily think he would win that convincingly, so a little bit worried for Terra going forward.
Yeah, I felt for Terra in that one. Honestly, I'd want to study up more on Radeon, but I feel like Radeon is not easy for Terra. I could be wrong, but in seeing how Terra played, I felt his frustration with just you know how hard it was to execute. I would give more credit, I guess, to Sziky and how well he executed, but I did also feel for Terra, and I kind of almost blamed the map a little bit. But
yeah, but I would also think that Sziky really played into his image there. So like he represented that there was a strong possibility of him committing heavily into mutas, and that was just what he needed to get an edge in that game. Yeah, because he didn't really commit heavily to mutas at all. He's very greedy in how he played.
I've never seen that before, Zune. I've seen that, I feel like, in ZVP, but is that becoming more of a thing in ZVT? Like a 7 muta?
It's not that common, but you do see Zergs trying to play a little bit of mind games with that, where they'll sometimes make only 5 mutas or so and play really heavily greedy while also making a minimal amount to force the Terran to still do their usual response and overcommit into turrets and what have you, and then be a little bit less optimized in dealing with the Zergs mid-game shift.
It's like Sziky knows his strength is muta control, and to your point, the mind game is like, I'm not going to commit to muta.
Right.
Like, I guess Terra didn't expect that, so that was a fair play from Ziki.
And now Terra might assume another kind of play like that from Ziki, whereas Ziki might do an all-in muta next time. You know what I mean?
The mind games.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Right.
So I'd love to see what we're going to see in game. Are we having a quick break here? Or are we getting straight into it? Are both players ready? Yeah, we're going to be just going straight into this game, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little break after this series, I imagine. But both players raring to go. I imagine Terra is also wanting to tear off his vest and get all half-lifed up on Ziki right now.
Yeah, can we get the update on Terra's cam? I want to see if he's starting to turn green.
Well, the interesting thing about Half-Life is you've got these like anti-gravity guns to like throw like cars around, but a chest-high wall means you have to like completely go around the other side of the map. That's one thing I never really understood in that game. Like, you know, we lack like basic athletic ability to climb over like small walls, but we can fling cars around. There's a bit of a weird dynamic going on there.
All right, well, Ziki is going to have the lead here. He took game 1. We're going to wait for Terra to decide on the map. Looks to be retro.
Nice. I was in my brain. I was thinking about this map. As I even said, like I thought retro was game number 1, but I guess my Spidey senses were a little bit off. My star sense needs to be adjusted. Going to be going retro in game number 2 instead. Both players are ready. We're going to be jumping straight into this. Spawning in the top left, currently 1-0 up in the series. None other than the Hungarian beast himself, Ziki. That's the red Zerg. And as always, the blue Terran gonna be trying to come back in this series. He's in the bottom right. Can he do it? It's Terra. What's your predictions? Will Terra even up the series here? Or are we gonna see a very quick 2-0?
I was thinking retro. Retro is a bigger map, isn't it? Isn't it kind of like Radeon in that respect, like distance, door to door, from spawn to spawn?
A little bit. I mean, the unit pathing on this map is a little bit janky, so it can kind of increase the rush distances ever so slightly, and also force you to be a bit more mindful of how you're controlling your units. Because if you do just tell them to attack in the top right, like some Marines might go through the middle and some might go through the base on the right, kind of thing. So
we got 8 racks here.
Yeah,
8 racks alert. Yeah. We got a proxy alert.
There's cross map positions though, so this will favor Ziki ever so slightly, having a slightly longer rush distance to worry about, but it also could make it harder for him to identify this as a scout early, so he won't really see it until it's already coming to his way, and then as a result will probably like have to rely heavily on his drone control here. But we've seen early pull actually from Ziki, the Nova pull, so yeah, this is actually really nice. He's anticipating the 8 racks play from Terra. He's reading this perfectly.
So overpull is the counter to 8 racks.
It's not so much. Yeah, it does counter 8 racks. It's kind of like the eco counter. You could go 9 pull 6 ling into expansion, but this is a bit more of an economic option, so you don't have to make too many zerglings. It's a little bit harder to punish some other plays of Terran. For example, if it was a 14 CC, you'd have a bit of a slower ling timing to punish that, especially with a wall in. So it does kind of limit your options overall, but it does give you a strong edge when dealing with these early game pressure plays from Terra.
Yeah, I like that. I like that sort of middling ground decision that Ziki decided to do with the overpull versus like a 9 pull, where economically you're just not going to have as many drones.
Right. But this is kind of like how you play against Protoss as Zerg as well, right? So it's kind of using the same logic. Yeah.
Exactly. Now that drone is going to get over to Terror. You will be able to spot this.
Ooh. Does save that drone. Yeah, if he wasn't paying attention to that drone, he would have lost it, because if you don't react quick enough, those Marines Gauss rifles will really quickly.
I know I would have lost it. I always lose my scout, man.
You made 6 lings early. Oh,
he hit him.
Okay, Terra saw them. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Luckily, the view distance range on the SCV is superior to the lings, so just barely caught wind of that. So now they're running his Marines back. Yeah.
He's going to be able to lift that rack, and then I think do a depot rack wall, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he will do like a sort of like a Mickey Mouse kind of wall in, I think. Or I think...
No, that's
not... With this position, you actually have... with this position, you have to do a bit of a different shape, actually. You can't really do quite a Mickey Mouse shape.
I was bad at geometry, too, so... I need TT1 to make this map and create indentations for me. That's what he's done for me in the past.
Yeah, that's what a lot of players used to do back in the day to learn how to like just build as Terran, because back in the day we didn't have like the kind of resources available to even know where to put the buildings.
Yeah, or I need Mad Dino's guide to walls. He has a guide that he shows for Terran players that walls every single map.
It's very needed, I would say. You know, it's like Protoss versus Zerg. If you don't know how to wall in properly and like do the early game, it can just be a really big issue for you later on.
Yeah, he's just starting to try to monetize that utility, but it's out there, it's public.
Nice. Okay, well, so far, only just now floating the racks, did opt to build 7 Marines before doing so he's got a pretty strong force. We have a pair of Lings going to try and sneak around the back, though, so he's distracted. Yeah, a little reach around here. Can also delay this SCV building the CC as a nice little pickup, Yep. Does save the SCV though, so it's a nice little win for Terra not losing the SCV. If he wasn't paying attention and he did lose that,
he's going to scout the early gas.
Yeah, right. This is great information here for Sziky going forward. And this is how I wanted to see Terra play a bit more. I would love to see him do a play into early Valkyrie here or something. I'm not sure he'll go for that after 8 racks. He will be a little bit more of a mineral deficit than usual.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, even though right now it seems standardized, it was an 8 racks open.
Right. Inversely, we did see like the overpull from Sziky. So he will have a slightly less drones than usual, but still have very strong timing. So he will still be able to hit a very strong muta timing here. And
if we contrast the muta timing from last game, which was a 12 hatch open, this is what, a 5 or a 4 minute? What would be the muta contrast?
This will be more like when you go 8 racks, the relative timings are pushed back by about a minute on both sides. So you'll see. Okay, so it will seem like a 3 hatch muta timing, but relative to what the Terran is doing, it's still like a normal respective timing.
I see. Yeah, that was actually a really good way to explain it. I followed you exactly.
Okay. Well, yeah, so we see him kind of playing like a 2 rack style with 1 rack. So he's got like a handful of Marines with a medic and a bat coming out. So everything's kind of lining up like you were seeing in a normal game. The only thing different here is that Sziky squeezed out quite a few drones and got this on location 3rd. Usually Terran would love to come out and pressure the Zerg right now, force Sunkens, and maybe even threaten this 3rd base location, but he's not going to be going for that. He understands that the Zerg timings will be strong enough that he also risks a Ling run by here. He hasn't got enough production to say like put 2 bats on the ramp to prevent run bys, so he's going to be a lot more cautious with how he moves out.
Yeah, he'll just be too thin if he puts too much out there. He'll be too thin at home, and yeah, I like how both players are playing it right now. Not making any mistakes, just sort of being poised and just gathering information and macroing up.
And look at Sziky, he's going for the transition play right away as well. 6-minute den, so he's doing the same thing. He's going to make him think that he's going to invest heavily into mutas and then hit him with the same kind of transitional play and see if he can force a lot. Oh, look at the SEV, it got stuck. That's so unlucky. Yeah, it's really nice to make this turret in the pocket underneath the gas like this, but if I ever played Terran, I almost never like to build my turrets there because I place them 1 to the right because I never want my SEV to get stuck like this.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, it's really unlucky. He can make the gas with it. Yeah, he will be able to eventually save that SCV, fortunately, but it's a little bit annoying for now, especially with how mineral starved he is. Does come in and pick off this turret. Nice little zoning turret getting picked off there by the Mutaling stab, and now can also threaten this depot, force the bio out of position, and maybe get some good trades on them. Yeah, right now the supply is looking pretty good for Sziky, and it's like Terra is like wisely building this zoning turret again, but he's getting a pretty good trade with his bio units. Like, he's reduced the bio count quite significantly, and this is a transitional play, so he doesn't need to kill Terra by any means. Like, just 5-6 mutas out on the map right now, just making the absolute bare minimum to keep the map control, keep the threat of the mutas alive, forcing more turrets from Terra. He's made quite a healthy amount of turrets as well. I think there's like 3 in the natural, 2 in the racks, 2 in the main, so yeah, like he's still forcing a pretty strong response out Terra, and he's very mineral starved due to the 8-Rex opening, so this is favoring Sziky overall.
Yeah, and with the cross map element, I like the choice of not fully committing to muta because it just takes that much longer for the muta to even get to Terror. To do that would just make it harder for him to get damage done. So I really like this decision from Sziky.
Yeah. I really do love Zyky's play here. He's showing that, you know, he's not like me where he's like relying heavily on his Mutalisk micro, you know, to actually like do something. He's a very talented player that can pretty much do a full range of play, unlike someone more amateur like me. So it's nice to see a Zerg that can mix it up a bit and show us that he's very good at his very standard greedy play as well.
I really like this play. Those lurkers are already on the way. TerrOr still not making his presence known, making it really just in front of his nat. Turret's in position here to defend against this Muta flock. That looks to be only 6 Muta, 5 Muta now.
That's about 7, but it's interesting because he's forcing out, like, he's making it seem like he's committed more. It's really hard for, as TerrOr, to identify the exact count of Mutalisks at any given time. You can kind of get an idea that it's roughly 5, it's roughly 8, or maybe it's a full stack, but you can never get an exact count. The only way you can really tell is by how dark the shadow is underneath the mutas, and unless you've like studied like the different, unless you're like an expert in 50 Shades of Grey, I don't know how you're gonna publish that.
Yeah, whenever I play against Scanzer, because I play 2 versus 2, I have that feeling where it's like, oh, it's only like 4 or 5 Muta, and it ends up being 11. And it's freaking shade that throws me off, and I'm like, do I need like special sunglasses to play against this guy? Come on,
like
I had 30
sunglasses or something. He's hitting this gas now in the natural. If he gets this gas, it's a big win. Even though there's a big bank of gas for TerrOr right now, he needs every drop of gas to make a strong vessel fleet. So now also losing SCVs in the natural is a nightmare situation for him. And if he had gone for Valkyries, he would have been able to deflect this, but he hasn't. He's going for a tank push. Did he? If he scanned the main and saw that the Queen's Nest wasn't done when his factory finished, that's probably what triggered him to want to go for this tank push here.
Right. Like, there's no timing for Defiler, therefore, with a tank, I could maybe kill him or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if the timings are going to line up for him, because I don't know how he's going to get the tanks successfully out on the map, because he's reduced the bio count enough that there won't be a strong escort for these tanks without him retreating this bio force outside the natural. This is
such an awkward timing of Muta for it to get to this point. Like, who would have thought that at the, where are we, the 10-minute mark, Mutas is the reason why TerrOr is unable to mine his second gas. This is such a odd play, but so effective. I'm still like wrapping my head around what's going on. The lurkers are almost like a defensive measure, and he rushed to get there, and as a result, he's defended and he made more Mutas, and now he's doing this. I'm just perplexed at this type of style. I almost feel like this is a reinvented version of Sziky, because I don't know if this is how he normally plays, but it's so effective.
It's very effective. So basically, he's shutting down any potential like drop plays by having lurkers in the main or bases, and also lurkers on the ramp. So you can't do any counter pressure as Terran here. So like usually you wouldn't be able to just sit here with your mutas and harass the gas like this, but because you have that defensive setup early, he's not worried about any counter timings. Now the vessels are coming out at 11 minutes. So now he will start to be able to ward away these mutas in like say the next 20-30 seconds or so. So TerrOr will start to move out, but it's very late, so I'm not sure if he's going to have a critical timing. He is going to be joining these two forces together, so we'll have a strong escort for these two tanks. So does still have a timing, but Zyky's not far behind getting these defilers out either.
Well, he's going for the main here. Is that the right call versus going for the third?
Yeah, it's the right call. He needs to do a kill move right now, because if he doesn't do enough damage with these tanks, he's just down. Whereas like, if he kills the third base, there's still a way Sziky can win the game. So he needs to come in here and like get onto the production of the Zerg, get all the tech buildings, and like, you know, do a kill move here if he can.
Well, the Defiler Mound is done, so Consume is on the way. TerrOr has a window here, though.
Yeah, there's only a few lurkers out as well, so if he was to stim and go, oh, needs to be careful.
Oh, nice save.
He saves that vessel, yeah. And the tanks are going to be shuffling forward. The Sunkens are split up slightly to prevent splash damage, killing them quicker, but with this 3-tank setup, it's very annoying for the Zerg. He's going to come in from the western flank, though, picks off one of the tanks. The other tank is already softened up.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah,
he's going for it.
There's only a couple of lurkers down as well.
This is a lot of bio.
This is a big amount of bio. There's no defiler
a lot of bio.
out here. There's no defiler out here.
I think he did it.
I think he's done it, yeah. I don't think there's any way of stabilizing here, unless he's got perfect muta control and somehow saves all of his drones and gets the consume upgrade done in a few seconds. There's no way he's going to save this hatchery, I don't think. I don't think Zyky's necessarily dead. He could still probably make a game out of this, but it's really bad for Sziky right now. He can just lose the game.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be really tough. Erad presumably is done too. Those mutas. Oh, it's going up the ramp. That's too many medics.
Yeah, if he had just a few lings here to help buffer with those mutas, maybe could have cleaned up that bioforce and then get down on top of those tanks with the remaining mutas. But as it stands, relying on this Nidus Canal to ferry over a few of these lurkers, he's abandoned every defense at the northeast right now. So if there was a dropship or something coming into northeast, he could just lose all the drones there. And there is the dropship coming into northeast. So now he's gonna have to worry about defending two locations at once. Yeah, I don't think. I think he's gonna get the hatchery, but I don't think he's necessarily gonna win the game off this play. But he has put Sziky into an awkward position for sure.
Yeah, this dropship will presumably won't get anything done. There's too many lurkers here, but yeah, I mean now Zerg's on 2 base, right? Like that's a big difference from 3 base, 3 gas Zerg. Still has a lot of gas banks, so that should be helpful in making Scourge and Defilers to sort of buy time that he needs to get back into a 3 gas cycle. But and TerrOr just firing on all cylinders right now. 93 supply versus 55. That is the right math.
But to be honest with you, I'm curious if he's going to just go into like 8 racks SK Terran right now, or if he's going to like take a really quick third. I would like to see him take a very quick third here, but I'm not sure if he's going to elect to do that. I think he actually is building something outside his natural. Is that CC outside his natural?
Looks to be. Maybe a fact.
Yeah, Yeah, that makes sense. It's a good time to take it. I like it. I like him building it there as well. So he's not. If he builds it on location, there's a chance that like the SCV gets sniped and he has to cancel. So it's good that he's building it there just to be a little bit safer. There are quite a few Scourge sharking around the map to kind of shut down these dropship plays and what have you. Zyky's usually quite good at having his anti-dropship set up. But yeah, losing that natural is a little bit annoying. The only thing going for him is that he denied the gas mining on that natural for so long that TerrOr's not as far ahead in the curve as he should be.
Right. Yeah, he made the physics lab, so we might see BCs this game.
Oh, we definitely should see BCs. He needs that third gas online to really start that production and get on top of these gases and force the Zerg to keep committing more lava and more gas into these Scourge. It takes 6 Scourge to kill a BC because the Scourge could die to 1 shot. Does also pick off this vessel. Beautiful Plague. If he saves the Defiler as well, that's going to be a great trade for him. Only 1 Lurker, though. He's going to go for the Bust. Does get another Consume down, but doesn't save the Lurker with that Dark Swarm. So nice little skirmish here from both players, using a small pocket of units to keep the pressure on the Zerg and forcing a lot of interactions out of Sziky so that he's still struggling to stay alive while taking this natural.
Yeah, Sziky is hanging on by the skin of his teeth, man. I mean, he's got 69 supply, but he's probably got like 28 drones. So we're talking about what probably is 20 units in army, and it's all spread out across these 3 bases, and TerrOr just absolutely firing in all cylinders right now. Just a machine with everything. I would expect that 133 supply to blossom to 170 if he continues to sort of play this poised style, and then from there it's like it's just so much. He'll be able to do so many combo attacks.
Yeah, one thing that he has to be careful about is like keeping his army a little bit split up so he doesn't just like eat massive plagues to the big blob of bio. So as long as he does that, he's going to be in a great spot here.
Yeah, this is going to be real tough for Sziky. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him. But this is a lot of territory to cover and a lot of food supply to make up. So he's going to have to thwart, I would imagine, at least 3 attacks from TerrOr.
Yeah, we hear like Artosis talk about how like Zerg's basically immortal with 70 supply, but the reality is
we'll see. We'll see already.
we'll see. Respectively of what the Terran has got, that's not always going to be the case. It's also very dependent on what tools the Terran can leverage against you while you're on 70 supply. And if they're constantly laying siege to you like this for like extended periods, it's very easy to eventually break. Yeah, he's getting into the main base as well.
Yeah, Sziky, he looks to have enough. Nice plague on that drop, so that drop is going to be mitigated. And he looks to also have his nat in a defensive... Yeah, it's secure at the moment. And the third is up. So right now, already sounds right.
But to be fair, like TerrOr was really slow in taking this third gas as well. So he's really behind the gas curve, I would say, in this game, considering how much he was denied for earlier, and he's still only on 1-1 grades. So I don't know, who knows, maybe there's a way Sziky can claw his way back into this game. If he can create space for himself by pushing out with these Dark Swarms and eventually secure this 4th gas, there's hope for him. But the problem is that this BC is going to be threatening the top right, forcing out a lot of Scourge. He has got quite a bit of gas banked up, and Plague actually going to be coming down this battlecruiser that will help deal with that, although Plague certainly won't completely kill this battlecruiser. Like, he's still got to throw a few Scourge at it.
TerrOr's such a Chad. Like, if I was him and I was this BC right now, I would be so pissed off that these little Defiler things are doing thousands and hundreds and hundreds of damage. Just being so effective. But But yeah, I mean, he's unfazed. He's continuing to climb up in numbers, but sort of in parallel to that, Sziky also about to hit that 100 mark. Definitely going in the right direction for him. But this is a lot of army. This is a lot of terror on the map right now. And I'd be terrified if I was Sziky. Just trying to keep this up, because you can tell Sziky is definitely thin here, doing what he can, but also pushing at the same time. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, well, he knows he needs to create space. It's similar to when you're being aggressive as Zerg, you also want to get on top of their natural with the swarms, and you don't want to let the bio be in, like, you know, sunken bust range. If they snipe the Defiler and just come in, you're just kind of dead. So he's kind of creating space for himself and allowing himself to come out onto the map. You know, Defilers aren't usually that great in the center, but if he keeps chaining these plagues like this, it's going to be great for him. He's also thinning out the vessel count,
nice
vessel Scourge as well, and he has enough. He has enough gas banked that he can actually make enough Scourge. But look at this counter attack coming into the natural. Yeah, this is crazy. He might lose so many drones. He's going to at the very least lose these gas drones. Luckily, there's some Zerglings streaming down from the rally point, some Hydralisk also, but they're going to get gunned down by the Stim Marines and Gauss Rifles. So he needs to throw in some Defiler support here. At least there's an Ultralisk that can tank, but if he loses that gas as well, it's going to be even more frustrating for him. So taking any damage right now is annoying, because right now Terra's taking a 4th base in the bottom left and going to be going up in 4th gas. So eventually the production of the Terran will be insurmountable for the Zerg if he can keep this up.
Nice swarm there from Sziky, continuing to try to defend against this unsuspected attack. So this army came from 12 o'clock, so TerrOr just continuing to maneuver his supply and just finding these pockets where Sziky is just being drawn out and becoming thinner and thinner. But Sziky does defend. You got to think he's got a redrone as well. He's got very high gas bank, but he doesn't have the minerals to support it. And TerrOr just, again, made another base. He's got 4 gas now. He's got more vessels. He's gonna lose one there. Nice pick off from Sziky, but this is TerrOr's game to lose. I think that was a really nice move that he just did there.
Yeah, I mean, we have 4 upgrades on these Ultralisks, so there is still a bit of play here for Sziky, respectively. We have 2 upgrades for TerrOr here. It's going to be really tough, though, for Sziky to get this 4th gas online. We see TerrOr being very active with these bio units, threatening these bases over and over again, getting a lot of damage on that hatchery. This will probably be cleaned up, but getting a little bit of damage on that hatchery will make it easier to kill later. More and more Defiler plays out on the separate map, getting another plague on those vessels. He doesn't need to commit that many units to keep chaining the plagues on this bio. I mean, that will give him a better ability to keep trading with the Terran player as he's getting these 4th gases established. If he can get those 4 gases online, maybe he'll be able to produce enough Ultralisks required to start to overcome this Terran force right now. He needs to snipe these vessels. There's 5 Scourge sharking in, trying to get some connections. One of them goes down and maybe get a few more. Oh, it doesn't quite get more than 2, but still 2 picks is a nice little trade here for the Zerg player.
How good is Sziky?
Yeah, he's
how
really
good is Sziky, man?
And a Mutalisk here to clear up all their vessels.
Let's go. I just want this game to continue, so I'm kind of rooting for Sziky to come back, and then when he comes back, I'm gonna root for TerrOr, and then with TerrOr.
Sziky showing us that you can consume eggs as well.
Yeah, this is masterful work from Sziky right now. Like, just seeing him being able to, like, against the ropes, just defending, bobbing and weaving, and just having just enough to defend. Looks like he redroned his Nat as well. He's got 106. I mean, things are tough for Sziky right now, but he's doing what he can. He's got his 4th still up. Like, maybe that comes up, and maybe he continues to push, but this is nice to see from Sziky to.
Well, people like to compare StarCraft to poker and chess, and it's more akin to poker. Look at these beautiful plagues, and
plague.
Yeah, one thing we can say is that even if you've got a chip in a chair in a poker tournament, you're still technically in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we see here from Sziky.
Chip in a chair, exactly.
Yeah, this is what we see here from Sziky. He had a small bit of chips left in his stack to play with, and he's
holding on. This is TerrOr's army.
This is a huge attack. There is a Nidus canal that you can start to get some units over here. Maybe look at the BCs. They're going to kill the Defiler before it consumes. No. Oh, this is terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, TerrOr was like, why are you guys sleeping on me? My army's home. GG from Sziky.
All right, well, we're going to have an equalizer, and we're going to be going to game number 3 in this epic series. What a great series to kick off the event with. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, man, just to see the back and forth between these two, like 2 titans just going at it. It's everything we expected, right? Like, these 2 were going to bring the action, and they certainly brought it in these 2 games. I'm so happy to see the 1-1. I want to see game 3.
Yeah, I want to get right back into it. I'm just hoping that both players are ready and raring to go, and that neither of them need a bio break. I'm going to wait for confirmation of that. I want to get into game number 3.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
need a
super
break.
excited.
I can keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going if we can. I don't know. Are both players ready? Oh yeah, we got a map ban, so I think both players are going to be taking a. Oh, okay, TerrOr's banning Apocalypse. Okay. Yeah, so like TerrOr doesn't want to play Apocalypse. A lot of Terran players don't like Apocalypse. I've heard. I don't know the exact reasonings for that. I think it's harder to wall on that map. Having the low ground is also another issue. Like Zerg could even do some like lurker cheeses on that map to really annoy the Terran player, because they can't just build a bunker on the high ground as an insurance policy and what have you. So there's a lot of issues with that map as Terran. I think it's just a bit more convenient for him to ban that and avoid a lot of potential range of play from Sziky.
Right.
I think the 12 o'clock base especially is very difficult to defend against Mutalisk with turret placement, with the gas being on the left. It's like Neo Sylphid with how the base layout is.
Yep. Yeah, as a Zerg player, I try to abuse that location whenever I'm playing Ascension or Apocalypse, but I never have success. But it looks to be the map.
Yeah,
awesome. So we're ready.
It's going to be Verir and a slightly Terran-favored map. On the surface, this map can look very balanced and nice, but it is a slightly Terran-favored map in that matchup. So we'll see if TerrOr can make full use of that. We'll have to see. But both players are ready. We're getting right into it, guys. Spawning in the bottom right. Currently tying up the series 1-1. The blue Terror himself from Canada.
Peru.
And his opponent spawning in the bottom left. The Hungarian Zerg, Sziky.
The Muta God.
He is very good with his Mutalisk. It's nice to see that he doesn't need to rely on them as heavily as some Zergs do, but can still make full use of them. And I'd love to see that where he's making only a few just to keep map control, still abusing his micro-mechanical ability to afford himself some greedy options as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was so impressive, just his ability to be able to pan from each location that TerrOr was able to just inflict pressure, and just his ability to, with just 3 units and a defiler, defend against all these attacks for as long as he did, really shows how well versed he is as a Zerg player. And TerrOr just doing his thing, being able to do what he does. Very curious to see how he opens this game. But
yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy this game. I think we're going to see a 12 hatch versus Rax in main. I don't think anything crazy from either of these players. We might see a 2 hatch Muta all in or something like that. It's possible, but I don't necessarily think that we'll see an all in from Sziky either. I think he's very confident in his ability to play a strong macro game, so we'll probably see something very similar in those first 2 games, unless he's got something in mind planned.
Would you say that the rush distance on Verir is shorter than the other 2 maps that were played, Radion and Retro?
It's slightly faster than Retro, depending on the spawns, yeah. So that might come into play, but honestly, probably not. Like, we won't see anything too significant with the rush distances coming into play here. The only map that I was considering that more of a factor would probably be Radion, because the rush distances are just so significantly increased.
I see. Got it. So we got the drone scout here from Sziky. He's going to see what TerrOr's up to, and looks like TerrOr's also going to go scout in his direction as well. So to your point, they're going to kind of know each other's positions early. They're going to know what their kind of opens are, which leads to more of standard play where all-ins are not going to be prevalent, or timings where it's unexpected, or techs that are unexpected, etc. We'll probably see a Muta open here from Sziky. But I'm curious, is he going to do 7? Is he ever going to get to 11?
Well, that's the beauty of it, right? You never quite know unless you've got constant scouting. And you know, in this matchup, even though Terrans have scanners, like Zerg still have the advantage as far as that's concerned with the scouting information. Usually, it's only in the mid game that Terrans get the advantage of map intel once they've got 2 scanners online, able to just constantly scan the map. But in the very early game, can be quite difficult to exactly identify what the Zerg player is going for here.
Well, the Overlord is not going to be able to see like what TerrOr is doing exactly, and the gas timing here is early from TerrOr, so I wonder if he's going to do like early upgrades on his bio, if he's going to go bio. Yeah.
Well, he's going to go for Academy first.
Okay.
So we won't because it's 2 hatch. So usually you won't see a fast +1 upgrade. It was a little bit meta recently for a time, but it depends on your playstyle as a deterrent. If you want to be aggressive though, if you want to have any kind of like map control pressure in the early game, you kind of do need to go for that early Academy.
I see.
It would also help you.
Sense.
It would also help you deal with any 2-hatch lurker plays that could have come out the Zerg. So if we did see a 2-hatch lurker play coming from Sziky, if you did go for +1 eBay,
right,
you only have so much trouble.
One rack production and leave just too thin. That makes sense.
Yeah. So it's a much more versatile way of playing Terran. The only thing you'd be worried about is, say, like a crazy Zerg style where your upgrades are so late that you give the Zerg some windows of having like an armor advantage against you. That can be a bit of an issue.
That's a lot of speedling.
Yeah, there's a lot of speedling. On top of these Marines, actually, TerrOr making a bit of a blunder here, and Sziky trying to punish with the 8 speedling counterattack. Going to be making a few extra lings as well to keep the pressure on. Killing any Marines now is quite critical damage for him because there will be a Mutalisk follow-up here. So yeah, Sziky getting a nice little strong economic advantage in this game because these SCVs aren't mining in the natural right now. Even though the SCVs haven't died, they're not mining right now, and the SCVs are going to be getting about 50 to 70 minerals a minute. So those SCVs not mining is a very critical issue here for TerrOr. Not able to afford the amount of turrets that he'll need in the coming stage.
Yeah, this is rough. TerrOr's gonna have to lift that command center. Oh, he doesn't lift it. He got the sim upgrade, so he's gonna try to consult. Okay, he's gonna get the bunker up, but this is a lot of lings still. I think Sziky's gonna be smart here and keep those alive at all costs just to keep the threat still there. But what? Wow.
Yeah, nice little Marine snipe there.
Smooth criminal just goes in, assassinates, and leaves.
You're just moonwalking those lings back and forth into the TerrOr's natural expansion and causing as much pressure as possible. And then no turrets yet on the way. eBay's only now finishing up at 5 minutes 30. He can start to squeeze out turrets, but the Mutalisk threat will be quite a bit of a nightmare for him to deal with. He will be able to stabilize if he's on top of everything, but he's going to be barely cutting it by the skin of his teeth. It's going to be a tough hold for him still.
Yeah, and with all that pressure, TerrOr probably kind of lost his like train of thought as far as, you know, the timing of the mutas, or maybe it looks like the turrets will get up in time. Firebat's not caught by the Overlord though, so that will maybe give insights. This
is actually a mistake. Like usually you'll do some counter pressure with these 2 Firebats to go out and kill some drones. Like,
oh no!
But this is a mistake because now we can't defend the bunker anymore. So this is a big blunder from the TerrOr to send out those Firebats because now the Mutalings have much more of a threat potential, and he will come into the natural, isolate the Marines with the Mutas by camping the ramp, while the Lings go to town on the SCVs and turrets. So big tactical error here from TerrOr.
Yeah, this is tough. This is gonna be tough. Firebats though going into the Nat stem, just YOLOing into Sziky's mineral line. Meanwhile, TerrOr also trying to get his ground back.
It's beautiful from Sziky though, running the drones, not losing anything to those Firebats, and having just 1 or 2 mutas like chilling from the rally point to deal with those. He understood that those Firebats were probably out on the map somewhere, so he had just barely enough to deal with that timing as well, even though they were stimmed and running across the map. They're already low HP from traversing at higher speeds with the stim as well, so easier to clean up despite having 1 armor. So really great tactical plays here from Sziky, and a little bit of a blunder from TerrOr. So it looks like Zeki's definitely inside TerrOr's head right now, getting on top of these.
That's a big shadow. That's a big shadow alert, Zhanhun.
Oh, he's gonna snake around to this natural expansion area, deny any mining. There's still no turrets up. This bunker's holding the ramp, adding some zone control to prevent the Mutalisk from coming in here and microing down the Marines for free on the production line. But not able to mine in this natural expansion means that TerrOr won't have the minerals to provide a strong enough infrastructure going forward. So Sziky can either transition to a normal game right now and just macro up, or just keep this Mutalisk production going and go into 3-catch all the mutas and finish him off.
That's a fake shadow there. He's got at least 10 mutas. It's gonna be real tough for TerrOr to get his natural back without any anti-muta besides bio. There's more mutas than Marines at this point. It's gonna be really tough for TerrOr. He's got enough Marines to push him.
I don't think he does. I don't think he's got enough to zone control against Sziky anymore. Like, if he had 2 turrets with like 10 Marines, he'd have just barely enough to trade. But as it stands, like, he just doesn't. Like, he can't even like have an SCV train to repair the turrets as they're being targeted down here. So there's just no like ability to stabilize. You have to float the CC and try not to lose that even. And Sziky can just continue muteless production. He's already got that 3rd gas online, so it can just keep churning out like about 8 to 9 mutalisks a minute here and just keep the pressure on Terror, taking out these zoning turrets on the production facilities and then getting on top of this bio production will basically be lights out for Terror. He's probably going to call GG in a few seconds here because I don't think he can stabilize anymore. GG. Sziky taking the series quite convincingly 2-1 as well. Wow, beautiful ZVT to kick off this group stage.
Man, I feel for Terror in that one. This is tough game, game 3 for Terror there, but Sziky, I mean, my lord, he is just so diverse. I think the first 2 games being crossed map, he sort of showed and illustrated sort of like his ability to shift gears into this mode where it's kind of like, you know, the 7 muta look and then lurkers and then more mutas, and then this game where it was the first game where the opponent was spawned next to him, he showed this other level of gear, which was like Jadong-esque in my opinion, where he showed the Lings, like Terror with the SCV did see a lot of what the larvas were doing, and he made that calculated decision to move out with 6 Marines. But Sziky somehow was able to edge some larvae that were Lings and then show what was, I think, just 4 or 6 Lings that Terror thought, and it ended up being what seemed to be 8 to 10 Lings with speed that Terror had no idea was even in production. So Sziky just showing so much diversity in his play this series. I don't know. He looks ready for Daywalt.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think his ZVP is nearly as good as a ZVZ or ZVT, but yeah, he's looking pretty fire right now. And well, guys, go get some snacks. Go get a bio break. We're gonna take a nice little chill here for a few minutes, then get straight back into the next series, which is gonna be Nyoken versus Zhanhun. Alright guys, we are back. I'm looking forward to this next game. We got Nyoken going up against Zhanhun. Nice little Terran versus Protoss for you guys. Super excited to see exactly what's going to happen between these two. I'm rooting for Nyoken. I will admit my bias right now as a caster. If he goes through, that's just one more caster slot that I can come back and talk into your guys' ears some more. What about you, Joran?
I would say I'm a little biased towards Nyoken as well, but Zhanhun is very, very, very good, and Nyoken is a premier Terran in the in NA. And if anyone is going to bring Zhanhun down from NA, it's going to be this guy. So I am rooting for Nyoken, but Zhanhun is a formidable opponent. But if anyone can do it, it's Nyoken. So yeah, I'm excited to see this one. I'm curious what maps selections it's gonna be, but yeah, very, very excited for this one as well.
No, I do know that Nyoken does struggle a tiny bit in the versus Protoss matchup, whereas inversely Zhanhun very good at versus Terran. So yeah, a little bit of something to consider here, that this will probably be slightly favored grounds for the Chinese Protoss here. His favored matchup versus against someone that maybe has a little bit of a harder time here. Yeah,
I'm curious what kind of builds we're going to see from Nyoken. I think he tends to play... Oh, what's that?
5-fact.
5-fact? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see some 5-fact there, this guy, probably.
Well, 5-fact is very strong, isn't it? Isn't that what most premier Terrans do?
Yeah, it's just it's strong against the meta right now. And the meta, if the Protoss player plays greedy or goes Reavers, 5-fact is just good. So it's like, yeah, like you do still need to like pay attention to the curve of the Protoss. Sometimes they'll make a lot of gateways and dragoons early, so obviously the 5-fact not going to be so good against that. But if they're taking an early third, if they're going in straight into Reavers, the 5-fact is just so potent.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what builds Nyoken does, and timings, and looking forward to seeing fluid play from both players, because both of these guys are very high level. So very much like the first series between Sziky and TerrOr, I expect this to also be very high level, but I would expect the pace to be different just in the nature of PVTs. But to your point, that 5-fact, we know how that thing can blow.
I think we might not see that 5-factory on the first map, though. But it's going to be Radion, so it's a much more wider, open, larger map. So it's possible we'll see a much more standard, orthodox style out of Nyoken in that game number 1. I think it's very likely. But I imagine after he loses game number 1, we're going to be seeing him being like, okay, time to bust out the 5-fact.
Got it. And any predictions on the Protoss side as far as Zhanhun and some intricacies that he might have? I know his macro is very strong as well as his micro, so my opinion of him is just very high-level balanced player.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see a lot of gateway man style out of him. I don't know if he's going to rely heavily on Reavers at all. He has good control, so we might still see Reaver play. But I think either way, we'll probably see like a more gateway man heavy style, maybe like shuttles and storms and what have you. So I think if he's got the mechanics, that's probably the most optimal way of playing. Unless he's got like snow level micro, you don't necessarily want to play Reavers. It is very good to slow down the Terran of Reavers, but if you have got fairly good control, it's usually better to go for just pure gateway man with the shuttles and storm, because if you can execute that well, it just trades so much better using that splash damage of the Sonic Storm. Right.
Well, we shall see. Looks like the game has started, so... Oh, I'm incorrect. Never mind.
Caster's curse here, guys. Caster's curse here. Players are not ready. They're just currently latency testing up, making sure the game is as smooth and optimal as possible with the desired turn rate. Now, it's like turn rate is like kind of like a multiplier. So like when you've got like say 24 high, that's similar latency to 16 low, but not exactly. There's a few millisecond difference of numbers. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you do need to dial in the exact latency required.
I have a question for you, Zen.
Go
on. Are all 24 high TRs created equal?
No, because you can have consistent lag where it's just a slightly delayed latency, or you can have like packet loss lag, spiky lag. So for example, if there's just like like lag throughout the entire game and it's just slightly delayed, that's actually not too bad because you can stay still muted micro that. You just have to be like a, you know, use your crystal ball and like do the inputs ahead of time. Whereas if it's like a spiky kind of lag or it kind of like jitters a lot, which is what's really bad for dynamics, it'll keep putting the turn rate lower. That's really bad for micro because some of your inputs that would work usually even with the delayed lag will not work with the jitters because it will change the point of inputs that are required to get the desired outcome.
Yes, that folks, that was the most scientific answer to that question that I've asked a lot of people, and no one can elaborate it as well as you just did, Zune. So that was very good, and I appreciate that. Someone should clip that. Because I have debates with people about TR, and everyone thinks, like, a lot of people, I feel like the majority of people when it comes to TR, they don't understand that there are some subtle differences of like what you just said, and I can't even spit it back to you, but what you said was very the most scientific way to explain it and make sense. So
well, you're very welcome.
All right. Well, yeah. So, you know, I think in PvT, both players are going to be at a deficit if it's not going to be in a, you know, like it's not an advantageous. Or let me ask you, would it be an advantageous one way or the other based on the TR?
Yeah, I would say like in TVP, there's this like misnomer that actually lag is beneficial for the Protoss. It's actually not true. Like lag can actually help a Terran a lot because if you can't execute your frames perfectly when you're say like microing your storms and shuttles in an engagement, it's so much better for Terran because the tanks are just shooting anyway, the vultures are gunning down the zealots anyway, mines are dragging into the zealots and goons anyway. You don't have to do a lot. Most of the micro of the Terran comes down before the battle, like scanning ahead of the army, setting up the siege tank split up and what have you. Yeah, you do lots of target firing with the tanks and positioning, whatever you, but most of the micro, in a way, the control comes before the battle even takes place.
Right. Right, yeah.
So I would say in a lot of situations, the lag actually favors the Terran. Maybe not in the early game when you're dealing with Marines versus Zealot control, but that's about it. Okay, both players are ready. We're going to be jumping straight into this, guys. Yeah, like map number 1 on Radiant. I really do love this map. It's one of the most AMD themed map we've had. Usually we do have this AMD logo in the center, but now we've got Radiant as the name as well, which is obviously like a product line of that company as well with the graphics card. So nice to see a very AMD themed map here. That's also very well made. Kind of a remake of the Circuit Breakers, but over 2 less bases. So it's a bit of an unorthodox map in the sense there's 14 bases instead of 16 or 12. And also we've lost the 9 and 3 and have these high ground 12 and 6 bases, which are slightly more centered to the board. So definitely does apply for a very strong, interesting macro way of playing in this game. And we're ready, so we're going to jump in straight into this, guys.
All right, let's get into it.
Okay, spawning in the top right. Looking very serious there on the camera. Oh, yeah. The caster man himself. It's Nyoken.
Now, is that a green screen? Does anyone know? Is that a green screen or is that just like the paint?
Well, it's a screen behind him that's green.
Okay.
Which could be used as a green screen. Even if it is a green wall, it can still be used as a green screen as long as the paint is distributed evenly enough and what have you. And his opponent in the bottom right is the blue Protoss, none other than Zhanhun from China.
Yeah, Zhanhun almost looks mystifying, almost like in the mist.
Well, maybe he was, smoking it up a little bit before the game. So he's just hotboxing it while he's a little hotbox going on right now, playing through the thick mist of his own experiences.
I find the camera feature so cool, just to be able, like, for the fans, for the viewers, to be able to see the players and just how all of these players, like all of these high level players, like these guys have been here, they've done that. Like they don't have reactions. Like when Sziky is hanging on by the skin of his teeth, like we didn't see it because I don't think his camera was operational today. But I imagine he didn't even blink.
You don't want to blink in StarCraft, right? You might miss something, guys. You know?
Right.
Time to blink. That's like a whole half second that like maybe like the shuttle flies into your mini map and you suddenly like have the chance to like drill your SCVs and not lose them all to storm. And if you don't see it in that half a second, you could just die, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, I just saw Nyoken swallow hard. He's definitely feeling a little bit of nerves there, maybe.
You got a poker read on him?
Yeah, I got a read on this guy. I'm going to utilize these cams now to influence my casting a little bit. I've decided.
Well, Nyoken's gonna scout in the right direction here. SCV going towards him, and Zhanhun also sending his probe towards Nyoken. So they're gonna see each other, and looks to be pretty standard from what either or both players are doing.
Yeah, I mean, nothing crazy right now. Also pulling every single SCV off gas.
Every single one.
Yeah, sometimes you'll leave one on there if you want to go into like, you know, like an early vulture and mines and what have you. And
yeah,
but yeah, like he's really wanting to power up. He knows it's a longer rush distance, probably not going to get as much value with an early vulture and whatnot. So does want to instead just go for that pure economic style where taking all 3 off gas to get that CC just a little bit quicker.
Now, is Zhanhun going to make a Zealot? Did he make a Zealot, you think, here?
Or he can, but he doesn't have to. Like, he might make a Zealot if he, say, was really worried about, like, a very early eBay block, but it doesn't make sense to do that. Like, it's such long rush distances that you're not really worried about, like, the possibility of him building that eBay, like, really early on or anything. So he's expecting it, and he sees the SCV come straight into his main base, so he knows there's probably not going to be any eBay block to worry about, so he's happy to go straight into just goon range production here.
Yeah, it looks like Nyoken also didn't rush to make 3 Marines, or what looks to be okay, 3 Marines and a Vulture. I guess he doesn't need a bunker necessarily because of the distance, but Zhanhun kind of navigating all spawns with that probe. So even after scouting Nyoken, he moved that probe over to the 11 o'clock and then again to the 7, just really covering his corners. But yeah, Nyoken navigating with his Vulture in the middle of the map. Bunker just starting now. I like this timing from Nyoken because with 3 Marines, you can kind of buy time like this. Very nice. And now that Vulture is doing a little reach around into Zhanhun. I want to see what happens here.
And the 2nd Dragoon is just coming out onto the map. He's relying on the 3rd Dragoon timing to block that. Only getting 2 shots so far on that Vulture, and he's going to get like probably like 2 probes for his trouble here at least. You want to get 3 really for this. I would argue that 2 probes is not significant enough compensation for that Vulture. It's much better to keep that Vulture alive to say lay mines at a 3rd base and behind the Dragoon line later on. Then get like 1 or 2 probe kills. Some Terran players would tell you that 2 probe kills is good enough compensation. I would disagree. I would say you need at least 3 to make up for the deficit of losing out on those early mine placements.
You know, I agree with that. The value of the mine could be exponential, right? Like you land one of that, and that's hundreds of damage on a flock of goons.
Yeah, plus just knowing the exact 3rd timing is so important. Like, what if it was a 5-minute Nexus here right now or something?
Yeah,
you want to be able to confirm that.
Now, this is kind of what we were talking about, Nyoken and his builds. That looks to be a starport below his factory. That's 1 factory and a starport, folks. That is a starport. So we're going to see some early dropship offensive pressure from Nyoken, and that is aggressive, and I love it. I'm all for it, and I want to see something happen with it.
Yeah, now this is the kind of way that like Light would play back in the day, and like everyone on Light's team would have really great anti-drop defense with goons in the main base, and like every other Protoss from the other teams were not used to playing against Vulture drops. They wouldn't, and he would just stomp everyone with it. But everyone on his team would always have their Dragoons just chilling. It's so funny watching those games from back there, because all the Protoss players from Light's team, even though like the enemy's probably not even going to do Vulture drop, they'd always have their Dragoons just in their base because they're so used to getting stomped by Light in the pro gamer house. Is kind of funny.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, these look to be like anti-DT mines.
Yeah, basically.
Kind of just inside his base.
Well, yes and no. Like, they can also help out against Reavers. Like,
Reaver? Okay, gotcha.
Hypothetically, you come here and drop the Reaver to snipe an SCV building something, and you happen to land the Reaver on top of a mine. If you're not paying attention and you soak up that mine hit on the Reaver, it's painful. So it can also help out against Reaver play as well, because a lot of Protoss players will drop their Reavers like to skirmish killing a turret or something, so that it's possible they will lose. Oh, he's been careful to this bunker.
Oh no!
Doesn't get the repair off, and now with enough Dragoons to double volley down this tank as well. Beautiful. Needs to be careful though. Beautiful mine connection. 3 Dragoons going down. Now he can still be a little bit annoying with these Dragoons in the natural expansion. There's not yet a tank due to this Vulture drop build. There's not an additional tank coming out just yet. He's gonna have to wait for this next unit cycle before the tank comes out. And look at this, 3 Dragoons already in position to deal with this Vulture drop. So he's well versed in what is coming here. He knows that there's no units here defending against this Dragoon attack, so it must be some kind of dropship play. He's identified that.
Yeah, observers, intercepting that dropship. 3 Dragoons are already in position. Nyoken's gonna have to respond. Okay, he's loaded them, or unloaded them.
Wow, this is great defense from Zhanhun.
Really good defense.
Oh, the goons are bugged out in the natural expansion, so while he's distracted dealing with his vulture drop, though, not getting the value out of those 2 goons that he probably would have liked to, and did lose one of them as well, so a little bit of compensation for Nyoken here, but overall pretty much going the Protoss' way.
Yeah, and now Nyoken's starting to add some factories, just knowing that his dropship didn't exactly do the damage that he was looking to do. He knows he's going to have to get some army up. I don't think he even has siege upgrade, and Zhanhun is starting to advance now that he's got observers out. This is going to be tough for Nyoken to hold without siege mode.
Without siege mode, this is rough. If he had maybe some like mines to buy a little bit of time, this maybe would be a bit different. But yeah, he hasn't really got much to work with, and observers will be able to skirmish down those mines anyway. And getting on top of this bunker before the marines are ready and the SCVs can be pulled off to block the goons, he's going to lose at least one of these tanks for free, and he might even get on top of the ramp and get the other tank as well. There is another tank coming out with a couple of vultures. He can lay down some mines on top of the ramp to prevent the goons getting inside quick enough. Might get some good connections on those
really
SCVs.
nice SCV
off the line.
blocking.
Yeah, really great SCV blocking. That's why you needed to do is like the only way you can like defend against something like this cost efficiently is with the boys coming off the line like that, and did a great job of that. So really impressive hold by Nyoken. And look at the supply, 69 to 69. Wow, that's the sex number, Jiraiya. You'd mention that, you old pervert.
Yeah, as the pervy Sage, I can certainly agree with you on that. That is the number. But is that the other number is 5? Is that 5 factory there, Zoo?
Oh,
is that no, it's 4 factory
it's 4.
and a CC. Is that a CC?
Yeah,
okay.
It's a CC.
All right, so we're gonna play into third.
But 4 factory is a good number. Like, it does allow you to be more aggressive. You do need a minimum of 4 factories to kind of start thinking a bit more aggressively as Terran. It allows you to build enough vultures to keep flooding out onto the map, because if you do lose too many vultures while being aggressive, they can just counterattack you, and you don't have enough vultures to clean up the zealots anymore. So, yeah, you need a little bit of extra production as Terran to kind of be a bit more aggressive.
Now Zhanhun, this third base timing is pretty good. Like, it feels pretty solid for him to have it mining now. Another dropship here from Nyoken.
This could do something. This could do something. I don't
Shuttle
think
as
in
well.
position. Yeah, there's nothing in position to deal with this drop in the main base, so you might get quite a few probes. There's a few Dragoons on the ramp. He had a little bit of a movement issue there. The goons turned around and didn't come directly into the main base. So
he's in the NAD as well.
yeah, this is beautiful. Nyoken taking out probes in the natural expansion as well. Nice little 1-2 punch from him, softening up the Protoss player. Currently racing ahead in supply. There is a shuttle coming into the main base though, so needs to make sure he doesn't lose too many of these SCVs. Mine going off like I was talking about. Look at that mine here. Beautiful. And a dudded scarab on the SCV. How lucky are you, Nyoken? Oh my god, he's getting so lucky right now. The other scarab is going to dud as well. This is the most best case scenario for the Terran player. Racing ahead in supply, deflecting damage. Needs to make sure he doesn't lose any more SCVs though. In a natural expansion, he can lose a lot of SCVs.
Unload the marine.
Attention.
Unload the bunker.
The turret will help dud the scarab just a little bit though. Might be able to get the SCV train out in time. Look at that. It does
that
manage
dud
to get
was so clutch.
He's how is he dancing with death like this right now?
Yeah.
He's like literally doing cartwheels along the tightrope and making it look easy.
Well, Nyoken's gonna have to get some SCVs to his NAT so that he's on 2 base production against 3 base production. So he did some good damage, but in looking at probes from Zhanhun is like, yeah, you killed some probes, I'm gonna remake them. So third CC's done here for Nyoken. He's gonna try to get his third. He's got 4 factory productions, so he's gonna have enough production to at least have enough to defend his third, I think. Starting to inch out here with just 1 tank, but he's gonna need more than that. Shuttle in play here as well. Goliath's in the mix. Ooh, this is gonna be tough.
I could be crazy. I thought I saw him load up Goliaths into that dropship. I'm not sure if he did that for sure, but I'm really confused if he did that because he needs 4 Goliaths with this army to be able to like 2 volley down these shuttles and what have you. So that might be a mistake if he did do that. I'm not sure, but I did see him load up the Goliaths initially. Wow, needs to be careful. He's getting a little bit of damage onto the CC. He has got quite enough tanks to be able to take this base, but he needs to be careful because if he does go too quickly here in taking this third base, he will get sandwiched from both sides, and the Reaver doing damage to his tanks will make the map a lot easier for the Protoss player to win these trades. And he's picking off some of these Goliaths as well. It's a nice little trade here from Zhanhun, both slowing down the third base timing. Also,
yep, this dropship is how to make Zhanhun pay for delaying the third? Yeah, those were Goliaths indeed. Oh, 2 Goliaths in a tank. That's exactly what you want. This is a huge move. Oh, speed shuttle in play here.
I didn't realize he picked up the tank as well. This actually changes things a lot. Yeah, with the 2 Goliaths and the tank, now he can kill all the probes and use the Goliaths to buy time against the shuttle Reaver counterplay, which usually you just dump the Reaver on top of the tanks and what have you. So yeah, this does change the battle calculation a lot for Terran here. And
retaining the tank is huge as well.
And the mines on the ramp as well, getting some connections. And this is beautiful from Terra. Even going to be getting this cannon. So Nyoken, this is going to be really great for Terran here.
And the Reaver. Wow.
I'm so impressed by Nyoken.
This is so impressive from Nyoken. This is exactly what you need to do to play against such a strong player like Zhanhun. You need to bring creativity, and that's exactly what Nyoken is doing. He is getting his third. He's denied the third, all at the same time. Very impressive move from Nyoken.
Yeah, he's innovating right now. I like this kind of play from him, and he's going to force out another bit of a trade here. He's going to get a little bit of damage on that Reaver, making it all the more easier to kill in the coming stages of the game. Has another little Vulture raiding party, but
oh my gosh!
Oh, and he has a dropship to shuttle over these.
Down. Yeah. There's nothing there.
So he can get more of these probes as well, and the goons can't get in to defend this. He needs to
buy more time for Nyoken to build up his army.
Wow, this is looking great for Nyoken. Currently ahead in supply by over like 25. This is looking beautiful.
Almost picked it back up.
The Protoss player could take a 5th base and try and just like macro up like crazy and take half the map. And
dude, look at this food supply. 130 against 112.
Yeah, this is nuts.
That is not the right math for Protoss right now. Nyoken looking like, I don't know, Slayer's Boxer mixed with light. I don't know, but this is really innovative. Nice little angle here from Zhanhun with the Reaver pulling the SCVs. This is good.
He's getting
Definitely want to do more of this.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of duds with these Scarabs, so far nothing really going Zhanhun's way, but he might get a lot of
SCVs here.
Yeah, if he doesn't pull these SCVs soon, he might lose quite a few. Oh, 7 kills now on that Reaver, so got 3 SCVs with that Scarab, another 2 as well, coming to a total of 9. 10 now. So yeah, evening things out ever so slightly, finally evening out that supply count, but still wants to find more damage here. He hasn't got the kind of critical damage that he wanted earlier, so he's trying to make up for that now. He might get a big Scarab hit there, another 2 SCVs going down. He hasn't pulled these SCVs, so more and more could fall. Yeah, he's getting quite a few SCV kills there. That was another 5. That was a lot of SCV kills in total. So that does help out the Protoss player a little bit here. If he can get his 5th base going and saturate this 4th base. But look at this Vulture denying the mining here. Very annoying here. Nyoken still finding some value despite taking that SCV damage.
Yeah, one thing I'll say though, Zhanhun, as much as Nyoken has been chipping away, that Reaver and that shuttle certainly has made Nyoken only mining on 2 bases right now. His main is totally not mining. This Templar, oh my gosh. Does he have Storm? Did he forget Storm?
I think he forgot Storm.
Oh, man.
Storm. Oh, this is painful. The Chinese player choking just a little bit here.
But he did force Nyoken to pull his SCV, so that's definitely a win there. And we know that Nyoken was struggling to get his main repopulated with SCVs, but it feels like Nyoken needs to make a move. Or do you think he needs to continue to sit like this? He's got a lot of army right now. He's got a lot of army.
Well, there's no tech switch. If there was carriers on the way or something, you would need to pull the trigger. If there was a 5th base on the way with gateways being set up in the bottom left, you would need to pull the trigger. We have neither of those things right now. So actually, no, he's actually safe to just sit back and chill and go all the way into like taking a 4th base, getting 3/3 upgrades. And
you know, being the newbie that I am, I'm panicking for Nyoken here because a lot has happened. It feels like we have a lot. I almost feel like they need to go, but then you, with the more wisdom, sort of talking about why it doesn't make sense to go. That makes sense. Like, wait for your upgrades. There's no need. Let's get this number to.
If he blunders an attack right now, it's actually the one way that Zhanhun wins the game. Is if Nyoken attacks right now and like he gets some good storms on the army.
Yeah, and he can't replenish the army like Zhanhun can. Yeah,
this is the thing.
Makes sense.
And he is dealing with a Protoss player that's very actively storm driven. Look at this cluster of units. It's crazy what we're seeing right now. Imagine if he got like 1 or 2 more storms off on those units. He would have lost a big clump of Terran there. I was really lucky that he didn't get a second storm off. I was so worried for Nyoken in that moment. Okay, we see him snaking out into the center of the board right now. He wants to both guarantee himself an ability in taking a 4th base while also starting to tentatively push out onto the map right now. You're both attacking and defending at the same time. Needs to make sure he's scanning ahead of the army to identify where
get the high Templar. Yep, nice pick off on the high Templar.
Now he's ahead of time, so he's going to have a good engagement here. Has got quite a few vultures to buffer against. He's got beautiful pre-splitting of the vultures as well to mitigate. But look at these clumped up tanks.
Oh, that
this
was
is a problem
with
moving out in a haste. You need to make sure your tanks are split up and sieging like 2-3 at a time rather than like big clumps like this. It does allow the Protoss player to get a lot of value trades and just going to be turning around and running away with the Dragoons to maintain a strong infantry presence in the center of the board to prevent the Terran from doing any counterattacks as well.
Yeah, and kind of exactly like you called it, you know, to fight at 165 supply against what I think was 185. Now, Nyoken, although he won that fight technically, what he's retained is only 4 tanks. He's got 2 more now. So he's got 7. But wow, look at Zhanhun with this follow-up. His macro is insane.
Yeah, this is the problem that you're worried about as Terran. It's usually just better to go for the 4th base online and just like pre-split all your tanks and like guaranteed a good trade and not let the Protoss player want a frontal engagement with you. And you can get into a position as Terran where the Protoss just will not want to fight you anymore and he'll do everything to avoid it. And Nyoken was almost at the verge of being there, but wanted to pull the trigger a little bit too early, and now he's going to be playing a lot more passive. He's going to be forced into like splitting the map horizontally and playing a lot longer game here.
Yeah, I think Zhanhun has recognized the fact that he's got 65 probes. He has the probes that he needs. Now he just needs to apply the pressure, and these attacks are very short in between. And this is making it harder for Nyoken to be able to defend. Wow, really nice pick off there. I mean, Nyoken is defending this, but the problem is he's not able to produce what he needs to produce in the same way that Zhanhun is. So the trade here, I don't think is paying off as well as it appears. Is that a fair way to put it right now?
Because right now, the Terran player is at a slight deficit. So even if the Protoss player is trading at like 40-45% efficiency, it's still going to be favoring the Protoss player because reducing the tank count is just so much more valuable for the Protoss player. So even if you're trading at a slight deficit, as long as you're reducing that tank count, making it harder for the Terran to stabilize and take the rest of the half of his map, because it's going to be a long time before he's able to spread thin enough to take the top left. And look at these storm drops that are constantly going off. There's just constant production.
He is relentless. Yeah, I have a new nickname for Zhanhun, and that is relentless. He has been just non-stop. Now, Nyoken sort of in the beginning part of this game was that. He was the relentless one. Sort of fighting back and countering, but right now it seems like there's a huge difference as far as offensive pressure and doing these harassments. But here comes Nyoken with his 2-tank drop. Nice combination here. All the units are staying alive. These tandems, gateways are in production. Zhanhun moving his army back.
Yeah, he's going to trade well with these units, which is the main thing. It doesn't matter if this will be cleaned up. What matters is that he kills as many of these Protoss units as possible. Nice little mind drag, though, from Zhanhun, cleaning it up very efficiently, using the Observer to spot where the mines were to guarantee an efficient trade there. If he just came up the ramp normally to try and kill those tanks, he would have lost like 3 Dragoons at least. So it's really nice that he cleaned up with the mind drag. Going to be affording him a nice little supply lead here. He's 174 supply to 127. We see Nyoken churning away on about 8 factory worth of production, and Nyoken just fell off his chair. Oh no, he's back again.
Oh man.
I think he was grabbing something, but I just thought it'd be funnier to say he fell off his chair. Because that seems like how this game has gone a little bit. He did fall off his chair. Like he fell off his chair to pick the chip up so he could stay in this tournament. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, right now, it's real tough right now for Nyoken. Zhanhun's gonna poke here at the 3 o'clock base and see that there's nothing here. So now Nyoken's gonna have to lift and run all of his SCVs and shift his army into this position to defend it. Zhanhun finding the perfect opportunity to poke with his army. Nyoken rushing back. Vultures, storms. So much.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he doesn't need to trade at much of an efficiency. Even just 40% efficiency is more than enough for the Protoss player here to really put a dent in the Terran. And doing any economic damage to the Terran is always painful. Losing SCVs, It's just so painful at this stage of the game because it takes such a long time to keep replenishing the SCVs because you want to be able to produce vultures right now. If he can't do that, if he needs to build SCVs from every single CC, look at his mineral count right now. He can't afford to make units and SCVs. Now he's in trouble.
Yeah, Nyoken's definitely in survival mode right now, and that's exactly it. It's do I make SCVs or do I make units? If I don't make units, I die. If I don't make SCVs, then I can't make more units.
Exactly.
This is very much not where you want to be. Zhanhun just putting immense amount of pressure. Nyoken doing what he can here. He's got the upgrades. He's got his 2-1 spike, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the supply to do anything with it. And even just making a dropship right now is an investment. He does have 2K in gas. He's going to try to deny this 6th base, 7th base. I can't even count at this point. But Nyoken is just going to have to continue to make those micro decisions and just try to defend what probably will need to be 3-4 more attacks from Zhanhun before he feels comfortable moving out in the offensive posture.
Yeah, one thing going for Nyoken is he's lost so many SCVs that he won't be mined out on his 3rd base for some time. So he will be on 2-base production, but he's still going to be clawing his way back into the game. Look at this huge infantry force of Zealot, Goon, Templar, and Storm support. Beautiful Sonic Storm. So he has finally started to spread out his tanks, though. So his
tanks are beautifully positioned.
Yeah. If he had played like this more earlier when he had the lead, he would have been in a much better position. But look at this. Like, there's so much for the Zhanhun here. There's not enough Terran to go around, and he's finally going to get up to his 12 o'clock position. He's going to be able to kill all these SCVs and this CC, and that might be lights out for Nyoken. He's desperately trying to stream in some units, but now the Sonic Storms are covering the rally point location of the Terran player. Even with D-Matrix, it's just not going to be enough here. And GG
from Nyoken.
Yeah, and Zhanhun taking an early win in this series, which is going to be affording him a lot more momentum and morale going forward.
Whew. Dude, I was totally wrong. This game was action-packed from the D. I mean, Nyoken pushing the siege tank upgrade, the siege mode upgrade for as long as he did, and then making that starport instead of like a second factory, like that was very aggressive. And Zhanhun pushing as he did, just recognizing that there was no siege mode, only 2 Marines in the bunker, like from the beginning to the end was just jam-packed, like 2 heavyweights just totally, going at it.
Well, it seemed like he wanted to be aggressive, but he also understood that maybe a 5 factory wasn't the play there, so he instead wanted to like vulture drop into a bit of a standard mid game. But I like that way of thinking because it is allowing him aggressive options while still giving him a very strong macro potential. He just didn't have the control required to avoid getting his army just stomped out when he moved out like that.
Right. That was sort of like the key moment, that 165 move out from Nyoken.
Which is what so many Terrans face. It's the one thing that every Terran has an issue with in that Terran versus Protoss matchup. It's that first move out. Like they're always a little bit too hasty, They're taking.
I can't play TVP. It's like impossible. It's like when I'm maxed down, I have my upgrades and I'm ready to move out, and I move out and I siege up, I just get obliterated. just usually by size storms, but yeah, Zhanhun with his execution, just really impressive. Really impressive stuff.
2,500 MMR. I mean, that's really high. Like, this guy's a beast, a machine. Looks like.
Yeah, I thought that was a typo. I was like closing at my screen. Is that 25? Is that like the highest MMR? Like, I mean, ever?
That might be no. That's not the highest MMR ever. There's amateur players that can even get 2,700. That are like strong Korean players can get like 2,700. That's about the pro gamer level is about 27. Yeah, that's when you start to get like crazy high. But yeah, as a foreigner though, like a non-Korean player, hitting 25 is insane. I mean, there's not many players that can hit 24, let alone 25.
Well, he's the real deal. He showed it. So I wonder what Nyoken's going to pick for his second map. Retro. All right. So kind of playing out like the first series as far as the map choices.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with both of these maps. I like them both. They're a little bit of imbalances. They're not perfect maps, but they're good enough. I mean, look at this, 50% down the board, PVT. So we can't say fairer than that for this game going forward. I'm really excited to see if Nyoken can pull it back here. But he's going to be feeling the pressure after that game number 1, and he's going to need to keep his nerves in check if he wants to avoid those kind of blunders of the move out next time.
Yeah, I would want Nyoken to feel confident because he got a lot of good stuff done. I mean, there was points where like he was in the lead when he denied the 3rd and had his own 3rd running. So that was but then what does Zhanhun do? He followed that up with the speed shuttle and the Reaver. But Nyoken should be confident Okay, it sounds like we're ready. But what I was gonna say is Nyoken should feel confident. I would want him to continue to have that sort of mindset of doing things that are different and creative. I would not want him to fall back into standard here, but let's see. I'm very curious to see how Nyoken responds and Zhanhun as well.
Yeah, me too. I'm excited. Let's get straight into it here, guys. All right, spawning in the top left on retro as the red Terran. It's none other than Nyoken, currently 1-0 down. Can he turn it around? His opponent in the bottom left, going for a very quick gateway in the natural expansion, put on some pressure. It's Zhanhun. So yeah, with this forward gateway, it looks like Nyoken's going to have to be on top of his Sim City. He's going to make a depot to the right of that barracks and hope that he's got really good early game micro. We're on 14 high though, so maybe slightly difficult to micro against those zealots in the early phase of the game, but not too bad.
Not sure if you noticed it, Zune, but Nyoken just let out a very deep exhale. I don't know what that means, but what's your take?
That's him relieving tension and stress because he's frustrated right now. So he has a lot of emotional baggage, so to speak, and he needs to decompress to be able to focus on the game. So usually players will be sighing heavily when they need to release tension.
I see. I think I do that as well, but to see someone else do it, I think I would agree with that.
Well, it prevents you from being angry. Like it's better to sigh and release
like
than
get it out.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a releasing the pressure valve, so to speak, so it doesn't build up too much. You know.
So was this an 11 gas? This is a factory before second depot, so that must be an 11 gas here from Nyoken, right? For him to make a factory before the second supply depot.
Yeah, it does enable you to build slightly. Say if this was like 12 Nexus, you could potentially get the Vulture in before the 2 goons pop out after the initial 2 zealots. So you can like say get some. This is the kind of way like say someone like Sharp would play.
Right.
And it does allow you getting to ironically
but the payment
time.
But the payment for this is you're only going to have 2 Marines out. Right now, he doesn't even have a second one in queue, so not knowing the Zealot coming, this is going to be tough for Nyoken to deal with, I would imagine.
Well, if he gets an Artosis SCV like that and gets the SCV sniped off right away, these were not flash SCVs. So let's see if this one could be a better SCV for him, but so far, it's not looking too good. Oh, this is definitely more of an Artosis SCV. Yeah, this is
very sticky. SCVs are sticky in this environment right now, not moving as swiftly as you would want them. But a lot of this is a little bit of luck as well, just how that SCV flows. Okay, factory is done, Vulture on the way. That's going to be really helpful in dealing with the Zealot pressure. Really nice maneuvering here from Nyoken.
Ooh.
Oh, just picks off that weak one.
Yeah, he only got 1 swipe on the Zealot attack there because of dying, so he just barely saved his life. And using the 2 holes here, he will be able to stabilize quite nicely. With the earlier factory timing, the Vulture will also pop out to kind of make him not be able to do too much damage for extended periods of time. But it was still annoying for Nyoken here. There's not enough Marines to like go and do like a little counter push here of a strong fake double kind of thing here. So.
Yeah, Nyoken did elect to make the second Vulture that just popped out. He didn't make the add-on, so he does have 2 Vultures instead of just 1. So maybe he can... Oh, he might be able to pick off this probe. Nice move there from Nyoken.
Yeah, the Zhanhun's distracted at the front, picking up some of these Marines before that bunker's finished. So this is a big pick-off for him, reducing the Marine count even further. And that means that now there's not going to be many Marines in this bunker to defend. Oh, he needs to be careful not to lose the Dragoon. 1 HP on that Dragoon. Ooh. Yeah, a little sneaky early game plays here. Finally going to be getting this CC on the way. And I would say overall this is a little bit Zhanhun favored after killing that many Marines.
Yeah, you got to say Protoss has a little bit of an edge there. Really unfortunate for Nyoken not being able to pick off that goon. Here's Zhanhun just confirming the CC. Not expecting starport and drop play now, I would imagine. Yeah. And now sort of getting more into like standard spot. Nyoken gonna try to bleed some Vultures out here successfully.
Nice.
But I don't think mine upgrade is gonna be done yet. But this at least gives threat to Zhanhun in front of his Nat.
Yeah, this is just good for like keeping the Dragoons more defensive rather than like coming and pressuring this bunker and forcing out a repair bill and what have you. And then he eventually could start mining up these like third base locations and maybe behind the Dragoons to catch them out. So it does give him a lot more potential in this game with these 2 2 vultures out on the map, able to lay down mines behind enemy lines, so to speak. And we do see 2 Dragoons going to be pressuring this bunker anyway, and the tank will be able to stop that from being too much of an issue. But he needs to come down with another SCV to repair this. He's not repairing the bunker right now. Wake up. Okay, he's barely going to start repairing this bunker in time as second SCV from the transfer comes to deny that possibility. Gets a few chip shots on those Dragoons with the arc light cannon.
Oh, they're going to fall into those mines.
The mine softened up. Ooh, nice little target. Nyoken's really unhappy about that. Look at that. Nyoken just reacted very emotionally to those goons killing that mine. He was very much counting on getting a Dragoon kill there. He's very unhappy about that.
I don't blame him. That should have landed. For it not to land is just another unfortunate situation. I don't know how much of the TR environment is playing into that, but I was expecting at least 1 goon to fall there. But yeah, Nyoken's gonna continue to do his thing. This 2 gate here looks like he's a little bit upset, but he is focused and doing his thing.
Yeah, meanwhile, Zhanhun's just like hotboxing up and like scratching his face occasionally. He's feeling very calm and composed. I wouldn't blame him being calm and composed hotboxing that much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Zhanhun looks very calm and relaxed, just an absolute assassin with 370 APM steadily. Probably even has a below average heart rate right now, just absolutely chilling. But Nyoken also sporting a 250 APM, both players high level. You're going to see high speed from them as far as their hands and their mechanics, and you can see that in their play, just in their response time and just how they're able to spread things out and just how tight their builds are.
And to be fair, Nyoken's usually like relying more on his like thought process than his mechanics, whereas like Zhanhun's actually done a better job of outthinking him in these games. Like he's not really fallen for his tricks as much as maybe Nyoken would have liked to, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. Like, Nyoken to me is like the professor of Terran. But I think in this game, Zhanhun has gotten the best of him, at least in the series rather, so far in the first game. He's definitely out maneuvered and sort of been a step ahead. Even though Nyoken has shown a lot, Zhanhun is obviously a very cerebral player as well.
Yeah, and I think that we're probably going to see like a 2-1 way of playing this game for Nyoken, I imagine. I don't think
like
we're
going to 2-1 timing.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything crazy out of him. Just a much more standard 2-1 timing play, I imagine, would be the course of action here going forward.
Are we going to see any Reaver harassment from Zhanhun? So you were kind of saying you shouldn't if you don't have like the snow control. I wonder if Zhanhun feels comfortable maybe doing something like a Reaver harassment.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he won't. I feel like he's probably more likely to play Gateway Man here, I imagine.
Okay.
We see a lot more factories coming out of Nyoken, so he wants to build at least 4. And he is going to be going for the Reaver tech, so he will be having a little bit of utility from the Reaver slowdown. So he wants to be able to utilize his mechanics somehow with the early game Reaver control. And I can't say I blame him, honestly. Like, if you've got some confidence in your mechanical ability and you want to like slow down the Terran, he's a very great option to go for. It does also open up the option for the Terran to 5 factory is the only thing.
Right, like that's like the biggest weak spot of it, like a 5-fact counter. But I don't mind it though. It does put it at least in Nyoken's thought that like, okay, he's gonna make a Reaver. Like he's definitely gonna make Reaver. It's just a question of where he's gonna go with it. But you know, worst case scenario, Zhanhun can use the Reaver and the shuttle as more of a defensive posture and sit like outside. But he doesn't have it early enough to like sit on the 3rd or like outside the net. So it's gonna be tough for him to find value with it. But you can always find value with them if you're like Snow. We'll see if Zhanhun's like that.
One thing I'd like to point out is that the 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock are much easier for Terran to both defend and attack with tanks due to how close the ramps are, because you can kind of defend the both ramps from the low ground. Yeah. So I like Nyoken taking. It's good that he's in this positions because being able to take 12 o'clock like this, it's much easier to defend with tanks.
Ooh. So they can land. There's Nyoken.
He leans, he can die, guys.
Nyoken was licking his chops. I don't know if anyone caught that, but he was literally licking his chops when those mines landed.
He's like, finally, I get some tasty blue treats to dine on.
Hey, you take the wins as they come. I totally get it.
But he needs that moral win, right? He needs that feel-good moment to finally be like, all right, here's my A game. Here's my ebb and flow.
Absolutely.
There's a little bit of pressure on the bridge here. Just checking things out with these Dragoons, seeing if he can snipe off some of these mines, but loses the Observer and takes a few shots from those siege tank cannons, so he needs to be careful. Also,
yeah, heavy investment.
Yeah, it wasn't coming to the main base with the speed shot. He can fly over one turret, but look at his backup turrets. He's not going to be able to get in it that deep at all, and we'll lose that.
Repels it.
Yeah, what he should have probably done is unload those shuttles on top of the turrets on the perimeter and taken out that turret and softened up the position for further attacks. But look at Nyoken's defense here. He's shutting down any kind of like shuttle harassment. He really doesn't want to have to worry too much about drilling SCVs and like losing clumps of SCVs to scarabs. He's trying to make sure that he takes no economic damage, so he's in a much more stronger mid-game phase where he can do this strong sort of like 2-1 push timing, and he's looking pretty good on the supply as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as far as like the battle of the mines this game right now, it's 1-0. That was a perfectly well defended line there, and it paid off in that investment. I was gonna say it was a heavy investment in all those turrets, but he managed to get the shuttle. Here comes another one though, at the 12 o'clock location, finding a blind spot. Reaver is gonna land. Tank in position though.
Well, another dudded Scarab. Luck factor not really on Zhanhun's side this game.
Yeah, it's kind of shifted.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe getting a clump of
Oh
SCVs
no!
here. Okay, that was a big connection, guys, and a lot of SCVs softened up as well, so they can die much easier next time as well. And needs to be careful though. Going to be finally taking out that Reaver, but did get a lot of damage with it. Really frustrating for Nyoken. Yeah.
Grab. That was a big Scarab. Nyoken, he's gonna have to remake SCVs. Definitely damage inflicted there.
Yeah, I mean that's probably the worst case scenario for Nyoken. He invested so much in this anti-shuttle defense and still took pretty critical damage to basically a slowdown shuttle Reaver play. This wasn't even designed to do a lot of damage to his infrastructure, but it managed to do so anyway.
Yeah, just like in game one, like when Nyoken does something amazing, and then all of a sudden Zhanhun does something 1-up. So
well, he's so good at probing for weaknesses, right? Like he's finding the one little pocket of weakness, and that's what Protosses do on the ladder a lot. They're so good at identifying this like one tiny valley of attack, and they just like plunge into it and like decimate. Look at these storm drops, just not exactly the most well-placed storm there, but still doing a lot of damage and forcing a lot of lost mining time, and SCVs going down is a big win for him. One thing I would like to point out is that on this map, Retro, you do have the option of taking your fourth base in the center, because you can like attack the center of the board and both secure that middle base to like keep
what is that in the center?
Is it minerals? Yeah, it's minerals. So you can basically take a fourth command center in the center to kind of increase the amount of vultures you can produce and attack and defend at the same time, and like push out through the center, both controlling that space to defend your fourth base and also having a line of attack into either the bottom right or the bottom left.
Interesting. Looks like Nyoken is starting to... Oh, another speed shuttle. Zhanhun is just truly relentless. Like, this guy does not stop with the dropships and massive storms and wiping out all of the SCVs. And where are the SCVs?
And Nyoken wants to go for this 2-1 timing attack, but he's just so distracted in dealing with these shuttle plays. Like, he's just now about to... Oh, he's not even got the weapons upgrade on the way. I think he forgot +2. I think he forgot.
Just clicked it.
I think he made a mistake. Oh, okay. He gets the shuttle, but 2 High Templars get out. Look at those High Templars getting beautiful Sonic Storms on the cover vultures and the tanks in the back line. This is beautiful trades for Zhanhun. I don't know. I think Nyoken's looking in trouble here, guys. Like, there's a little bit of defense on the bridge to prevent the Protoss player from advancing, but he's traded so well. 171 supply to 117, and Nyoken hasn't got +2 weapons on the way yet, so he's not going to have this like critical attack timing that he needs to be able to trade well.
Yeah, that was a tough blow for Nyoken. He's gonna have to remake his army, and at the same time, he's remaking SCVs. This is a tough spot. It's kind of like in game one where he needed to make that sort of decision of SCVs. Not as dire. I wouldn't say this is like survival of the fittest spot, but this is certainly not the spot that you're looking for as Nyoken.
Well, he's kind of playing like a Mihu style of like going like 8 factory with like low upgrades, just like 1 attack, 1 armor, not really heavy in the upgrades, and really counting on having a critical mass of units to fight the Protoss player. But he's just traded so cost inefficiently that it doesn't matter that he's got this high factory count, and now he hasn't got the upgrades to supplement and trade well in the coming stages of the game. He's going to tend to...
Nyoken is pushing out, though.
Yeah, he's pushing out slowly, but I'm a little bit worried for him because this is a strong Gateway Man army with the Shuttles, High Templars, and Zealot Goons, so a little bit worried for Nyoken. He needs to be very slow and methodical in how he pushes out.
Yeah, and Zhanhun has the option, because this is like a very slowish kind of, you know, just kind of gaining ground from Nyoken. This is what I'm worried about, him just hitting 12 o'clock with everything. Because Nyoken is showing this and the Observer is sitting right on top, he's just going to make this move at 12 o'clock with 3 shuttles. That's a lot of shuttles.
Wow, Zhanhun is just on fire right now. Like, his star sense is just tingling like crazy. He always seems to know the exact right spot to hit at the exact right time. Like, beautiful play from him. And now Nyoken in desperation. The one thing going for him is that he can kind of defend this base easier at 12 o'clock than the other 2 bases on the sides. But look at this. He's still going to trade pretty well, and he might even get the CC with the Dragoons.
So much supply. That CC is in danger of going down as well.
Yeah.
And GG from Nyoken.
GG. Wow, very convincing series from Zhanhun here. Just like skyrocketing into that next group stage against Sziky in the winners bracket. And Nyoken going to be going down to join TerrOr for some TVT action in the coming stages. But crazy series. I'm really impressed by both players. Even though Nyoken is losing these games, he's still showing like a lot of thoughtful, creative ways of playing. He's just not quite able to keep up with the mechanics and the aggression of Zhanhun.
I feel like I jinxed him. The moment I said
it's your fault, you did it.
It's my fault. The moment I said that, Zhanhun just found like the one pocket that he can go, because the amount of turrets and Goliath, he even got Goliath range. The amount of investment that Nyoken did, it paid off on the first shuttle, no doubt, against the Reaver. But the timing of that second speed shuttle hitting,
right,
and then he hit 12 and the Nat with it, and then he continued to do it. It's just absolutely just the execution on that was just perfect. Like, it was flawless because the windows were just so tight.
I'm really impressed with Zhanhun, honestly. Like, he's playing at a very high level, and that's reflected in his MMR 2500. Yeah. So I mean, this guy's an absolute machine right now. Like, he might even take this whole tournament by storm. Who knows? But we're gonna
that was very impressive.
I think we're gonna go into a quick little break here, guys. So, you know, go get your snacks, go to the bathroom, do what you got to do, and then come right back. So in like a few minutes' time, we're gonna be getting into some interesting action from the rest of these players that are gonna be wanting to redeem themselves. Hello guys, we are back for some more hot StarCraft action, and we're going to be going to the winners bracket with Sziky and Zhanhun, and I'm a little bit worried for Sziky because even though he was playing exceptionally well, it's not his favored matchup, whereas Zhanhun definitely has a better PvZ record, so I don't know. My thoughts tell me I should favor Zhanhun here. I think we're going to see a 2-1 Zhanhun victory. I still think Sziky will maybe do a Hydra Bust in one of these games and take a victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to say in seeing just with the recency bias and how Zhanhun plays. He plays just with execution, just spot on. But I need to remember and recall in Series 1 and how strong TerrOr played, and how really strong Sziky played in contrast in winning that series. Sziky also executing very, very well and also being as innovative and diverse as he was. I would like to see him play like a Hydra Bust in some of these games, just to work that into his portfolio of builds. But yeah, I think it's going to be a battle of execution, and we're going to see some high level stuff between these two.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna give Sziky the edge here. I've
Really?
seen some recent EVPs. I know historically he's struggled against like the best of the best Ps, but
Right.
I don't know. I kind of have this feeling of Sziky taking this one. It's just like a gut feeling, so I'm gonna go with Sziky here.
Well, sometimes you got to go with your gut, so I respect.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll root for Zhanhun then. You can root for Sziky.
Yes. So it's even on both sides.
Okay. Nice. I like that. All right, so I think, are both players ready? Oh, okay, both players are ready, so we're going to jump straight into it. We're going to have a Verir as a game number 1 for the winners bracket going forward. So let's see how things get shaped up into it, guys. We're going to get jumping straight into this game. Prepare for battle. Spawning in the top right as the red Zerg, none other than the Hungarian dragon himself. It's Sziky! His opponent spawning in the adjacent corner of the map in the bottom left as the blue Protoss Zhanhun from China, still in the room of mist, hotboxing away.
Yeah, at this point I'm starting to think it's the camera quality, but he definitely is continuing to look chill.
Well, I would say there's three plausible explanations: hotboxing, pollution in China, or bad camera quality. It's one of those three, guys. Take your guess.
I hope it's the last one. It's just the last one. But yeah, I mean, cross map here. I just thinking about the first series again of how Sziky played. I think what he's gonna do here is maybe go for something like a more economic style. Maybe he, like in the cross map positions with TerrOr, he played like he showed those looks, but he wasn't overly aggressive and he played more defensive. Right. So here in the cross map, I think just kind of correlating that to a ZVP, I would look to see less of an aggression from Sziky because he's further away from Zhanhun, and maybe he might work in something like forcing Zhanhun from thinking something like Hydras, and maybe he doesn't do that. Maybe he goes mutas, who knows? But that's what I'm expecting to see here from Sziky. And Zhanhun, I'm looking to see him just playing just super, just tight builds. He's going the forward gate. It's cross map, so the Zealots are not going to get so quickly over to Sziky's quadrant, but Zhanhun is going to make work with his build and probably get into the second base. And
I think you might be able to stomach with that assessment. I would also say, to steel man you a little bit, it's also a vertical entrance to this natural expansion, which makes Hydra busting just a little bit more challenging since the buildings are wider than they are taller. So that's something to consider. Now, if so versus
the 11 o'clock.
Yes,
one,
it's easier to Hydra bust 11 o'clock than it is to Hydra bust the 7 o'clock, for example.
Gotcha.
6 lings right off the bat. Okay. This is actually really good at dealing with the gateway first. So he might even catch the scouting probe unless he's paying it. Okay, so he's paying enough attention here. He could go for a turnaround to try and surround the probe, but that's what Zhanhun wants. He's trying to bait Sziky into surrounding the probe so he can slow down the lings a little bit, but he didn't take that bait.
Right. Yeah, so this is a blind 6 lings. He didn't know exactly where Zhanhun was, or maybe he did because he deduced after scouting 11 that he was at that far position, but he did make those 6 lings, I think, without knowing exactly like when.
Yeah. No. This works both versus Gate and Forge, though, because if it's Forge, you do maybe force 2 cannons, so it's a little bit of compensation. Okay, maybe you don't take your own pile on there, Zhanhun. We need that, okay, my guy? Let's keep that alive.
They're warming up the blades, dude.
I think finally it's starting to hit him. You know, he's been hotboxing for this amount of time, and finally he's starting to feel it, right? He's got a strong tolerance.
I mean, he's already got 2 Zealots. He's got the 3rd one now. Like, he's going to be able to deal with this, right?
Oh yeah, no, he's fine. Like what you do is you have like 1 or 2 zealots pressuring the lings off of the gateway, and you have like a probe and a zealot blocking the ramp, sort of thing. So it's like there's nothing really can happen to you with these initial lings unless he like flooded lings. There's no real danger here.
Gotcha. Yeah, and Sziky obviously drone behind this. Probe will be denied. Very nice from Sziky.
Ooh, does manage to get back in the main base. That's actually really annoying because like Sziky wants to be able to represent a 973 even if he's not going for it. He doesn't want him to see that he's going for lair first here. So it's a little bit of an annoying thing here to have to deal with, because if you do obfuscate that tech and you can't see if it's a 973 or a Spire play here, then it's really annoying for Protoss. You have to kind of hedge your bets a lot with your defensive timings.
Yeah, Zhanhun not even electing to make a Forge here. Okay, there's a Forge.
It's a really greedy opening though, getting the core into Forge like this. Like he could have Ling flooded. He could have Ling flooded and forced a shield battery and what have you. It's another option here for Sziky. Oh, he gets around the Zealots with the Lings. Now, this could open up for a Ling all-in now if he wanted to, but I don't think he will pull the trigger. Okay, he might actually pull the trigger on that. I thought maybe he wouldn't, but it looks like he's considering it. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going for it, though, because against Gateway First, you would make 10 to 12 Lings anyway to make sure you can buffer against the Zealot pressure initially, so I don't think he's going for any kind of attack here. He's just making the Lings anyway, and he's going to be a little bit annoying, run around these Lings, and maybe see the exact tech timings of Zhanhun here, and go into a bit more of a standard 3-hatch Spire into 6-hatch Hydra play.
Yeah, those 2 Lings, 2 out of the 3 were really bruised. They're in the yellow territory, which is way more palatable to maneuver. Maybe he's waiting for speed as well. I don't think he punched speed, though, just based on his gas. Yeah, he punched the Spire as soon as the later was done. So I'm not looking to expect speed being done here on these Lings, though he made a lot of them.
Yeah, he made quite a few. He's anticipating losing all 3 of these Zerglings in the main base.
Oh, speed is done. Okay.
Yeah, and with the speed finish in the main, maybe he was also considering I could still technically Ling Flood. Like if these 3 Lings help out in the natural, like maybe he could have. So maybe he was like kind of hedging his own bets there and like saying I'm going to give myself the option to Ling Flood here, but I'm not going to commit to it.
Right, and the drone count doesn't look so bad, so it's not like a too much of an investment. Like he can pivot one way or the other, whether it's just defensive or Ling Flood. It's not like he's all in and doesn't have enough drones at this juncture.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like him not going for the Ling Flood play here. I think it's too risky given the current game state. And also he confirms exactly the cannon timings and what have you in the main and natural, so he can kind of like think to himself, do I want to go straight into like 10 meters with Scourge, or should I just make 5 and like chill?
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, throwing down these micro hatcheries. Yeah, he's going to be droning up. Yeah, against Gateway First, he's got a buffer of Zerglings to deal with this, but he will not be able to make as many drones as he would like to. Now, what he can do is make like 1 or 2 pairs of Scourge, kill this Corsair, and then make, say, 5 Mutas to deal with this Zealot threat. So you can use like 5 Mutas to like play cleanup on aisle 5 and Zealots from pressuring him, and then go into the power droning and the 6-hatch Hydra production. That's one way of dealing with it. So I'm curious if he will make the Mutas or not.
Oh, he's going to look for a surround here, Sziky.
Yeah.
Looks to have the right number, I think.
Well, there's no +1 attack timing for these Zealots. Like, the earliest timing would be about 6 minutes 30 if he went for a very fast Citadel Forge, but he didn't do that. He went for a very delayed Forge, so we won't be seeing a +1 timing for at least like 7 minutes 30, I imagine. So he knows that these Lings will trade well for the time being and wants to trade those off before that +1 timing becomes relevant.
Right. Yeah, really nice calculation there from Sziky. Scourge angling this Corsair. Looks like the Corsair will be okay.
Yeah, and it looks like he's not electing to make any Mutas. He's just going to use, like, you know, a couple of pairs of Scourge. Does almost get the interception on that Corsair, but not quite able to do so. So he's going to be just going straight into Hydra production soon. And then he'll have a chance to drone again. So he'll need to make about 2 control groups worth of Hydras. And then he can either choose to drone or, like, pump even more Hydras and go for a kill the third base kind of play. But usually you don't see that. Usually you just see them like make 2 control groups of Hydras, then power drone again, then go back into Hydras again.
Yeah, and it looks like Protoss is going for like a Zealot leg speed with +1 Corsair timing, and Hydras, I guess, is the right unit to have against that.
Yeah. I mean, and he didn't need to make that many Hydras as well because of the fact that he killed so many of those Zealots with those initial lings. So he can just rely on drone drilling and this sunken placement. It does get one of these drones. Look at how effective drone drilling is. Like, it's just one sunken and drone drilling. It's just so hard to deal with. And now he's also starting a little bit of muta production to get on top of these Zealots as well and be a bit annoying by having a bit of an air fleet to combat the Protoss player. But he is getting a few of those drone kills, so he did find some compensation for this Zealot aggression. It's not like all for naught, but I would still favor Sziky a tiny bit here.
Well, +1 air will be done for Protoss soon. I think it just finished. So at 7 Corsairs, he already has the number that you need. No, +1's not done yet, but he's gonna have 7 soon.
That's 3 gas. He might do Ogre Zerg here actually.
Oh man.
Yeah, he might do Ogre Zerg into 6-hatch Hydra. He might go up to like 12, about 10 to 12 mutas, about 8 to 12 Scourge, and just go for a big timing here. Maybe kill the High Templars and then use the utility of killing the High Templars with the mutas to then like give him an advantage with the Hydra's transition.
But doesn't 7 Corsairs with +1 beat this timing? At least now?
It's supposed to, yeah. And if he hasn't got Carapace as well, then it does change the map a lot. If he did go for an early Carapace upgrade, he would be able to like kind of negate the Corsair threat a little bit. Look how many cannons Zhanhun's got.
Man.
He's not messing around. He's morphing an Archon. He's got 7 Corsairs, and yeah, he's not messing around. So he will not take any damage to the Ogre Zerg style here.
So Sziky's not exactly characterized. He's not in the what did you say, the ogre Zerg?
Right. He's representing Ogre Zerg, right? But he's not actually committing to it. Like he only made like 6 muta and like 8 or so Scourge. He's kind of representing the possibility to maybe keep Zhanhun committed to the anti-muta.
Yeah, kind of keep him honest. Yeah.
So he's making cannons. He's making like Archons and stuff. So he's still doing damage indirectly to Zhanhun, which is the critical thing here.
Yeah. Well, this is good. So sort of softening up these Zealots before impact. Scourge trying to land here, gets 1 Corsair. That's very nice. Still 6 though. 6 is scary. More Scourge here.
There's not +1 Carapace actually on the air, so he does have still have the option to maintain some air dominance. And coming in
that might be.
Scourge needs to be careful. Loses 2 of those Corsairs in quick succession, and he's dancing around this Archon as well. So the Archon Sonic Shockwave.
This is so annoying if you're Protoss.
Oh yeah, this is really annoying. Zhanhun might be a very mechanical player and not really respond emotionally to these situations, which is why he probably seems quite poker faced right now. But it's still very frustrating to deal with as a Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, this is only 6 muta, man. You only need 6. So, like, the payoff here is paying back hugely right now for Sziky.
And there's going to be a huge Hydra flood coming behind this, and he softened up a lot of the gas ability of the Protoss. He's getting a bit of a chase down micro with the neutron flares on these Corsairs, though, so is going to finally even the tide a little bit, but just as the Hydras are now starting to come out, and there's not a lot of High Templars here, and just pure High Templar Zealot is easy to deal with, because you can just keep microing back, baiting Storms, micro back, baiting Storms, micro back, and you've got space to work with since you're the aggressor, so the pressure's really on Zhanhun right now.
Yeah, SH man right now for Sziky, for sure.
I mean, there is enough zealots here to force these Hydras back, but if he keeps microing every time he storms, like, he can be really annoying and keep skirmishing. Does also pick off one of those High Templars with just a few Hydra investment as well. You don't want to trade too many Hydras for High Templars, like 3 or 4 Hydras for a High Templars, an okay trade, but it's still not super good.
Yeah, with that Archon being down low in health, Sziky might be kicking himself for not leaving like 4 or 5 muta. Like while those Corsairs were as 3rd, it would have been really nice to have like 3 muta.
Yeah, it's actually a mistake from Sziky, because what he should do right now is have like, say, 10 mutas, like sniping High Templars and just like clearing out the utility of the Protoss player, and then the Hydras like clean up the rest. But now he's in a weird situation where there's a big flood of Zealots that can overwhelm the Hydras, and there's no Lurker transition as well. There's Lurker transition.
The Lurkers, okay.
Yeah, so he can still deal with this, but he's a little bit of a tight window. He needs to get back and get back and be careful not to lose any of these Hydras.
Yep. This is a pivotal moment here for Sziky. He's going to have to defend this perfectly without losing too much of his army or any harassment to his economy. Getting that 4th base up is critical. Lurker's already in position in the 3 o'clock location.
Oh, this is huge. This is really huge. Okay, he's not only denying the mining here, but he's like getting value and killing some probes, and now he's going to force like the Protoss to come back and defend this. So he's now going to come out onto the map with his Hydras again. Maybe catch some of these Corsairs as well.
Oh man.
This is really frustrating to deal with Zhanhun here. Even going to be shuffling over the Lurkers to see if he can put them into a better position to both kill maybe some more probes, or at least make it longer for the Zealots to kill the Lurkers. And has a little sandwich going on here, pincering the Protoss infantry from both sides on that ridge. Hydras and Lurkers to the north, while Hydras come in from the east as well. And there's not any Storm supporting this army, just pure Zealot with a single Archon. So this Hydra Lurker is going to make short work of this if Zhanhun's not careful.
Yeah, these Zealots are bruised up. Sziky is going, he recognizes that. He's moving forward and he's macroing behind this. This is a really nice spot here for Sziky, but Zhanhun has the supply lead. Nice storm there from Zhanhun. Wow, those Lurkers, so much damage. Look at those Zealots melt.
Oh, these Lurkers on the right are all clumped up though. Just one good Psionic Storm would make short work of those, but it doesn't really matter. He's got a positional advantage to get on top of those with the Zealot Archon. Just barely had enough reinforcements to come and push the Zerg away. So for a moment there, it looked like Sziky had his number and was dialing it, but it seemed that Zhanhun didn't tell him what area code to use, and unfortunately Sziky not quite able to thread the needle on making that connection.
I don't know. I don't mind Sziky's spot right now. I kind of give him the edge. I don't know why. Even though he's down 18 in supply, I feel like the Zhanhun is the one sort of in with his back foot. Even though he's not the one with. Who's winning right now? I feel like Sziky's not in the worst spot.
Sziky's actually in a very good position. If he can, if he can get his hive out, get plagues going, he's going to be fine. The one thing I'm worried about for him is that I don't think he's going to have enough to deny the 4th base. So he's going to have to rely on a very strong late game, like just pure.
We're going to need hive. We need hive.
Hive is necessary. Like, that's not even an option.
Okay.
And it is a little bit slow. So I'm slightly concerned for him. He has got the production that he needs. I think there's about 7 hatcheries. There's 8 hatcheries. So that's bare minimum. You want about 9 hatcheries worth of production with hive, and then he can still combat the Protoss player. But it's still a bit of a challenge, but I'd still say that Sziky can easily take this, because when you are rushing into hive like this, it does kind of force the Protoss to come to you. The problem is that the Protoss will come and like just skirmish with you and like run up to you, make it look he's attacking you, storm you, and then run away, and it's very hard to deal with that as Zerg.
Yeah, trying to deny this 4th base from Zhanhun. Sziky, at the very least, he knows where Zhanhun is. That's helpful, because this Protoss army is ginormous, and if your army is not in front of this army to defend yourself, then you can quickly lose a base. So just knowing where Zhanhun is moving on the map is important. But yeah, that's a lot of Protoss. These high grounds are going to be helpful for Sziky. I don't think Zhanhun is going to want to penetrate that, but you never know. This is a big Protoss army.
I mean, he's going to have to rubber up if he wants to penetrate that. He's going to be a little bit careful here. It is a ridge line, and there is only 4 Lurkers, though, so it's definitely bustable. He has enough Dragoons to do so as well, and some pretty beautiful Psionic Storms going to be making short work of this. Yeah, Dragoons are like siege tanks in Protoss versus Zerg, so if you utilize the positioning well with them, you can get so much done. And like I said, he's just going to storm and then run away, and like just skirmish with the Zerg. Now, Sziky knows that, and he wants to punish, so he wants to just like basically play chase and like just like try and get on top of as much of the units that are moving slower and more clumped up than usual. Get all the way down to the ridge line here and see if you can get a positional advantage going. But the problem with repositioning your Lurkers like this, they almost always end up clumped up and easy to storm afterwards.
Picking off some high Templars though, but yeah, this is a lot of Protoss. These Lurkers are well spread out. They're gonna try to bruise up this Protoss death ball. But Zhanhun just doing such a good job with his execution. That Protoss death ball is always intact. It's never like fighting 50%, 40%. It's always 100% utilization. Sziky though, he's got a nice death ball himself. He's gonna have to dodge these storms.
Ooh. Yeah,
nice concave though.
Yeah, it's a beautiful concave. He's just barely getting on top of these goons and mowing them down. He's not allowing the critical mass of dragoons to become too much of a problem, which is the same thing in like PvT, right? You don't want to let the tank count get too crazy out of control. So
wow, what a flex.
Yeah, if you do like whittle down the dragoon count like this, it does make the Protoss army much more manageable. Needs to be careful not to take too much storms while morphing lurkers in a big clump like that, so it has to cancel most of those lurkers morphing there.
This favors Sziky. He's good at these kind of maneuvers, skirmishes.
Yeah, he's definitely doing well right now, and if he can get on top of this fourth base while Hive's coming on the way and he's getting up to like 10 hatchery worth of production, like Sziky's looking very good in this game actually.
Yeah, Zhanhun was, I think, feeling himself double expoing because this leaves him thinner to defend both 9 and 6, but yeah, Sziky recognizing that he has an opportunity here, but Zhanhun flooding troops as well. More reinforcements from Sziky coming in the rear. Zhanhun flooding in as well. These are well upgraded units on both sides.
Wow, these battles are coming down to the wire. Sziky has like just barely enough to keep fighting, but the Protoss is starting to stabilize a little bit. But look at this flood on the map. There's a lot of hatchery production going on right now, so Zhanhun might be misrating the game stick.
Sziky needs to kill this base. Sziky needs to kill this base. At this point, this is like he smells blood in the water. He knows that this base is he's able to bring it down. He needs to bring it down. He's committing everything to it. Now he's taking the 5th base. Next is 12 o'clock base. And Sziky has denied this base. So Zhanhun is now effectively mining on 3 bases. Sziky's basically on 4 bases. Good spot for Sziky, I think.
It is a great spot for him. The Protoss has got the 6 o'clock up, so he's not mining gas at it yet though, and he needs that gas desperately. He needs to be mining this gas at 6 o'clock imminently. I'm not sure if he's paying
a lot of High
attention
Templars.
to that. Yeah,
I'm always scared of those High Templars, Zune.
You should be scared of those High Templars. They're the only thing in this matchup that makes it balanced. Without High Templars, Zerg would just be winning every game.
Yeah. Fair point. Fair point. Now, both players, I feel like this is kind of like they've had a lot of fighting. There needs to be a little bit of like a truce, like just to build up their armies. I mean, I feel like, but Zhanhun is not stopping. He doesn't want any truce. He's just gonna go. He's just gonna go. I think this is a soft underbelly spot.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
but
man.
It's more of an act of desperation for Zhanhun right now, because he's kind of like if he just plays passive from now, like eventually he'll just get his army like chain plagued soon. Like he's kind of like desperately trying to whittle down the Zerg force to keep it manageable, but he's unable to do so. He's unable to contain the virus threat right now. The response to the pandemic has not been successful here for Zhanhun, unfortunately.
He does revert his army back. Oh man, those lurkers. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Sziky's 146 applied to 129, and he's taking this base in the top left. And you only really need 4 bases to deal with Protoss, and you mine out so much slower. So his main base is only just now slowly starting to become mined out. So he's been churning away on high production this entire time. Very worrying stuff to deal with as a Protoss player if you're not ahead in the map control, and he's certainly not.
Yeah, Sziky's bleeding off some units here. This is not what you want to do. You don't want to lose 6, 7, 8 units to the entire Protoss death ball. But Sziky, he has it. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for that 3rd base. Looks like he's got a lot of units coming. A lot of lurkers. High Templar, nice storm there. Really nice storm, but this is a lot of lurkers.
Oof. Yeah, this is pretty painful. Like, even though he's going to get in here and deal with this, like, he's still going to trade out enough units where Sziky's still going to be ahead. And that's all that matters. Like, it's like in chess. Like, once you're ahead, you trade off the board and simplify the game-winning state, right? Like, and this is what we see Sziky here doing, just keeping the Protoss in a lower, manageable state where the board position is much more simpler for him to deal with.
This death ball is kind of big, Zune. And it's heading for the 5th.
It's big, but I mean, it's not just the size, it's how you use it, Jiraiya. So we're gonna have to see like exactly how he storms here. But one thing to say is that he's already on top of the base in the top left. When you don't allow the Protoss player to get on top of your production areas like this, because they can storm both the units and the drones and really put the pressure on you. And now he's going to be desperately coming across this bridge and getting his units in a choke point here. And without plagues yet being available to him, he's going to have to rely on these swarms to kind of hold his positions. But beautiful sonic storm.
Really nice storms.
Well, yeah, it's going to be a really tough hold for Sziky here, actually. finally Zhanhun is getting the trades that he needs to come back in this game. These are very cost-efficient trades. So this is the turning point for Zhanhun right now. He's flipped the script, turned the table upside down, and is forcing Sziky to sit on the table legs instead.
Wow, so much going on, so much action. I think this is a dead base for Sziky. Sziky needs to fix all of his units back to this location and take out a base for a base. At least they'll leave Sziky on 2 bases mining or 2.5 bases mining, but he is going to try to clean this up. Crackling is done for these lings. He will have enough to clean this up, but the 3rd base is still intact for Zhanhun. So much action. Hatchery is still alive. Is there a storm? There is a storm. Observers go down as well. A little bit of friendly fire.
A little bit of friendly fire going on there. You would know all about that as an American.
Yeah. But, you know, Sziky is continuing to kind of leave and keeping Zhanhun honest. While he's defending, he's also putting units out and threatening Zhanhun. So Zhanhun can't just necessarily 1A, 2A, 3A, you know, to Sziky. So a lot of stuff going on, Zune. I can't keep up.
Yeah, no, this is an absolutely crazy, intense, action-packed game. Even Luck have been taken out at that 3rd base, natural location, and yeah, both players dead even on supply right now. And another Link Flood going on at 6 o'clock, but another beautiful Shining Storm going to be eating that up. Yeah, this is beautiful defensive management from Zhanhun, kind of stabilizing the position while keeping the pressure on his top left base location. Sziky's mined out in his main base, so he was kind of relying on this to supplement his mineral income just enough that he could keep the production churning out on these like 10, 11 hatcheries worth of production. But look at how many drones are going now, and now the Zerg coming in to defend this location that's now already dead. He's going to be trading it cost inefficiently yet again and losing a lot of his units that Sonic. So I think Ziky's going to be tapping out soon. I don't think he can continue this for much longer.
Yeah, these Protoss units are so powerful, even with Swarm and Defilers. GG from Sziky.
GG.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very convincing win here from Zhanhun. I think that actually kind of went how I thought in game number 1, but I think we're going to be seeing like a potential Hydra bust from Sziky in game number 2.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. Again, I'm shocked. I thought Sziky had that one, but Zhanhun, again, with the execution, just bringing another level to it, just recognizing the trade at the 9 o'clock base where Sziky was really like thinning it out, and then with those lurkers after cleaning that up and then just deciding definitively that he needs to get something done, he sure got it done. That fifth base for or was it the 4th base? The 4th base for Sziky, that location seems tough to cover, I think, when you have the other bases to cover as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with ZVP, is that if you haven't got map control with Zerg and the Protoss can just run around the map like he wants, he can just eventually find a location that's hard to defend, and he will abuse the terrain against you with those Sonic Storms, and there's not much you can do.
Yeah. It takes a lot of like maneuvering, like a lot of mechanics, a lot of work for Zerg to like move with the Protoss. It's almost like a dance, just to kind of make sure your lurkers move.
That's what's so scary about Protoss, is they have the advantage of like their Dragoons are like siege tanks, but also they move like the Protoss does against
They're mobile.
Terra.
Yeah, exactly.
They have both.
Exactly.
They have both, right?
All right, well, we'll see how they respond. I'm looking for Sziky to, again, bring confidence. You know, even though he lost, that I wouldn't feel like that was a loss where, you know, he got beat. Like, it was a matter of execution, and he definitely had the lead at many junctures, I think, in that game. So his confidence should still be high going into this game too.
Zhanhun, though, seems so like anti-fragile in that game.
Yeah.
Like, everything that Sziky threw at him only seemed to make him stronger and play with more determination. So yeah, a little bit worried for Sziky going forward, but I still think he's got a potential to turn the series around, especially with the Hydra bus. And I want to get straight into this. I'm like super excited. But our players ready yet?
Shall see.
Oh, players are not ready yet. Players are not ready yet. We're still chilling, guys. I'm just raring to go. I'm so excited, Dre. I'm just like, hurry up, Sziky, get in the game.
So what is the times for everyone right now? So for me, it's 3:18 Eastern United States. For you, it's 8:20 or like in the
UK.
evening.
Mm-hmm.
And then in China, I would imagine it being something like 4 a.m., 5 a.m.
Yeah, is China big enough that it has 2 time zones? It's a pretty big country.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. They still use 1, I think, apparently. Okay. Well, guys, we are ready to jump straight back into this hot ZVP action. Game number 2. Can Sziky even things up? Let's find out.
Producer Uncan is sub at Gosu for 9 months.
And here he is, the Hungarian dragon himself, spawning in the top left on Dark Origin. It's Sziky! And his opponent, still in a haze, but he's looking pretty chill, I have to say. It's none other than Zhanhun.
Oh, he's moving. Zhanhun, he had an itch. He itched his nose.
Well, I've seen him itch his nose approximately once per game.
Okay, okay. So he's consistent. He's very consistent.
No, to be fair, it's more like 2.5 average per game actually, because he did. Yeah, I've noticed him scratch it a few times. So let's see if he scratches it one more time, and then he's going to be on track.
Yeah, we're gonna have to pull up a tracker for Zhanhun's nose.
Yeah, can we get a face scratch tracker for Zhanhun on stream? Zero.
What do you know about this map, Dark Origin? I played this a couple of times. I hate one-on-one maps. I feel like Hydra Bust on this is harder to disguise, but I feel like just everything is harder to disguise. So that's why I don't like this map, because I rely on being like cheeky.
Well, one thing you can do is a 2-hatch Hydra play, which looks like a normal like 2-base Spire timing. So if Sziky did go for 2-hatch Spire ever, then he could represent that and do like a kind of like he opens up with say speedlings into a 2-hatch Hydra, a 9-2 build. So there's 9 drones mining in the main, 2 in the natural. You pull off 1 drone off gas when you've got range on the way, because you need 2 drones mining gas to keep the Hydra production going. And actually the 2-hatch Hydra is the counter to Gateway First. 973 is better versus Forge First, and 2-hatch Hydra is better versus Gateway First.
Really interesting. I had no idea about that. Is that newer, or has that been a thing for a few years?
If you're like me and actually pay attention to the Korean scene and the Korean cheeses, you know all about this from a long time ago. But it's only just now people are becoming more knowledgeable to it. And I do try and tell people about this. When I coach people, I do teach them that build as well sometimes.
Yeah, interesting. Well, this probe's going to harass Sziky. He's going to force another drone to pull and see if a pylon goes down to further delay this hatchery. He's got the money for it.
Ooh. Yeah, and unless you get the hits early on that probe, it's very easy for the probe to win the 1v1 duel as well. So
oh my.
Yeah, this is super annoying. As Sziky, you have to have the drone already running to the 3rd base location and just send another drone down here to try and make the hatchery to be safe and throwing that down no matter what. If he lets him block him on the 3rd location as well, Ziki's not going to be happy.
Especially without making the decision of hammering down on that pylon. That pylon does get canceled. That's good, I think. Right? Yeah. That should be good for Sziky to get that up at his nat. He's going to have money rolling in for the 3rd.
Inversely, Zhanhun doesn't want to delay his own build down too much by letting that pylon finish if he can help it.
Right. It's that give and take. Ooh.
Yeah, needs to block this ramp though. If he lets the lings get, he does get quite a few punches on those.
4 Sziky lings, Zune.
4 Sziky lings in your main base. 2 of them are red HP though, so he needs to manage how he engages with these 4 lings to make sure they don't just get like easily taken out.
Let's just run around until they're yellow.
Yeah, I mean they do regenerate slowly, a little bit slower than shields, but it's not too bad. Ooh, oh. Cancelled his own attack animation there. Needs to be careful with the anti-micro.
Yeah, this is APM intensive for both players, peaking at 412 and 410 respectively. These guys are absolute units with their fingers.
They're absolute units using absolute units. So yeah, it's like unitception. Oh, maybe getting a probe. Oh, not quite. Good little pull there. Going to be barely saving that probe. Both players very active in their interactions right now, and some lings just out in the nick of time to block this Zealot probe pressure to maybe get in the main to kill a few drones. So far both players kind of dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and avoiding any critical damage here.
Probe does manage to sneak around those lings. He will be able to see what Sziky is up to in his main. Will there be a den? Will there be a lair? He'll find out.
Yeah, both players getting pretty much full scouting information here is one thing we do need to point out. So
it'll
be a very interesting telling game going forward. Ooh, might catch his Probe Scout as well. Both players being very active with pretty much every skirmish and interaction possible, and that's what you want to do in StarCraft. Forcing interactions is how you dominate players. That's why you'll always see a professional Korean gamer demolish someone like DeWalt. It's not that DeWalt is bad. It's just that the Korean pro gamer will be able to force so many interactions out of DeWalt, and he's not quite able to hit his unit cycles in the same way as he would like to because he's so distracted elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, there's definitely levels to this game. But these guys are definitely on the same level. Zhanhun really well microed his Zealots. 2 of them are really bruised up, and I think, yeah, he's microing really well. Ziki needs to aim for the other ones while he's running around with these 3 still. But Ziki doing a good job of just keeping these 3 alive and just keeping the threat, because there could be more Zealots that are out because these Lings are alive. Keep them alive. Okay, he's got 1 left, but these Zealots back at home doing so much damage. Okay, he's gonna clean up the Lings, Zhanhun. But yeah, Ziki kind of caught here. Two of them are really weak, but they're probably 50 health by now.
He has got a few Lings hatching, so he can clean up 2 of the Lings if he targets fire down fairly well, but there will be enough Zealots left over to pressure these drones and force a drill. But it looks like with the 2 additional Lings coming in from the natural, he might just barely deal with this, so he doesn't have to worry about drilling his drones.
Yeah, and there's just more Zealots coming from Zhanhun. Zhanhun just executing so well, like a non-stoppable.
Needs to be careful though, because these are link speed. So if his Zealots get caught with the link surrounds and they don't allow the Zealots to get on top of the drones, actually, Ziki
nice maneuver.
Well yeah, Ziki can trade well here still.
Okay. Well, there's 2 Zealots here too. I'm not sure if Ziki has spotted them, but he knows they're out, so he knows something's up. All right, we're droning behind this as well. So Ziki is getting the Spire. We'll see if there's a 5-hatch follow-up like he did last game.
Yeah.
Or if he commits to more than just 6 muta.
Well, he's lost quite a bit of mining time and took a little bit of drone pressure, so it depends on how many drones he can get away with squeezing out now. So it's all relative. Okay. If you can get away with squeezing out more drones because he killed enough Zealots like he did, then his build options are much more flexible. So now he can go straight into like a 4, 5, 6 hatch Hydra play without any issues. You need to be careful with this Zealot run by though. These Zealots went to the top right and then swung around. So Ziki's like got his Lings outside the base and is unaware of any Zealots being out on the map right now. So this will catch him completely off guard and be a little bit annoying to deal with.
Yeah, annoying is right. Already a drone is down. This is the type of move that you make to win games, and Zhanhun really well job in disguising those Zealots. So much pressure here onto Ziki.
Oh yeah, losing quite a few of these drones. He's not quite target firing enough with the Zealot to get any more, but he did do a sufficient amount of damage there. Now the Zealot's coming down to the 3rd base while the Lings are in the main, distracted with that cleanup. So losing more mining time, even though these drones are going to drill and get away, it doesn't matter. Just losing the mining time is critical damage enough here.
Nice round here from Ziki.
Yeah, it's pretty good surround from Ziki. He's going to trade pretty effectively all game long with these Zealot versus Ling interactions. So that is going his way for sure. It's kind of like evened up the early game shenanigans, and he's not quite in as bad of a position as we might have thought he would end up in being. So it does seem like he's going to stabilize, getting to his like 5, 6 hatchery worth of production. And
ooh, nice pick off there.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's 100 gas down the drain for Zhanhun. That's not a happy place to be, and losing a Corsair for free like that always does sting a little bit.
But these are 2 speed lots just out of nowhere, hitting Ziki. 3 actually. Ziki using this drone.
Yeah, that's buying him a lot of valuable time and allowing that Sunken to almost kill that Zealot. So even though this will still do damage and be really annoying, like that could be a lot worse. He could be in a much worse position than he would have been usually. It does already lose one of those drones, but now afforded himself enough time for the Lings to come in and help defend this. There is another pressure in the 3rd base location, taking out a drone or 2 there as well. So much pressure being applied to Ziki, reducing his mining time potential, killing as many of these drones as possible, which is going to make that swelling of Hydras all the more weaker, and also maybe even force Ziki into considering a Mutalisk Ogre Zerg play here.
Yeah, this is so annoying to have to deal with as for Ziki, but he's going to be able to deal with this. How many hatcheries does Ziggy have? He's got
He's got
he's got 5 hatcheries.
It's very standard to go into 5 hatcheries, and it's a matter of like how much pressure you're taking. Will you make a 6th hatchery go Hydra? Will you stay 5 and go Lurker, or will you stay 5 and go Ogre Zerg? There's so many like nuances to like how you want to optimize going forward. So there's a lot of considerations here for Sziky. He doesn't necessarily want to pull the trigger on like making 10 mutas, because that might just be a bad move. You know what I mean?
Right,
like, we already see an Archon being produced and like lots of cannons being made. So he's kind of just like trying to calculate, do I want to like power drone here and just bank up gas for lurkers? Do I want to make some mutas for defense? Do I want to just go power Hydra right now? Like there's a lot of things he'll be considering and trying to optimize based on how much damage he took in the early game.
Yeah, he's gonna spot the pylon, so he's gonna see that Zhanhun is trying to take a 3rd, but okay, Muta is very interesting. So the Carapace upgrade is done on the air, but all this while Zhanhun's been making Corsair, and the Archon was already spotted. So this is gonna be tricky to see where Sziky can find an opening with these Mutas.
He's doing the same thing as before. It's 7 mutas with Carapace and a flock of Scourge. This is exactly how he played it in game number 1. Let's see how Zhanhun's going to respond to this. He's going to pick off this Archon with a splitting of those mutas, which is interesting that he committed to that. Does have enough of these Scourge to shark and screen the remainder of the Corsair fleet, which at the very least will prevent scouting, which is maybe something to consider here, is that he's not going to be able to come out and scout Sziky for some time. He's going to be worried. He's going to be worried about an Ogre Zerg threat as well, so he's going to be playing a little bit more passively than maybe usual.
Yeah, still has like 8 Corsairs with +1. No Hydras yet, so this might be the Ogre Zerg that you're talking about. Maybe even investing in +2 Kara?
Well, he's not going to fully commit to an attack with the Ogre Zerg. It's more just like the threat of like forcing the Pros to respond and make sure he has the defenses set up to repel it if it was going to be a committed assault. But it's like when in ZVT, when you're forcing the Terran to make a bunch of turrets, even if you're not committing to a Muta all-in or something.
Right.
It's the equivalent of that. Like he's keeping the pressure out, and he also has map control with the Mutas as well. He needs to be careful though. There's quite a lot of Sunkens here to defend, but not much in the way of army. So there's only one cannon here. There's only one cannon here. There is some storms, though. He needs to make sure he's ready to storm dodge. If he dances close enough to the probes, though, he can't storm his own probes and the mutas. So does get a lot of a double dip damage there with his muta pressure, and has a flock of Scourge here to screen the Corsairs from getting on top of this mutas. There is 9 Corsairs, 10 Corsairs now just finished. Wow. That's a very strong force. So he's really respecting this representation of Sziky committing to this Ogre Zerg style.
Yeah, High Templars with Storms is also very effective against the Scourge. Sziky's gonna have to maneuver and micro this perfectly. Maybe even picking off this.
He took so much damage to those mutas right now. Like he just took a massive air dominance advantage. So now these Corsairs can come out onto the map and start threatening the Overlords. Sziky might be in a little bit of trouble now, because if he doesn't have anything to cost efficiently deal with these Corsairs, he might just be like a death by 1,000 cuts of these neutron flares running around the map and just gunning down all his Overlords.
Yeah, he just burned all that gas, and now he's transitioning into Pure Ling, it looks like, which is going to be tough against the ground composition of Zhanhun. Trying to deal with this Corsair. He's doing a really good job, actually. Never mind, there's 7 Corsairs. I guess just like Mutas, I can't tell. Yeah,
Zhanhun did like a lazy micro there, because he didn't want to have to like manually gun down the Scourge, but he just assumed that he had enough Corsairs where it doesn't matter if he doesn't trade super well, he just will have enough left over to keep killing all the Overlords and putting on the pressure. And he kind of calculated that correctly as well. He just wanted to kill the army as quickly as possible so he can start chain killing Overlords and what have you.
Right. Yeah, and Sziky is now with 1k and supply blocked. This is a tough spot for him right now. 3 base versus 3 base, trying to get that 4th base at that 1 o'clock position, a 5th base as well in that sort of middle base. Clearly floating minerals and desperate for gas.
Yeah, I mean, but to be honest with you, like even though it looks bad for Sziky right now, if he still can like turn this game around. Like, he's double expanding. There's a lot of gas that was invested into this Corsair fleet, so there are some things that are going his way. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't like just get like bowled over by the Protoss' army in the next like few minutes of the game. He will at least lose one of these bases at least, because he's
going for the backstab here, or
yeah,
maybe not.
He might try and go for a backstab here, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. I'm not sure how well defended the third base is.
Yeah,
but
it's already a high Templar in position.
yeah, with the high Templar position, it might be a little bit of a tough calculation. If only one storm though, no, I don't think it's worth it. Like, many storms, I think it's just too hard to break, and even without storms, it's still not looking good for him. GG, gonna be called. I think a very wise GG there. He understands there's not much to play for, and gonna be taking a very convincing series as Zhanhun. Yet again, another 2-0 victory for him. Sziky dropping down into that loser bracket. Going to be waiting to see if he's facing off against TerrOr or Nyoken, which is going to be coming up next after a short break, guys. Welcome back, guys. I hope you got your snacks and you're ready for some more crazy BSL bombastic action. I'm super excited. Although we're gonna have a bit of a change of pace. It's gonna be a bit of Terran versus Terran. So make sure you got your popcorn, and it's a big bag of popcorn because you're gonna need it, because we might be seeing some quite long games unless both of these players want to go for Vulture Wars.
Yeah, I don't know too much about TVT other than it's very like strategic, and I don't mind watching TVTs. I know they tend to be longer, but when I think of these two players and how they play, I think of it being more of like a macro-oriented game. I think a lot of TVTs are like split map situations where it becomes like lines versus lines of tanks, and you're edging for real estate on the map. But these guys are going to bring it, and I'm curious to see if there's going to be any variation from what we're kind of already anticipating.
Well, I kind of agree with your assessment. There is TVT is a lot more like chess than it is poker compared to the other matchups available in the game. However, there are still builds available to you, like say Free Fact Vulture, which are much more mechanically demanding and do tend to favor like how skilled you are in like multitasking more so than your strategic overview of the game and what have you. So we could see a bit more of a mechanically intense game if both these players want to commit heavily to vultures early on, but we might not see that. We might see both players trying to elect for much more macro-centric play here. Yeah,
and they're both good against Terran. It's their second strongest matchups, and it's both above 60%. So as far as TVTs between the two, they both pair well.
Yeah, I'm super curious at like what strategies these players go for. There's so many different styles you can go for. Like for example, you can like get early wraiths out to be able to spot for siege tanks and also put pressure onto their siege tank lines. So they need Goliath and turret support just to be able to maintain. So many interesting things that can happen, and depending on how quickly they go into BCs can dictate how long the game goes on. If like the siege lines remain untouched and one player goes into BCs, yeah, you're looking at like a split map, like 40-50 minute game potentially. Who knows?
Oh, those are my favorite. The it's almost like a different game. It's like Star Wars, like BCs against BCs.
Yeah, all right, well, looks like both players are ready, so we're going straight into game number 1 here on Verir, guys. Don't go anywhere, because this Terran vs Terran action is coming right up. All right, spawning in the top right as the red Terran is none other than Nyoken, your American Terran for the evening, and his opponent, the Terran himself, in the bottom right as the blue opposing side. It's none other than your boy Terra, been tearing it up so far from Peru. Oh, would you look at that? Zero's done us a solid, and now we've got 2 bathrooms for both players to go a little bit psycho in. Yeah, they both now look like much more like killers right now, I think.
No, it's very fitting. It gives me the Fight Club vibes. It's like they're in the Fight Club and they're dueling. It definitely, I definitely understand it here, Zero. So
you've already broken rules number 1 and 2, by the way.
Yeah, it's like Voldemort. You never say the name. I already messed up. But I'm curious what beanie TerrOr is wearing there. It looks like he switched his gear. He's going for an 8-Rax though. If we focus on the game.
That's it's not an 8-Rax. It's just a forward Rax. It's a standard Rax. It's a standard Rax timing. It's just in the center so that you maybe can apply pressure if he only makes 1 Marine. So you can like.
We got the close up here though. We got the close up on TerrOr and Nyoken. They're both absolutely focused.
Has he got yellow tinted glasses, or is that just the cam?
I don't know. Those look like specialty glasses to me. It's like
there's like eye strain glasses, right? Like the gunners that like prevent eye strain.
Yeah. I like it. It's definitely calm and collected vibes, and I like the beanie as well. It's got like the cute little doll or bear-like figure. Very
I mean, he looks less like a Terror, more like a teddy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like he's trying to give off the vibe that he's a teddy bear, but we all know he's a ferocious.
Yeah, he's being a very good poker player right now and representing something that he isn't.
He wants to show off as he's weak, but we all know that he's anything but that. But
hey, that's some do art of war, man. When you win strong, appear weak.
Yeah, exactly. Sun Tzu.
Well, you can be the zoo to my Zun, and let's see what action we
There
get.
you go.
in.
There you go. Yeah, so you were saying forward barrack, that's standard as well.
Oh yeah, it's basically like you have the option of putting on some pressure. Like let's say Nyoken was greedy and only made one marine. Like now you can put on some pressure. But at the very least, it allows you to get an earlier scout timing with that barracks floating, right?
Yeah, distance and yeah, and also gave the threat for Nyoken. Nyoken decided to make 3 marines, which is 1 extra.
Well, we might get on top of these marines actually. Yeah, this is actually a good trade here because now he will kill these marines off and also be able to maybe put out some damage onto this barracks for free before it even floats to his base.
Gets the scout off though for TerrOr. Sees the situation. Gonna see the timing of the vulture as well. It's not the worst.
Oh, for a second there, I thought Nyoken was going to commit onto the map with those marines, but is wisely going to be just shooting this barracks, which is what he should be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, we see a vulture coming out for TerrOr. He's got a vulture and a marine. It's just from an apples to apples standpoint, he's down 2 marines, maybe even a vulture. Just tying that up.
Now that will change the math a little bit on those early game trades, and most importantly, it prevents TerrOr here from being confident enough to just fly this barracks into the main base and see what's what. So now he doesn't know exactly what's coming up after that SCV scout died.
Interesting decision from Nyoken for not floating his. Okay, just decided to do it now. Must have heard me.
Well, I think he was worried about pressure, so he was considering, do I need to like stay home and make more marines? Like,
that makes sense. Yeah.
He was worried a little bit there for a second, but then he finally realized, oh, okay, it's just the forward racks pressure play. Nothing crazy happening here.
So clearly a faster expo for TerrOr is going to give him slight economic edge, just having that extra CC for SCV production and just having it running.
Yeah.
3rd factory up, which is a factory lead as well in production.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what Nyoken's going to go after this. Yeah, he hasn't really had much of an advantage. Like having a few extra marines in the early game is nice to deny scouting and also make the early trades go a bit more your way in the math, so you can not be as worried about like a little bit of a pressure build coming your way. But yeah, besides that, not really much has deviated. So he has decided to go for a very tank heavy. I'm wondering if he's rushed into siege mode. He's going to try and see if he can set up an early contain on TerrOr here.
Well, the barrack is now going to be in position, or heading in that direction. Would be good to pair that with siege mode for sure.
I think so. I think he's trying to set up a bit of a contained pressure play here with the floating barracks. But
you know what's happening? TerrOr cut gas completely. He's going full vulture mode.
Yeah, he's going vulture wars right now. He's going to be going for like pure vulture. He's got one single tank to kind of like misrepresent what he's doing, and also to act as like a tank sponge for soaking up shots while the vultures go to work. But yeah, he can put on a lot of pressure, and if Nyoken keeps these marines alive, makes a bunker, makes a depot wall and is natural, and plugs the gaps with his own like tanks, though, like there's not really any way of TerrOr coming in here and killing him. So
interesting. So you think the better move is doing what Nyoken seems to be doing, which is bunkering up, or hunkering down rather, like playing defensive, knowing the situation.
You basically deny surface area to the vultures, and then they can't really get the value that they need. And with the tanks plugging the holes and like tanking damage, like the trades just go much more your way.
Right.
But he hasn't got any wall set up. Like there's no supply wall, there's no bunker. So actually, TerrOr can still get some trades here.
3 tanks does change the math a little bit, but
yeah, he needs mines to kill the tanks now, so he has to kill the vultures first, then lay mines to finish the tanks off. But has got one of his own tanks to also add a little bit of a DPS, but I don't think he'll want to commit to attacking that because 3 tanks is a little bit much.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be a 2 add-on advantage versus 1 add-on for Nyoken.
Yeah, and with the mines, it also changes the math a lot as well. So TerrOr's going to just do a mine contain here, and will probably want to transition. and just use the mines as like a way of slowing down Nyoken and soft containing him for a short time while he gets his own. Yeah, he's making multiple machine shops now, what have you. So he's definitely going to be transitioning out of this Vulture War style.
Nyoken almost in a hurry. Looks like he wants to get there.
He wants to get out on the map before he's had an opportunity to fully transition. He understands that there's the transitional points of weakness, so he wants to at the very least like get some space for free so he can take his third base safely. Like he doesn't want to be slowed down so much that he can't just expand.
Yeah, interesting decision to decide to take this base. I guess it's easier to defend and make a line.
It is, but he should be making the CC on the high ground. It's really risky to try and make the CC on location here.
Right.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky from him. And look at TerrOr. Like TerrOr has him contained and is still making his CC on the high ground, which should show you like how important it is to not take those risks.
Yeah, you're right. Nyoken is contained. He's contained via mines, and it gives TerrOr the flexibility to set up wherever he wants to set up outside of those mines.
Yeah, I mean, the vultures don't detonate the mines, so he can still slip out on the map and, like, say, snipe the CC that's building at the third. That's why we see TerrOr building it into the main base here, because even though he has got a soft mine contained, like, he still needs to be careful. Like, Nyoken could still be a little bit annoying here.
Yeah, so I guess that's what you kind of give up. The Vulture build gives you map control. The tank build gives you quicker tanks, but if you don't get anything done with them, you end up getting contained. So it's almost like Nyoken is on a time clock, but he is nicely extending his line here, which should help open things up as far as bases beyond his third.
Yeah.
So that's helpful.
So he's trying to keep this lane to the west open for as long as possible, because that will set him up to take the 12 o'clock as his fourth, and also to deny TerrOr like squeezing him out. Like if he gets like an L-shaped tank line pushing him from the south and the west, like we're in trouble. So he needs to make sure he's like pushing back on TerrOr a little bit here and like denying him some space.
Yeah, and because he's not taking that fourth anytime soon, or at least not right this second, he doesn't need to necessarily clear those mines. Like, they're there, but like I need to make my lines, my tank lines.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very telling. We see very even supplies right now in a very similar setup, but what will be telling is which player is going to be electing for very fast upgrades, because if one player can get slightly faster +2 attack upgrade timing, it does allow you to start two-shotting tanks instead of killing them with 3 hits. So if one player does have like an attack window where he's got +2 slightly faster, then that is the potential advantage that could be leveraged to get a bit of a position where the tables become a bit more turned. So if Nyoken is going to be the guy that gets that +2 a little bit faster, we could see a bit of a tempo flip here at some point.
Right. Well, he does have the food advantage for what it's worth, but I think TerrOr has the okay, so TerrOr's got the starport, so he might have a quicker path to that science facility. Oh, no, the science facility is already done. Okay, gotcha. So Nyoken's going to enjoy that quicker +2 power boost, and he might find a window to take advantage of that.
And Nyoken had a +1 like about 30 seconds way ahead of to the timing of TerrOr here. So he's going to be he's going to have a window for sure with like at least 30 seconds to a minute where he's got the +2 and TerrOr doesn't.
Interesting. Yeah, and this line on the west side that TerrOr has to almost extend to or like jump to because it's so far, it's definitely thin compared to what Nyoken's able to bring there. So I wonder if that's what Nyoken's already kind of thinking about. Looks to be he's bringing his army towards that west part of TerrOr's line.
Well, he can accomplish 2 things here. He can both push back TerrOr on the western flank, while also like strengthening his own position while he's taking this 4th base. So he's getting a lot of value here for his investment, and as you can see, like he's getting a very effective trade. So he shouldn't push much further than this, though. Like now he needs to stop. Like he can start to threaten this position a little bit, but this is obviously a little bit too far. Like he should have like stopped after he made that initial trade and just held this initial siege line here.
Right. Well, it's setting up for a standard like split map, as we kind of were expecting, but how we got to this point, we're certainly two different builds.
Well, he needs to. If he attacks the third base of Terror with these vultures right now, Terror is in a little bit of an issue. I don't think he can easily defend that. I think if the vultures came down to hit the third base,
yeah, he has that entire lane there. Now those two tanks are sort of in front of it. Wow, he's taking.
Well, he's pushed up so far in the center that he can afford to take this 3 o'clock without too much issue, as long as he can maintain the siege lines. But like I said, this lane on the western flank has been open, so now the vultures can be a lot more annoying out on the map. So the third base is under threat, the bottom left is under threat. Like, it's not as easy for Terror to manage anymore.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's kind of flopped where I think Terror is feeling a little less comfortable now, and Nyoken kind of has like full control almost. But this dropship might be the X factor.
Well, here's the thing. Even though there's center control for Terror on the board, like, there's a better pawn structure here for Nyoken. So as long as he doesn't take any damage to these dropships and what have you, he can then start to make some plays, like coming out here and trading out on the right-hand side. There's a lot more supply here for Terror, but at the moment it looks like Nyoken's getting the better of him, and even though he's taking this drop in the main base, he's getting very good trades on the eastern flank, and he wants to roll all the way down to this 3 o'clock base, and the boys are being pulled off the line. Terror wants to try and use the SCVs to buffer against these tanks, force them to kill themselves as those arc-light cannons shoot use the splash damage to kill their own tanks, and kind of turning the tanks against Nyoken there and forcing him into a really bad trade. Actually, like, that was pretty much even supply, like 140, and now it's 133 to 105. So that went really bad for Nyoken after the boys got pulled there from Terror. Yeah,
that was crazy. The double dropship attack from Terror and being able to hold 3 o'clock base, like, that is a very change of events for Terror there.
Yeah, this is looking great for Terror. Like, honestly, like, he's showing a lot of experience and class in this game. Like, he was in a poor position in a way there. Like, Nyoken actually, like, kind of, like, had a moment where he could have completely dominated Terror in map position, but Terror found a way of both causing damage in the main while also defending effectively. So I'm really impressed with Terror. Like, he seems like very calm, collected, and composed even when he's in these high pressure situations.
Yeah, definitely. Like, again, I feel like I jinxed it. I'm just done saying anything positive about Nyoken, because literally I was saying how he felt. Keep your hands
in your pockets. You keep doing these hand jutsus that are disrupting things, all right? No more genjutsus and things. Keep your hands in your pockets, all right?
But I'm a perfect Sage. You don't know what I'm doing with my hands in my pocket.
This is another problem, actually. Keep your hands where I can see them. I'll take it back.
Yeah, so Terror does have the food advantage now, blossoming. 21 lead, probably has the SCV lead as well, even though he bled a lot at 3 o'clock. He's got 5 bases up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nyoken has 5. Not fully up. But these dropships, this mobility that the dropships have, can really cause you to just be all over mentally. But Nyoken not having any of it, he doesn't care. He's just going to push through here on the western front.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, right now Terror is a little bit like Rome, like a very, very expansive empire, but spread a little bit thin. So Nyoken taking advantage of that, trying to take away some of these like key high ground locations. He has control over the eastern ridge and the western ridge right now. It's a very strong position to be in. If he can just avoid any damage being done to his infrastructure from the dropship play, he is still going to have a very commanding game state to work with.
Yeah, it definitely appears that way. Wraiths also being in production here from Nyoken. That's going to be good to deal with these like menacing 1 tank, 2 tank drops from Terror. But nicely job here, just claiming more real estate on the western side. Gonna have to fix that CC soon.
Yeah, he heard you. Yeah. Hey, you're cheating. You're helping him out. It's not allowed.
Both players still unfazed. No ticks, no nervous ticks. Both breathing normal. Great to see in this high velocity Terran versus Terran matchup.
And Wraiths are actually like really good because not only like they do take a long time to pew those tanks with their burst lasers and actually kill them. But the thing is that they provide spotting and they can also like go around hunting down like floating buildings and what have you. So overall, they provide you so much utility that just having like 1 or 2 Wraiths is just so advantageous.
Here comes Terror, big force here. Nyoken's got some forces behind this line, but this line looks to be exposed. At least these two tanks.
Yeah,
More on the high ground, though.
Yeah, Terror is making a big gambit here for this like Western Ridge, but looks like Nyoken is reinforcing just at the right time to maybe trade okay, but he's a little bit slow with the siege, actually, so... Yeah, Terror's actually going to dominate the trade a little bit because of the late siege from Nyoken. He was a little bit too aggressive. He should have stayed up on that ridge line a little bit more with those tanks and sieged them up there, maybe. He has got that +2 weapons advantage, but that will even out over time as Terror catches up. And okay, look at this big mass Wraith switch here from Terror. I think he's going to go over into BCs or mass Wraiths here, and this could be a little bit of a tricky situation for Nyoken to deal with it. He doesn't identify it with a scan.
Yeah, both players floating massive banks, but the difference is that tech kind of tree expansion from Terror into Wraiths. I wonder if, yeah, it looks like the physics lab is done for Nyoken, so he could make, okay, there's a star force from Nyoken, but a few steps removed or behind from Terror, maybe a step or two, but kind of thinking along the same lines, both players floating banks and claiming more bases.
Well, to be fair, like, one thing that happens, usually cloaked Wraiths can dominate the BCs, but here's the thing. If you do go mass Wraiths and he identifies it, he has the opportunity to go Valkyries to counter the mass Wraiths. Like, there's a lot of counterplay to the mass Wraith if you identify it appropriately.
Right.
Ooh,
well, Terror's smartly pulling these tanks away, but they're heavily bruised here.
This is a strong force moving up the eastern flank right now, and I'm not sure there's enough here to defend this. Nyoken's going to have to pull a lot of his units out of position from the west side to come in here and help deal with this, and he's already going to be out of position by the time he shows up with a few vultures and tanks as well, so Terror's going to be threatening this third natural base.
Yeah, and all the while, Terror's food count continues to climb. You got to think those Wraiths, those starports that he was producing, are now producing Wraiths. This follow-up from Terror is going to be strong, even if this army does get cleaned up. But will it get cleaned up? So many tanks out of nowhere just pushed through. I think he almost consolidated everything and just decided to make this move, and it's really paid off.
Terror seems so much more confident with his unit control in general as well, like the way he's fluid with his tanks,
I would agree with that.
Up and what have you. Like, he seems much more decisive of how he's moving around the map with his units.
Right.
Yeah, this is a bit of a he's put Nyoken in check right now, and Nyoken's trying to figure out how can I like reposition my units to both pull me out of check but also give me a bit of a tempo swing, because I can't just survive. I need to actually figure out how to get a game-winning state here.
Well, he just spent 2,000 minerals, so that must be BCs on the 11 o'clock position, but you have to think at a maxed out Terror army, he's going to have a lot of follow-up here in the form of, I believe, Wraiths. This is going to be real tough for Nyoken to deal with. He's still trying to clean this up.
Well, he's going to be relying on his BCs to kind of give him a tempo swing, but then he's going to realize that there's a fleet of Wraiths to deal with, and if he's like heavily dealing with like replenishing these tanks and what have you while building BCs, he's not going to have any Goliaths for what he needs to deal with. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be annoying because he's now going to go around the map cleaning up all these tanks for free with these Wraiths, and there's not going to be enough Goliath support to kind of fortify these positions, and that will open up Terror to come in and start pressuring the rest of the bases, since now Nyoken will like lose his supply lines and be unable to reinforce these positions.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the coffin. You hit the nail on the head. Terror's army control and his decision making is very decisive. That's definitely the best way to put it. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and then he's already formulating what he wants to do after that. Right. And you can see in just his execution, taking the 12 o'clock base after fortifying that location at Nyoken's third base. It's just you can see the difference.
Yeah, I mean, and being decisive doesn't necessarily mean making the best decision. It just means picking a line of play and making it work. And as long as you're committing to it heavily, you can make even suboptimal plays work really well. And
wow.
Well, look at this BC fleet.
What's going on, dude?
he had quite enough starports in that top left, so he was building like 4 or 5 BCs at a time. So there's a big tempo swing where the Wraiths got on top of that position, but then like loads of BCs started hatching out. So now there's actually like a big fleet of BCs out on the map, 4 on either side of the map. So right now TerrOr are going to be in retreat, trying to tactically withdraw to build up a stronger fleet of Wraiths to keep counteracting this. And overall, this might go Nyoken's way if he can stabilize enough here. Like the BCs will win out against the Wraiths overall in the long game, and he also has the opportunity if he wants to make a Valkyrie or 2 to also splash down those clumps of Wraiths.
I feel like Nyoken has to go. I feel like he needs to go now. He's too behind on bases, and he doesn't have a bank. I feel like he needs to repair them and go. Otherwise, I mean, he might not know that, but that's a lot of BCs.
Well, he needs to apply pressure with the BCs no matter what. TerrOr is actually kind of like forcing him to do that, because TerrOr's like saying, I know I need to slow you down right now, so I'm going to put on pressure with tanks. I know my tanks.
There's more BCs than Goliaths here, Zune.
This is crazy. Yeah, this is like absolutely insane amount number of there's 8 BCs here, and there's only like 5 or so Goliaths, so he's gonna mow these down easily. Yeah. But he's trying to like put Nyoken on a timer. Yeah, he knows that he's so far ahead in supply that he just wants to put on pressure, slow down the BCs. He doesn't want the BCs coming over to his side of the map and getting on top of his production. If the BCs were to somehow get on top of the factories or something, like then we're in real trouble. So he's just trying to
pick off some of these.
Yeah, but it's still kind of going Nyoken's way. He's now also opening up the lane for the tanks and Goliaths to come down and support these BCs to kind of put on pressure onto 3 o'clock and eventually the rally point of the Terran player in the bottom right as well. Oh, but a lot of these BCs are really low HP though, so with a good target firing from these Wraiths, he can mow them down very quickly. And yeah, as we can see here, nice little tempo swing for TerrOr here. Now look at this, only 100 supply left for Nyoken to work with, and he did save that base. So GG gonna be finally called Nyoken. Very frustrated with that game, I imagine, but really good game. I'm happy we got to see a nice little exciting TVT there.
Yeah, that move from TerrOr, that was sick.
But yeah, I think he had that game state like down pegged, and he understood that he just needed to slow him down just a little bit, and then finally flipped the script on him yet again. I think TerrOr's kind of got Nyoken's number, whereas Nyoken's like struggling to remember what area code TerrOr's under.
I don't know. I feel like it was just that one move. I mean, it was like consolidation. They were both sort of consolidating. They were fighting for split. TerrOr had control, and then Nyoken had control. But those dropships were the X factors to me. I think Nyoken had the lead, and he had a big army. He needed to do something with it. TerrOr thwarted that, and the dual dropship play that was risky, that paid off in dividends.
Well, and the dropship play also distracted him from like noticing that like there was like SCV being pulled and stuff. So like he couldn't even like execute that push on the eastern side enough. So. TerrOr is just forcing too many interactions. Like I told you earlier, like as long as you're forcing better interactions than your opponent, you can really dominate them.
That's right. That was the exact example of that. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
What map do you think we're gonna get into here?
It's gonna be Radion. It looks like. I think both players are ready, so we're gonna be jumping straight into this game number 2 on Radion, guys. Nyoken versus TerrOr. Who's going to take it? I'm feeling like TerrOr's in a very strong position right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be confident going into this one, but Nyoken, he's got to have his energy up here and focus up, because TerrOr's bringing it as well. So TerrOr adjusting his glasses there.
Well, we do have TerrOr in the bottom left adjusting his glasses as the blue Terran. Can he take it all the way with a 2-0 victory? His opponent in the top left, feeling the pressure, hair a little bit skew-whiffed. Can he figure it out, even things out? It's Nyoken, the cool caster. Yeah,
so they're going to share the same side of the map again.
Left
side this time.
This does mean that dropship play will be a little bit less of a X factor here with the vertical spawns like this. If they were horizontal, the 2 expansions would be facing each other, and dropship play would be a little bit more stronger. So maybe you're not seeing as much of that here, especially with the longer rush distances. What's your predictions going forward here? You feeling like Nyoken can tie things up, or is TerrOr going to just
dominate him in this game number 2 here with the mental game being too much of a factor.
I think Nyoken ties it up here. I think he's had enough of just having these such, you know, like thin margin spots where like it could have gone either way. You know, he was in a good position, and had he just executed a little bit better, things would have been different. You know, like just real tight spots. I think Nyoken's had enough of it. I think in this game he's gonna really show up here. So my prediction here is solid play overall from Nyoken, and he's just going to just execute much better than this one.
Well, hopefully he's going to channel that frustration into concentration, right? That's if you do get angry when you play, it's not necessarily bad as long as you can channel that into concentration. Like when you make a mistake, don't let that compound into more mistakes. Let that redouble your focus to not make any more mistakes. Yeah,
and the best thing about it is you're against Terran. You're not against Protoss, so you don't have that like that other wall of like worry. But yeah, I think these guys with the early stuff that's fascinating to me, and I more so learned it in how you described it in last game. But those early skirmishes with the Marines and the Vultures, very tit for tat, and it's just interesting. Depending on the outcome of those little early skirmishes, like what you can do to try to edge these little micro advantages, whether it's learning more information or, you know, changing your tech or whatever. It's just interesting to kind of see it in TBT.
Well, yeah, like a weaker Terran player might like try and like make the square go through the circle hole and like try and like go Vulture Wars and just commit to busting.
Yeah, it's like not simple, just V-man.
Yeah, but Terror being of a, you know, much more experienced ilk, it understands that he can just transition into a mind contained from that and get a positional advantage.
Yeah, like even their like gas banks are different, you know, but they're still cutting, but you can do something with that. That can mean something. I wonder if it's gonna be Vulture Wars. I mean, there's the add-on. What is that?
Yeah, and we see no add-on for Terror here, so he might elect to make 1 or 2 Vultures here really early on, and maybe go for a little timing where he catches Nyoken off guard. Yeah, and he's gonna see the add-on as well, so he knows there might be an opportunity here. To be honest, though, Nyoken's factory was a few seconds earlier as well, so. Maybe there isn't as sharp of a timing as I think, but I do think that the Vulture has a timing where he can come into the natural expansion and be super annoying.
Yeah, Nyoken smartly already pulling his SCV, predicting that, anticipating that. Second factory coming down as well, so it must be a tank in production.
Yeah, it's definitely a tank in production. But but like you can see, even with the ramp, he has enough time to kill both Marines and get out. So
yeah.
And the fact is that he slowed down the building of this CC critically with that Vulture play there.
Right. And also he can't shoot the barrack that is also on its way to Nyoken.
Yeah. Now he can't kill his barracks. Yeah. It's actually, it might not seem like a big deal to guys in the chat, but it's a big deal.
No, I'm learning that it's a big deal. Like that's fascinating. Just that calculation of, hey, I'm gonna get something done here. Yeah, so Nyoken's gonna have to feel like he needs to do something here, or it's okay to let Terror get away with just basically having map pack.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. I mean, having this much of a scouting advantage over your opponent, it's just crazy. Like Terror can really like run wild with this. He's even got a Wraith coming in to like pew and be annoying. He's going to repair the SCV. Hopefully it doesn't bounce too much and he can keep the repair going on the SCV. But it's still annoying to deal with. Like Nyoken's not necessarily like out of this game or anything. Like he's super in this game still. It's just that this is just a frustrating way of having to navigate the early game in TVT. And he's even floating this.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, if you can still click on it, but it's only a few pixels. And if Nyoken hasn't practiced doing this, like it's actually really frustrating.
So you're saying you can do it? It's just very hard.
Yeah. See?
Okay, he got it. He got it. Okay.
Zero approved it. Yeah. You can still click on it. It's just there's only like a few pixels where you can still
That's
click on it.
crazy. Yeah, Zero showing on the top left side. There might be like a pixel.
Even if you float like an eBay over a mineral block in the fastest,
Right.
you can still click the mineral block underneath. It's just like there's one pixel you can. Oh, look at this beautiful
is
engagement over the natural expansion. 2 tanks and 4 vultures up against only 2 vultures of TerrOr here, and actually going to get on top of one of those tanks and pick it off. So now there's a DPS advantage for Nyoken, but the beautiful surround with the SCVs will mitigate that and actually trade out quite nicely. He'll lose the vulture. Oh, he's not going to get the vulture trade, so now he needs to be careful. He doesn't lose any more of those SCVs to that vulture. Does pull the SCVs off the line to kill that vulture, but 2 more vultures are going to be streaming in and putting on some more pressure. There's 1 tank to help deal with that, but if Nyoken's paying attention, he could get a lot of SCV damage, but he's not. He's so distracted in the main base with these 2 Wraiths just pew-pewing with their burst lasers on these SCVs, and he's losing more and more economy.
Oh my gosh, he made the buildings.
Yeah, and here comes the wall in as well, so these vulture run-by is no longer effective. Does finally get these Goliaths out, does catch one of those paper planes on their exit, so a little bit of a compensation there, but overall, I would say this slightly favors TerrOr.
Yeah, I mean, their supplies are even, but that just means Nyoken has more army than TerrOr, but that it's not a significant difference because the SCVs, I would imagine, is at least 10 difference.
I wouldn't say 10, but it's definitely significant. It's definitely like about 6 or 7 SCV difference.
Okay.
Because TerrOr did lose a little bit of mining time and a little bit of SCVs, but not many.
Right. So slight edge for TerrOr is where we have it.
I would say very slight edge to TerrOr, yeah. Not as big as maybe some people are thinking in the chat, but there is a small edge here.
Okay. Academy also made here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, like, all things considered, Nyoken has done a good job of stabilizing, though. Like, this could have been a much more of a nightmare situation than it. The fact that he managed to put on pressure with that counter attack and forced like some interactions for TerrOr to have to deal with as well did stabilize the game state a little bit for him here. He did find compensation for sure.
TerrOr looks to be committed on these rates off of. Okay, so he's done at 3. Comsat stations underway.
Well, he's not like super committed. Like, he's just like committed enough to be annoying. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause he's basically like giving a chance to win the game right away. But if Nyoken makes a mistake, and Nyoken did make the mistake, he had no detection. So like it's kind of like a gambit of like, do you have this figured out? Because if you don't, I just win. But if you do have it figured out, it's still playable. So it's not like an all-in per se. It's just like a pressure build designed to like make you have the correct response or just straight up lose. And unfortunately for Nyoken, he did just straight up lose in this case. And 2-0 lead for TerrOr, going to be pushing him through to that loser bracket against Sziky. So I'm really curious to see how he will fare against them, because they're both so good. And seeing a little rematch between them, would love to see TerrOr get a bit of revenge against Sziky here.
Yeah, but hats off to Nyoken. I mean, the stat sheet might not show it, but you know, in each game Nyoken has you know, showed up, and I think you know, congratulations are in order for the first player exiting here on this day in the round of 16. But yeah. This next matchup is definitely another high level. I mean, we're expecting that, and we shall see. Any predictions going into this one, Zune?
I still think Sziky's going to take it, but actually, even though I want Sziky to win, some part of me is also rooting for TerrOr deep down. I have to admit it. I do kind of want TerrOr to win as well. So whoever wins, I'm going to be happy. But don't. Yeah. But guys, don't panic. You've got plenty of time now to go quickly grab a snack, go to the bathroom, and we're going to be right back in a few minutes to see who's going to win. Who's going to see if the TerrOr can actually, like, you know, flip the script on Sziky here and like get the revenge kill on him and get through to the round of 8. All right, guys, just kidding. You didn't have enough time to use the bathroom. Those of you that are in the bathroom right now, too bad. You're going to miss the start to this game because both players are ready, and so are we. We don't want to go anywhere. We want to get straight into this action, and we are going to do just that. TerrOr versus Sziky, the rematch of the century right now in the BSL Bombastic Starleague. I'm super excited to get straight into this.
I am as well. Let's get into it.
Alrighty. Spawning in the top left as the Hungarian Dragons gets none other than Sziky. Very strong Zerg player, fantastic Mulus micro. And his opponent, if Zero can find him, spawning in the top right, it's none other than the Terran himself in the blue trunks. Look at him. Very handsome guy with that little beanie on, making himself look deceptively cute and cuddly, but don't be fooled, this guy's a killer. So we're going to be going into retro game number 1. What's your predictions then? You feeling it for TerrOr, or you think Sziky going to take it again?
Yeah, I feel like this is redemption for TerrOr. TerrOr was very sharp the last 2 games in TVT, so I think building upon that confidence that he should be feeling right now, I would give him an edge. But as far as where Sziky left his series, I think he's got some redemption in him too. As far as how Zhanhun handled him, he's gonna want that back. That was a close series, so I think both players are fueled and motivated. So what I'm expecting is a high-level game, and whether it's mind games from both players right now, the scouts are what they are. It looks like standard wall here from TerrOr. I want to see some mutas from Sziky, but I'd like to see more of that sort of mind play that he did in the prior series. And I want to see sort of him being that diverse and showing the changing of gears that he's able to do.
Yeah, he's going for a very safe overpull, so he was anticipating like an 8 racks or a BBS, but that's actually not going to be the case. It's just a standard wall in of 11 racks here for TerrOr. So I've TerrOr winning out on the mind games ever so slightly early on.
Right. Both players scouting in opposite or not first spawn locations, but Sziky is sending a drone to TerrOr, so he will see this open from TerrOr.
Now, if TerrOr could find Sziky, he has the option to not only make like 1 Marine and try and be a little bit greedy with the CC timing, but he's not going to find him so early, so he might not go for a very fast CC timing. He might just make second depot. Yeah, it makes sense, giving him the current game state. If he did find Sziky early on and saw there wasn't that many lings coming, maybe he gets away with it, but he's not going to. Against the overpull with 6 lings being made, it's very wise for him to go straight into second depot, second marine production here.
Interesting decision from Sziky to invest in this many lings. I believe this is a ling-proof wall, but it's
a ling-proof wall, but it doesn't matter. 6 lings can still bust down a depot if you're late with the repair and you pulled back the lings one at a time.
Right.
But he won't go for that. It's still not a great trade for him.
Had TerrOr
coming out,
had TerrOr committed to continuing to go up the ramp and try to shoot down that gas,
exactly.
He might have been,
Then he has a window where actually picking off the depot because the repairs late, the DPS on the lings is late. Then there's a window. Okay, so we're going to be having just a straight up 2-hatch play from Sziky. That makes sense. He won't be going for lurkers with this optimization. It doesn't really make sense to do that. He could do it as a mind game, but it makes way more sense just to go straight into mutas from here.
With the delayed gas for TerrOr, do you make the gas at the net? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit annoying to steal the gas as Zerg. It doesn't usually benefit the Zerg too much to go for this gas steal, to be honest with you. There's a few scenarios where it can be a little bit annoying for the Terran and slow down their timings just a little bit, but overall it's not really that worth it. It's just okay because the drone is trapped anyway because of the second depot wall in, and he wanted to go for the play of maybe setting up for the depot bust on the natural by pulling the Marines into the main, so he calculated that was worthy investment, and maybe he was right.
Right. Yeah, I guess it doesn't exactly accomplish, you're not going to die from early meds and bio. The gas delay is just so marginal. It's not like you shouldn't completely rule that out.
Yeah, it's not going to be giving him too much of an edge.
Yeah.
It will slightly hinder the sharper timings that Terran do have available to them. Like, we won't see like a very crisp, like 5-minute move out with like medics already done, but he will still have a lot of Marines moving out at around 5 minutes if he so chooses.
Now, it's worth noting, no eBay.
Yeah. This is just straight up 2x.
Interesting.
Well, he's against Overpool as well. I guess he's like fairly confident that he can apply pressure enough to be fairly safe. He needs to start the eBay about 5-10 now. So you should probably start making the eBay now. I think he is, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's going to be fine still.
Yeah, when you have a wall, that also helps give you the confidence that you need to allocate your first army to be out, create that separation. Nice pickoff here from Sziky.
Yeah, any Marine kills right now is a big win for him. Although he's still going to be making these 2 Sunkens for safety because there's not enough Lings to be able to slow this down. And with the wall in, there's no like run-by potential to pressure the Terran and turning around.
Yep.
Ooh, another little pickup here is going to be a big deal.
That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with moving your army on attack command like that, is that the Lings can like, you know, drag 1 Marine at a time. You see like Ziki's doing it. He's like letting the Marines on attack move, like aggro the Lings, but like only like allowing 1 of the Marines to be in attack range so he can snipe off 1 at a time. Or if he gets this medic as well.
Oh.
Now Sziky might be forced to cancel this third. Like the mutas are in route right now to try and defend this, but it's only 4. Like it's going to be very tough for him to hold this. He might be tempted to cancel. There's a 5th muta on the way, but it's a tight calculation. He might calculate that he's barely got enough HP on the hatchery to hold this, but he might still cancel. I don't know. He's not going to cancel. Okay, it's interesting. Okay, I think he's just barely got enough to be okay. Yeah. He's got an additional few mutas. He's bought enough time that he won't have enough DPS on this hatchery to kill it off. So it's very wise for him not to cancel that.
Yep. Yeah, definitely proven to pay off here for Sziky.
That's
how big of
him though.
Yeah, definitely tight. This is a nice little cheeky move here from TerrOr, just kind of anticipating that he has this time to sneak some Marines out. Ovi didn't detect it. That might come into play. Sunken going down though from Sziky, that might be his saving grace.
Yeah. I mean, if he morphs that straight into a Sunken, he might be okay. But I think if the Marines just keep running, even if it does morph into a Sunken, maybe he can get onto the left of it just in time. Without them stimming though, I don't think he gets there in time. If the Marines are already stimming, I think he gets there in time to run by the Sunken, but now he doesn't.
Yeah. Oh.
Maybe. Just barely. Still just barely getting there with the stim. Yeah, he did a little bit.
That's crazy. That's actually insane.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to use drones. He has to use drones, I think.
Yeah.
The mutas are not gonna...
Yeah, the muta doesn't have enough HP to kill the Marines.
No, he's got it. No, he's good? No, he's good. Okay.
He's good, he's annoyed.
Oh man, I was worried that the hatchery was gonna die.
Oh,
but...
no, the hatchery was never gonna die, but... like if he just never sent any units to deal with it, maybe the hatchery would die, but yeah, that hatchery was living for another like 20-30 seconds at least.
And just now, tripling up on turrets, just the calculations on both ends, really sharp and just high level as expected.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed from both players. It's nice to see like foreigner games which look like this. It's really annoying if you have like players that are kind of good at the game but not able to like have these like high level interactions to make it exciting to watch and cast.
Yeah.
And look at these zoning turrets as well. Like he's really committed to how many turrets he's producing. Like he's really respecting Ziki's mutalist control in this game.
And rightfully so. I mean, this is what you want to do against a player like this.
Yeah, he kind of needs to do it to like make sure he's buying enough time against these mutas. Say if these Marines were out position and he starts gunning down these turrets with his volleys, like if you don't have enough turrets, you can just get overrun. And even though he's still getting beautiful trades, like TerrOr needs to be a little bit more cautious with how he's engaging these mutas. Like he needs to be focusing on controlling his zones more rather than trying to meet the mutas out in the field. Like he's being baited into stimming and coming out too much. and he's not holding the line enough. Like he needs to hold the line at this eBay.
Wow, that Muta micro is
This is crazy. It's because
like
the eBay is slightly placed away from the turret, so he can just
Right,
keep pressuring
right.
the eBay while the grade's on the way, and he hasn't got
well,
the.
if he denies the
finish.
+1, that's
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah. He denies
Oh my
it.
goodness.
He denies it. This is crazy. Even if he doesn't finish the game with these mutas, he's already got in a great position.
Now, Vessels and Irradiate could be the X factor. I don't know if
there's a big
Ziki's
mutiling step
anticipating
coming.
that.
It's a
Yeah,
big
that's a lot of
mutiling step.
lanes.
Yeah, this is a lot. And he has the +1 attack, so he can start double shotting down these turrets as well. So, rough situation for Terra to be in. And the natural is opened up with that Frax floating back as well. So eventually he can stab into their natural with these lings as well.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that micro from Zyki, just really sharp. You can tell he's been working on it. It's super sharp in this game. Putting a lot of pressure.
Oh, nice irradiate though. Very slow in unstacking the. Luckily for him, he actually shot the low HP Muta, and he did lose that. So luckily, even though Zyki made a mistake, there like a bit of luck stopped him from losing too much damage.
Yeah, it could have been much worse.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for him there. But as it stands, I would say like Terra's still technically alive in this game, but I don't think that's going to remain the case for long. I think eventually we're going to see Zyki come in here with a big mutiling stab, and well, one of two things will happen. Either Zyki will go into the natural and bust open the natural, or he'll wait for Terra to come out and then mutiling, clean up everything. But I think the former might be transpiring soon.
Okay. I mean, it certainly feels that way. This Terra Bio Ball is growing though, and he is adding macro barracks.
A few more seconds for Irradiate, but he's losing so many of these units. Okay, there's the Irradiate, but there's the split. There. Yeah, there's the. Oh, needs to be careful. Yeah, that's a fan out split that I was expecting him to go for. Sometimes you can like try and manually select the individual muta underneath the stack, but it does require very precise clicking to get the pixel perfect precision needed to deal with that.
Now, would you say Zyki's in an all-in situation here, or can you transition out of muta?
This is like not super all in. This is like kind of semi all in. Like this is like assuming that he's going to get damage done, which he is. He's constantly killing bio units and what have you. Like as long as he's getting compensation for the investment, it's not all in. It's like semi all in. So if he doesn't get compensation for it, then he's in a little bit of trouble.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to be all in when you're on 4 hatchery, 3 gas.
Yeah. He's basically like, semi all in is probably the way of looking at it.
Yeah. Like the mutas are working, why stop making them? But I wonder if there's a Queen's Nest or anything sort of as a transitionary thing, because this vessel.
Not yet. These have just finished it now.
This is a 3 vessel count now. That is different than before.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like if somehow these mutas got squashed, then Terra would be in a great position.
Oh, massive attack here coming from Zyki.
Yeah, he's waiting for the Terra just to step outside this wall, so we'll not worry about the bunker and just get a nice little surround with those mutalings and trade off this bio as efficiently as possible. Even a beautiful split could be denying the irradiate splash damage from being too effective, and even gunning a few of those vessels down with the mutas. Doesn't have enough to clean up the rest of the forces though. And I would actually say that Terra has a window here where he can actually put on the pressure onto Zyki. He has a tank push due to how slow this hive is. So there's a window here where Terra can turn this whole game around. So Zyki needs to be careful. He needs to build up a very strong force of mutaling again to keep swallowing up the Terran force, because otherwise the tank push will kill him.
Looks like Terra has at least 1 ERAD in one of those vessels.
Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy split there, but a good enough split to not take too much damage on that stack of mutas. Even going to be just shooting his own muta there to deal with that in a frustrating way.
Zyki trying to bide some time.
But it's not going to be enough. Like, Terra's just going to be pull the trigger on his tank push, and there are Sunkens going down, but Sunkens don't reach tanks, so he's going to be desperately trying to buy time, but without any other timing to rely on, like, it's going to be really tough for Zyki to make sure he doesn't just die here.
So hard to deal with when there's this many vessels. Reinforcement line.
Well, Zyki didn't even try and make any like Scourge to muta bomb the vessels down, so he's relying purely on his mutalist control, and that's buying him a little bit right now. Like if he had made like just a couple of pairs of Scourge to help like thin out this vessel crowd beforehand, this would look a little bit different. But as it stands, we have enough irradiates to put on a bit of a siege here. And with 3 siege tanks, there is enough DPS to mow down these siege tanks way before Hive Tech. Oh, look at that beautiful muta bomb!
That was
though.
beautiful.
Taking all the vessels out. That's the kind of thing I'd like to see from him earlier on, but nonetheless, better late than never. Does need to be careful though. Hasn't got enough muta force left over to pick off these siege tanks, so is slowly dying right now. Is Sziky? Ooh, this not really able to support these Sunkens in the low number as well. So Viable now going to be threatening the bust, and Sziky's looking like in a world of hurt right now, trying to desperately trade as best he can with this Mutas micro, but it's not going to be able to do enough. And GG on Sziky. TerrOr taking an early lead here in his little comeback stretch.
Yeah, that was so impressive. For TerrOr to lose that +1 upgrade, things were looking real bleak for him. But when he was just holding on against Sziky's mutas and just pumping Marines off of 3 barracks, like it looked kind of bad for him. And then all of a sudden he had this massive army, and then it looked good for Sziky when he had that angle, and all of a sudden his mutas disappeared in the bat of an eye.
Yeah, a lot of Terrans would have fallen apart at the pressure that Sziky put onto him, but not TerrOr. He not only didn't fall apart, but actually turned it into a game-winning position. So really respect to TerrOr there, showing why he's got those champion titles from previous seasons.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm super excited to get straight into this game number 2. I don't know if both players are ready, but I certainly am. I think they're just now starting to join up. Yeah, okay, we're just waiting for Sziky. Has been confirmed. I think Sziky's going to be just composing himself for a few seconds there, mulling that game over, maybe checking the replay, seeing exactly what happened here, like how did it go so wrong, probably identifying, I maybe didn't like thin out the vessel count enough, or didn't really get quite the trade that I needed to when he finally pushed out. Maybe he was a little bit too cocky with his mutalist play in that game, but going to be trying to make the adjustments needed. Both players are ready. We're going to be going into game number 2 here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Spawning in the top left on Vermeer. It's none other than the blue Terran himself. In a very strong position right now. 1-0 lead over his opponent in the bottom left. The Hungarian Dragon, Sziky. That's the red Zerg. Jiraiya, stop writing novels. We're casting a game.
No, I'm just kind of thinking what Sziky is kind of thinking in his mind. I think it was a matter of just execution. I think the first ERAD, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, the first ERAD, Sziky didn't know that there was ERAD. I think he was kind of anticipating Valks or something, but when he was harassing the eBay, I don't think he saw the science facility. I don't think he saw that it was Vessel. So I wonder if that's something that he's kind of has in the back of his mind. Like, I should have at least seen what tech he was, so that first ERAD, because it kind of was hard after that. That first ERAD, he did split it, but it bruised everything, and it made it much harder for him to have the strength that he needed to. Like, he did what he did, but it would have been even more so. But that's the one thing that I can think of, that maybe Sziky is kind of, beating himself over. Like, I should have checked his tech, then I can do my hotkeys for the split micro that you need to do against ERAD, because he clearly wasn't prepared for it for the first one.
Yeah, certainly maybe a bit of a misread from Sziky. You might be right. It might be onto something that he didn't quite identify the clock that he was on with that vessel timing until it was too late. But yeah, usually you can also like pre-split up your mutas and hotkeys where you've got like all of them on 1, and you take out a few and put that on 2, take out a few more, put that on 3, and take out a few more and put that on 4, and then you can like have these like 4 packs you can like pre-split off and then like find the irradiated one a little bit easier.
Yep.
Also Sziky doing some moving shot here.
This forward micro.
What are you gonna say?
I was gonna ask about that promo code that popped up, Zero. If that was the official BSL gear, that website.
Yep.
Awesome. So that's an 18% off coupon code BSL18. You can use that onto the website, and you can get all the
Ooh.
BSL gear using that promo code BSL18, which is active now.
And that's such a cool shirt as well. Like it's got all like the names of the supporters like in the logo. It's look at that shirt. It's so cool looking. Such a good design.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to order that. I see Matt Dino rocking it in his stream.
Yeah, look at some of those names on there as well. You can see like
all
the bigger a supporter you are, the bigger your name is going to be. Obviously, machine at the bottom there and what have you.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Get one of those guys quick.
Yep.
All right, so yeah, it looks like we're going to be seeing like a standard 2-hatch timing here from Sziky. He's all about it, and pretty much how I would play as well. I'd play with the fast 2-hatch style with the on-base location third. Very popular, but not necessarily the easiest style to execute. Does kind of require you to be a much more mechanics-orientated player to pull that kind of style off. Look at that proxy factory. Very tricky. Okay, is that going to be a vulture drop play or a vulture run by, do you think?
Probably a vulture run by. I mean, this overlord is going to see that the barrack is blinking. I would think a vulture run by is probably in order because it's going to hit a timing where Sziky is not going to have a sunk in to even anticipate it in the first place. So
it makes more sense to go just for a run by.
Now he is splitting these lings, kind of anticipating or checking for any silly business. I like this ling and where it's heading.
Yeah, this is. Oh, he didn't check it.
Oh my goodness! He does have link speed though.
He has the star sense, but he's not quite like dialed to the right frequency. You know what I mean? Like he's not quite. He's getting a bit of static. You know, he's like kind of like tuning in the dial, and he's like kind of getting something, but he's not quite getting like a 5x5 reading on TerrOr here.
I mean, I give more credit to TerrOr for that placement. I mean, that's pretty deep into that kind of territory. It was perfect.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a great spot for it. I'm kind of impressed with the.
It's like random as hell.
yeah. I believe that's going to be speed on the way right away for vultures, and he's going to start vulture production here, and this will be very interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen this variation before. This actually might work because if you do this build, because the speed timing is not going to hit. It takes a while for speed to be done. I think it's going to be done when the mutas come out. So like when the eggs are done, that's when his speed. I think that's the timing.
The timing he wants to hit is as the mutas are in his natural, like they would usually be. Like that's when he wants the vultures to be running in, because then it takes a long time for the mutas to turn around and deal with the vultures and what have you. So. Yeah, that's the idea here, is that just around about 6 minutes when the mutas are like starting to fly across and like get over to the other side of the map, he wants to be running across with these vultures.
Right, and look at the patrol micro with those lings from Sziky. He definitely has it in his mind that vultures can just come out of nowhere. Like, why else would he patrol micro like that? Unless it's like a random SCV scouter.
Yeah, he's definitely suspicious of something probably coming in there. Like he's worried about something, even if it's just one vulture maybe. But he's not maybe anticipating like the full run by of like 3-4 speed vultures either. Yeah, I think this is going to catch him unawares here. Like, he's going to come into the natural now, like, just after 6 minutes, start harassing his SCVs, and now the vultures make their way across the map. And he's got enough mutas here to start one-shotting his SCVs, but he might lose a lot of drones to the fragmentation grenades on these 3 vultures here, slipping by the lings and starting to shoot them a little bit, but starts to target the drones. Is putting a bit of damage down onto that vulture with the lings a little bit, but not enough to soften it up so the drones can fight. So now look at Sziky in full like desperation mode, holding the ramp with the drones, preventing the run by, but lost quite a lot. So I would say that's really going TerrOr's way so far, but he also wants to swing around to this third base location and maybe snipe some of these as well.
Yeah, this is insane from TerrOr. I don't think I've ever seen this before, like a proxy version of it. This is this really makes things muddy for Sziky, I would imagine. Like, you need to now worry about speed vultures when you see barrack, the barrack on and medics and bio units. It just adds another level of complexity that TerrOr with this innovative build, is able to do.
And with that factory timing, it does allow him to go straight into Valkyries to help combat the pressure of
Right,
the
the
early
starport, like
moves.
it's a build anyways.
The thing is that he has to be careful though. Like, just it's a very fancy play, and he's actually going to be doing Science Facility instead of Valkyries. But
Yeah.
he actually gets into the main base with another Vulture, which is actually kind of critical. Like, if he didn't do any more damage with these Vultures, like, I would say actually Zyky's in an okay spot. But because this Vulture is actually coming back into the main base and killing like 3 drones, maybe a 4th, maybe even a 5th here, Zyky hasn't even reacted to it until just now. 4 drones have gone down. He's only just now reacting to this Vulture.
I think he just noticed that has 20 health. He just noticed.
Yeah, he's losing 6 drones to this Vulture. It's absolutely insane. Scourge don't attack ground units, Zyky.
What a nice play from TerrOr. That was huge. Because I agree with you 100%. Like, in looking at the situation, had he not gotten that vulture, like, Zyky was piecing him up, and the vessel's not even out yet. So these mutas can still do more damage, but that vulture certainly changed things.
Yeah, which is why you don't actually see this more often, is because it's not a reliable way of getting value against a Zerg. Like, Zyky was in an okay spot even before taking that additional damage. So, yeah, it's this nice creative way of playing, though, don't get me wrong. It's just, unfortunately, Zyky is the kind of player where his mutalist micro is strong enough that even if you do get this, like, small damages, like, it's not going to guarantee you a win or anything. So he's still going to be in a very playable spot.
It's well put.
Yeah, so far though, like, Zyky's actually ahead on supply, like 60 to 56. After taking all of that drone damage, he's still in a great spot. And without the Valkyrie timing, it's going to be vessels instead. Like, there's no way of really warding away these mutas for quite some time.
I want Zyky to be prepared for the irradiate.
Oh, no, that's the most unlucky irradiate I've seen in a long time.
Lady Luck was prepared for that irradiate.
Yeah. Now, the one way he could have guaranteed that is if he did a manual left click on the mutas before targeting to make sure he didn't, like, irradiate a low HP muta there. That's one thing you can do, but it's a little bit more micro intensive, a little bit more frustrating to execute.
Wait, what is that one? You said a manual?
You manually left click the mutas to make sure you don't target
low
HP.
Gotcha.
You just check for a high HP muta.
Right.
And that way you can also get it on the specific muta that's on the bottom of a stack that's both high HP and hard to click on. But it involves you being good at clicking on a hard to click on muta, so it's kind of
right. Yeah, I can see that being tricky for a lot of players.
Oh yeah, most Terrans won't even bother. That, like, only someone like Flash probably care to do something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this game really has flopped on its head. I mean, look at the numbers fly-wise. Oh, almost picking off that vessel.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like the comfort, cozy kind of place that I felt last game, and then we saw what happened. But Lurkers is the difference here. This is not more mutas, and this is not Ling kind of follow-up. This is a Lurker follow-up from Zyky, and I like it. This is kind of what you want.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of Lurkers here. And with the positioning of these bunkers, he can actually attack from the south and kill both bunkers together. So if there wasn't enough... Yeah, if there wasn't enough Marines here to buffer against this, like, he could just, like, get bowled over. Luckily, he's got a strong enough bioforce where that won't become a factor for some time. But needs to be careful. Still, these mutas will swing around to the natural and potentially kill more and more of these SCVs. And he's quick.
Only got 8 mining.
Yes, not much at all. Here comes the Irradiate, though. Can he split it off quickly? It does die for him anyway. Like, Zyky's getting helped out a little bit by Lady Luck here.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter, though. He's in such a game-winning position that he should be getting pretty good value with these units no matter what. So far, so good for Zyky. Like, look how many few SCVs there are. Meanwhile, back at home, inversely, we have so many drones that have been made. So Zyky doesn't even need to really do any more damage to TerrOr. Like, he's just icing the cake right now.
Yeah, I like the decision of Zyky to continue to supplement this Mutaforce, because not only is it killing SCVs, but it's also drawing these Irradiates, which just gives more flexibility with these Lurkers.
Yeah, well, this is how you play high mechanic Zerg. If you're really confident in your Muta control, you can just be aggressive with the Lurker transition.
Right.
I remember playing like this on Fighting Spirit, where you just, like, you play like the normal standard style, but you just go out onto the map with the Muta Lurker and put pressure on with it.
Right. Well, TerrOr is deciding to put some pressure onto this third base. Not a ton of Marines there, but a lot of medics, which does well against sunken breaks. I wonder if he's gonna go for it here.
Ooh, he's in trouble though. There's a lot of Lurker Ling Muta coming from behind and not able to get on top of those Lurkers with the Bioforce quick enough to do some damage to them. Instead, going to be retreating to join his brethren on the east. Joining these Bioforces is kind of critical here, but there's enough Zergling just to clean up this whole force. It's looking really tough for Terror with the Lurkers burrowing. Look at how these subterranean spines just
perfectly executed.
Marines. Yeah, really nice execution from the Zerg player Sziky here, showing us just how to utilize these mid-tier Zerg units to full effectiveness.
Continuing to chase these vessels down with the remaining mutas.
You mean there's no
Sziky does
radius,
not
so
squander any opportunity.
you might get it. Ooh.
Should get at least one. Yeah.
Oh, the Marines might save it just barely.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's
Big
tough.
for Terror there.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for Sziky to do that execution there because he's got to like hit his macro cycles with his hotkeys while chasing. So like
Yeah, his money was going down while he was doing that.
In between each shot, he can like be like doing like macro cycles and what have you remotely. So they're very tricky to execute, but almost did get that vessel still. We got a couple of dropships loading up for a little bit of a gambit play here. Can't really say I fault him, but look at Sziky. He's going straight into like 4 gas, Ultralisk, Nidus Canal set up. Just full powerhouse Zerg mode is going to be coming online soon.
Yeah, and with this double starport and that gas bank, you gotta think Terror's gonna have upwards of 6-7 vessels comfortably to accompany his Bioforce when he does decide to move out. Dropship, 2 dropships here. Crazy, just YOLO.
Yeah, I mean, he does get the unload, so he does kill like a couple of mutas for his trouble, but
It's good.
it's not the compensation he wants. Like he really, that's like a failed drop. Essentially, all it does is like be a little bit annoying and just make it slightly easier in doing another further drop in the future. But so far, this is really going Sziky's way.
Yeah. Right now, you gotta feel pretty good if you're Sziky, just warding off those 2 dropships. I would have liked to see, while Terror is coming out like this right now, those 2 dropships doing almost like pairing so that it can kind of be more effective. But this can work too. A lot of vessels. He's going to be able to get the Defiler. And Sziky, we all know, can create separation with anything.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting quite a lot of value with this like Defiler Ling player on the map and softening up that Bible once again. Now, there is 4 vessels still remaining alive. He's going to come in for an aggressive irradiate. This is exactly what you need to do as Terran. You need to be very aggressive with your vessels and try and see if you can get lots of free damage, but because the Marines are out of position, he doesn't have much of a fallback point, so he needs to be careful not to lose too many of these vessels to Scourge. Soon Plague will be coming online, and you won't have the luxury of just like coming in with the vessels for free every time.
Yeah, it's kind of like the calm before the storm. It's going to be tough for Terran to find
The calm
a
before the
vulnerable
swarm.
spot. Yeah, I mean, we know what's coming on the Sziky side. He's got the Ultralisk Cavern. He's dealing with these vessels. 4 gas is definitely going to help him continue to make Scourge to whittle this vessel number down. Plague certainly helps too. Really nice Plague.
It was only a matter of time before Plague was online and became relevant in this game, and it's such a frustrating thing to deal with as Terran because your units move around in a big bio blob, so Plagues are just so effective at just splashing that down and dousing it with that chili sauce, making your units taste all the more better as the Zerg consume their biomass to learn and grow and evolve.
Yeah, Terror still doesn't have a 3rd base here, continuing to grow his food count, but these vessels are going to go home to get repaired, and we see some ultras already in the mix here from Sziky. 3 plus 3 Carapace, +4 now. That's definitely powerful.
I mean, we got 4 gases about to be coming online for Sziky. He's not yet mining this 4th gas, but he will be shortly, and this is going to be
1-1 against 4-1.
Yeah, it's so many like Ultraling for him to deal with. I don't know if Terra's going to be able to trade well enough to deal with this, and he's only got like 1/1 upgrades on his own bio respectively, so I don't know if he can trade well enough to win this game, but he's still got a fighting chance. Like, it's still 2-base Terran, which has a strong enough macro potential that it doesn't really matter. He still has a chance at laying siege to the Zerg and making something work. I just really don't think it's going to transpire this game. Losing the vessels like this is not going to help him win this game for sure.
Yeah, this army from Sziky, because there's no eyes in the middle for TerrOr, he didn't see this handful of units coming with the Defiler.
It's a tactical lurker play. Like, just getting one borrowed lurker up here is super annoying.
So
Unless you've got like Firebats or a Radiate to deal with that. Like, it's just frustrating. Like, it's keeping his army in a bad position now. Like, the reinforcing Zerg can come up here and keep going and keep the assault being more and more annoying. And now the Terran's forced to pull back from his siege in the bottom right, and Sziky's just kind of all over TerrOr and just like forcing interactions that are just too frustrating for him to navigate well.
Yeah, things are really starting to open up here for Sziky. A lot of vessels here for TerrOr, but that's probably the only good thing at the moment. Really not a big army size for TerrOr. This is all he has. There's no medics with this army.
Yeah, and there's another counterattack being set up like out on the top of the map here, so he's going to be coming in from the east soon as well. So TerrOr's not out of the woods yet. One thing he has got going for him is like huge vessel fleet, but just like one plague on that and the Mutalisk clearing up. Like, he's got the Mutalisk here to clean them up, but not a plague. If he had the plague down on those vessels, then he would just lose them all for free, and then we're in trouble here as Terran.
Yeah, and 1/1, the 1/1 is just, that's not the right math against +4. It's gonna take too long to kill those.
This is 2/2 upgrades now. Yeah, so 4/2 upgrades on those Ultralisks just make them tank so much damage. And look at that beautiful plague on the vessels. That's what we were waiting for, and that's going to spell disaster for TerrOr here as the Zerg finally descends upon its natural expansion. Dark Swarm's going up. There is some Firebats in that bunker to buy him some time and buffer against these Zerglings that are onslaughting right now. It doesn't really matter. I think he's trading efficiently enough that he's going to eventually annoy TerrOr to the point of no return. And with those vessels also plagued up, eventually they might go down to a Mutalisk here or a few Scourge there. GG. Finally called. Yeah, TerrOr kind of, unfortunately for TerrOr, like, he's gonna have to like just deal with the fact that there's nothing he can do, and he's gonna get this series all tied up and put the tempo back into Zyky's field as well. So Sziky going to be feeling much more confident going into game number 3. And he already knows that he's beaten TerrOr 2-1, so he's going to try and rinse and repeat that last performance.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be feeling pretty good if I was Sziky as well. I mean, that Vulture run by, I thought was going to be like the nail in the coffin for him, but he persevered and he was able to do damage with those mutas, and he split and got some luck against some of those erads. But sometimes you get that, and that's what you need. So he took that and drove it through to victory. So yeah, really nice from Sziky. I'm excited to see this game 3. Both players continuing to like do things that are different, which continues to like keep them on their toes. I feel like the mind games that they have in this series.
Yeah. Well, I feel it's like making a cover of a song. Now you can either like do it different or better or both, and I feel like now like these players are finding ways of doing it both. They're playing a little bit differently, but they're still playing with that really high level mechanics as well.
Yep.
So it's really exciting to see. All right, it looks like both players I think are ready. I think we're just okay, so we're getting straight into game number 3, guys. Here it finally is, the deciding match. Who is going to be making it through to the round of 8? We're going to find out. The last map's going to be on Radion. I'm loving this map so far. Has been a little bit Zerg favored in the most recent statistics, but just remember that's a very small sample size, so can't be fully relied upon. So even though it looks like a bad numbers game for TerrOr and Terran here, it doesn't actually represent the true situation going on here. So don't be too fooled by these statistics here in the bottom right. We'll be going into this game number 1. We're getting 3, sorry. And spawning in the top left as the blue Terran. Here he is, the cute guy that's very deceptive. He makes it seem like he's all cute and cuddly, but he's a killer at heart. And his opponent in the bottom left, flying high in the sky, It's none other than the Hungarian dragon. It's Sziky. That's the red Zerg.
They're sharing the left side. Not a cross map situation. But the Overlord doing the standard scout won't be finding him, but he's been doing the drone scout thing and he's been doing the overpull thing. So I think kind of like last game, where they kind of figured each other out early on, but then TerrOr did that one move with the proxy fact to see if he does that or if it plays more standard. It'll be interesting to see, but the rush distance is short, so it might I feel like because it's short, TerrOr would need to do something outside the box like a proxy fact for him to do something other than like, you know, the standard and then trying to mask whatever tech he's doing. But this open from Sziky at least is a 12 hatch open, so that's a variation from last game and what he's been doing, I think, with against ZT.
Well, yeah, he's been worried about the 8 racks opening a little bit, so he's been opening overpool a little bit. So now going with the full economic play of 12 hatch will line him up nicely going forward. Make his timings even more potent. Could be intercepting with this SCV scout. Not going to be quick enough to turn around and chase that to get some free damage on it, but he's going to be scouting him first. This will allow TerrOr to go for a 15cc if he so chooses, though, cutting his Marine to throw down that CC on 15 before depot.
Yeah.
Although the drone scout actually can block that, so never mind. Actually, Sziky, if he's on top of it, can actually force the Marine out still. Just thinking about it. So yeah, actually still won't be able to throw down. You'll have to throw it down on 16 instead of 15.
Yeah, nice move here from Sziky. Gonna force a cancel or a pause. Good move there.
It'd be kind of crazy if you counted the CC there. That'd be like Idra level mistakes.
Oh yeah. Nice drone count from Sziky. You know, in all of his wins, he gets his third. He gets his third like very nicely, like at a really nice time. And I think in each time, in each win, he gets his third base up before he makes his mutas.
Yes, this is how I like to play ZBT. I like to play on base third location pre-muta. Yeah. It's a little bit susceptible to the Marines coming out early and maybe killing the hatchery just before your mutas arrive to save the day. But if you time everything out right and you don't take any like early game naked Marine pressure, like we see that these naked Marines moving out now. There's only 3 Lings that are out on the map, so these 3 Marines can be a little bit annoying, but Sziky anticipated this move out, and he's made one additional pair of Lings to counteract this.
Yeah, really good calculation here from Sziky. Perfect number of Lings. Without those 2, he wouldn't have enough to deal with this, but 5 certainly changes the math.
Yeah, he might actually catch and intercept some of these Marines and get damage on them, which is really annoying if he gets one of these Marines. Oh, it doesn't actually get any Marines, so that's something. That's good. That's good compensation there for TerrOr, not losing any of those Marines.
Yeah, so he did cap at 6 Lings and forcing a bunker here, so a little bit of a trade-off there.
Well, it's so common for Terrans to move out with like their naked Marines pre-medic timing to try and put on a little bit of pressure onto the Zerg. Either force more Lings or maybe catching with their pants down while they're killing that SCV scout and killing some drones in the natural.
Oh yeah, I've lost plenty of those games where I have like 18 drones, I'm waiting for my OV, and there's 3 Marines in my nat. And I have no Lings.
Yeah, it happens. Well, I would say that one thing we could see a little bit different in this game is Sziky's third base is a little bit differently timed. I think he is going to be taking it at 6 o'clock now, but it's slightly slower than maybe he would like. Oh, actually, he's not making it. Wait, did he misrally that drone? Did he like mean to send it to the bottom right and it went to the 6 o'clock by accident?
Seems to be the case, yeah, because he's floating. I don't know.
I wanted to see him take the natural and go crazy, Zerg. Take this natural, make 8 mutas, 2 overlords, evo,
right,
and then go into crazy Zerg. I would like to see him do that here. And taking the natural expansion in the bottom right does allow him to sunken that up and take a free 4th gas if he so chooses. If he does go crazy Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, when you're so good as Sziky, with mutas. Like you can do that because 8 mutas for him can stop 12 plus bio. Like it can, it can do so much. Yeah, I would like for him to do that too. Kind of trust in his ability to do what he needs to do with those mutas.
Yeah, I'm curious if we are going to see that. I want to wait to see if he throws down this Evo after his first like 8 or so mutants.
The Evo would indicate lings with the muta, or
no, Evo would just indicate Crazy Zerg.
Oh, just Crazy Zerg.
You don't even have to make lings or Crazy Zerg. You can go straight in from mutas into pure Ultralisk and not even make lings if you wanted to. It's only Hydra Den, so it's not going to be Crazy Zerg. It's just going to be like he played before, basically like
right. Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Same
what I was
thing.
thinking too.
Same thing. It seems to be his style of choice at the moment. He's figured this out as being a nice middle ground, where he's got a bit of Mutalisk pressure with these like 7 or so mutas and transitioning straight into the really fast Hydra Den timing. So he's got no points of weakness of the Terran busting in before his lurkers are ready. And with the 7 mutas, he can still one-shot these SCVs like we can just see there. So he's still getting pretty good value on pressuring the economy of the Terran player.
Yeah, TerrOr smartly pushing out his army, forcing Sziky to get away from TerrOr's natural to put attention towards this bio group. Sziky, I think, put down 2 creep colonies just as insurance, but he does have sense of where TerrOr is, so that's good.
Yeah, and he's doing the wise thing of just sitting behind the bio ball, so he's both cutting off reinforcements and keeping track of the move outs of this bio. He's trying to force out stims right now, and TerrOr's trying to call his bluff and like bait him in.
Oh no!
Misclick from Sziky though. That's actually a bit of a bad situation to be in. Lost 2 mutas for free there. It's going to soften up his map control a little bit and give more confidence in TerrOr to push out now.
Yeah, that might prove to be very costly in a minute here. 5 mutas certainly is not the same as what he normally would have at this juncture, but he did make more. This number will grow, but that just eats into the gas that he needs for Lurker, which presumably is an upgrade that is on the way as well.
Well, absolutely. Like the whole point of Zyky's play here is that he gets a faster transitional point into the lurker rather than waiting all the way to like 9 minutes to get the lurkers. Exactly. He's now morphing the lurkers more or less now. So it's like he's shutting down the potential like windows for Terran where they can just run across the map just before your mutas are your lurkers are popping out and like hit that critical timing. Like he's not able to get that so easily now.
Nice pick off there on the medic.
Yeah, beautiful trades from Sziky so far. Ooh.
Yeah, it's curious that TerrOr's not reinforcing this. It's almost like he's teching quicker.
It's very common not to see the Terran reinforce this.
Okay. Yeah, it's 3 rack. It's a 3 rack.
Here's the thing, right? Let's say hypothetically he sent out these Marines to join up with that bio ball, and then just now he lost the bio ball, and now these other Marines are out of position and the mutas can catch them on the retreat.
Right. Yeah. Yep, that's a good point. Yeah, and this rush, the rush distances on this map is so big. It's just better to not play like 4 or 5 racks. Like you're not playing 4 or 5 racks against this style of Zerg. It's just not in your benefit.
You have to really pick your moments when you reinforce as Terran. Like if you do it at the wrong time, you can just get destroyed.
Right. Well, things are looking good here for Sziky, but I think what really is the question is what TerrOr is going to do once he gets the vessel out. Looks like he might even make tanks, but Sziky finding value, finding opportunity with these mutas prior to the radiate.
Yeah, he's opened up the back pocket here by killing that turret and forcing the Marines behind the mineral line, but does get a nice spread on those. The spread of the Marines was such that he had a nice line to target individual mutas.
Wow.
He traded pretty well, but still Sziky, with his control, able to really decimate. And like he's getting almost frame perfect.
He is chewing through these Marines, dude.
It's almost frame perfect execution. Like he's not microing as good as say like a pro gamer would, but he's still like getting the DPS output that a pro gamer almost would. You know what I mean? Like he's still hitting all his volleys.
I don't know, dude. This looks pretty Jaedong-esque to me.
Yeah, no, it is almost pro gamer level. He lost a little bit more than he should have, and like he missed like out on 1 or 2 optimal volleys, but pretty much about as optimal as you can get as a non-pro gamer.
Yeah, and now lurkers are out.
Yeah, this is looking pretty
Kind of
rough.
scary for TerrOr here.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. It's 84 supply to 70 of TerrOr, and he's gonna get a free lurker contain is the main issue here. There's not enough bioforce to like prevent these lurkers coming up and containing him.
Not the best to radiate there. He does spot the lurkers though, so now he can anticipate the lurkers. But
As soon as
even
he moves
so, he's
out,
moving out.
yeah, as soon as he moves out though, the lurkers will pounce on him.
It's not enough.
Yeah, now he gets a contain and a surround, and he gets the
Oh
tank
my God.
in to kill at least one of the tanks. Yeah,
His
it's a
armor's
really
gonna get
efficient play.
decimated.
Yeah, Mutas will finish off the second tank as well. There goes the tank push timing for TerrOr out the window. And now he can slow down with the lurkers even more. It takes a lot
Right.
longer for this one tank to push out.
Wow. But TerrOr's not down and out. He does have a timing here. I don't know if the Defiler... Okay, the Defiler then is done. Definitely on a time clock here. Because if these lurkers are in this position and Defilers get in front of them, okay, here we go. Siege is done.
Yeah. And TerrOr's well aware of that as well. He knows he has to be actively push back these lurkers, not just so he can move out to do something, but so he doesn't just die. Like you
Right.
say, if the Defiler gets to your natural expansion and you're contained, it's a death sentence.
Sziky still has 4 mutas. Yeah, this is like the high tension moment. This is when your blood is rushing as TerrOr. Gotta
Yeah.
execute perfectly here with so little.
Yeah, I mean, he does look relatively calm and collected, so definitely showing his experience here, as you would expect of a champion player. But yeah, like you say, he needs to keep going. He needs to keep pushing Sziky all the way back to his natural expansion if possible.
He's committing.
Ooh, losing quite a lot of those bar units, those subterranean spines, though. That's not the trade he was hoping for. So unfortunately, yeah, I think this is a little bit bad news bears situation here for TerrOr.
Right. Yeah, there's so much behind those lurkers. I was thinking maybe the trade against those lurkers was alright, but there's just so much behind this.
Yeah, and now there's going to be like he's going to be in a bit of a desperation play of like counting on this dropship, which was spotted by the Overlord, by the way. If Sziky was paying attention, he might have seen that dropship with the Overlord.
Right. Yeah, he's got nice coverage there on the left side. Real tight. Nothing here to defend though. There is a Hydra just lurking in the mineral field, but he knows this is coming. Concurrently, TerrOr's coming out with his army.
It's about going as good for Sziky as it could possibly go without it just leading to a straight up win. Even catching some of these vessels. Look, this is another common mistake that Terrans are making. They're not really checking ahead of their army enough to see if there's like any Scourge just chilling. With this, if Sziky gets this 4th base online, I don't know how TerrOr's going to fight against 4 gas Zerg with only what he's got right now. Like, it's just not going to be enough.
He's gonna have to conjure his inner flash or something, because this army doesn't even have medics. There's the medics.
The medics are tagging along behind the Haram a little bit slow and catching up to the boys there to heal them up.
Nice movement there from TerrOr, escaping the lurkers for the most part. This style from TerrOr is very APM and everything intensive. It's very intensive, and he's gonna have to use that intensive energy and do actions with it, because like you said, Sziky on 4 base is a Sziky on 4 base. It means a lot of stuff is going to come out soon, and you got to do something about that.
Yeah, there's just so much production for the Zerg. Like, there's just no way you can trade efficiently. Like, even just like flooding out with some like lings is enough to like whittle down the Terran to a nub here.
Now TerrOr's trading supply for supply, but because he's going on 2 base, it's not even.
Yeah, well, he's always going to be at a deficit now, unless he's like really trading optimally with like beautiful irradiates and firebats just mowing down the Zerglings or what have you. Like, there's just no way he's going to be able to get the efficiency that he needs to get an advantage here. He might be able to stay in the game for some time. Maybe he gets a third base online and goes into BCs. He has got a pretty big gas bank, but I don't think that's going to transpire. Look at this beautiful plague as well. Like, it's just adding insult to injury here for Zziky. Like, he's really taking the pressure to Terra, and like, in a way, like, passively killing him. Like, this is like a death by 1,000 cuts, but he's not even being aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, he's every time that Terra comes towards him, he's like just scratching his face up.
Yeah, just very poised in what he's doing. Everything's with intent. He's not wasteful of his units. It's what you want to do in these spots where you know you don't need to necessarily overexert when you're already in a winning position.
Yeah, he's really showing his caliber here, is Zziky, and being very calm and composed and not taking any unnecessary risks. Finally, we see this third base being taken for Terra, but maybe it's too little too late. We'll have to find out soon. But I think so far, Zziky's in a very commanding position. He can just keep pushing forward, shoving into the map with these defilers, getting some good trades underneath the Dark Swarms, and really forcing Terra into an uncomfortable position here.
Yeah, and that was just a force of 1 defiler and 12 lings. Yeah, Terra continuing to just do what he does as a machine that he is. Zziky droning up here, getting more macro hatches.
I mean, Terra's
is there a soft spot
soon, right? There's got to be. I don't think there is much of a soft spot. Maybe dropping bottom right, but even Zziky's got Scourge there set up. Like, I mean, it's not really good for him. Picking up more and more of these vessel kills as well. Does get an irradiate onto the Ultralisk for his trouble, but it's not really that much of an issue for him to worry. He can just put it on hold position. He won't die to the irradiate. I'm
so worried about Plague for Terror.
Yeah, is that bunker got anything in it? Oh my god, the bunker doesn't even have anything in it. So if those lings were actually on attack move, maybe it would have cleaned that the Mariner line up in there as well. Okay, Terra has to make something happen here. Like, irradiate the defilers, maybe like somehow get some damage done here in the bottom left, but I don't think that Zziky's worried about it. Like, he's just got all the tools in his arsenal needed to do anything he wants. He's just chaining plagues and constantly chaining consumes, and as long as he's on top of his macro cycles and doesn't make any mistakes and doesn't forget to make defilers, I don't think there's any way of Terra breaking through at the very least.
Yeah, I really like what both players are doing here. You know, they know where they are at. Terra needs to get something done, and Zziky, now with the Ultras, feels like he can get something done as well. But just the poise of both players in this game has been tremendous. Now, that's a lot of bio as well.
There's +2 attack upgrades for the Terran. We have 4-1 on these Ultralisks, so they're, even if there was armor upgrades, it doesn't matter. They would still be two-shotting these Marines with their Kaiser blades, so it's not looking good either way. Like, everything is like looking Zziky edge at the moment, so
yeah,
it's going to be an uphill battle for Terra. He's basically Sisyphus trying to push the boulder up the hill, but Zziky's making him watch that boulder roll down over and over again. Every progress he makes just gets washed out before his eyes.
Yeah, just so much ground to cover for Terror.
He's getting a defiler up to this third base location as well. Finally, we see some Dark Swarms coming down on these bases. Is really going to put the pressure on Terra now. Dealing with this threat out on the map is one thing. Defilers aren't super strong in the center of the map, but once you get the defilers into your base like this, it becomes a much more nightmare position, and you can just start to streamline more and more lings in to go underneath these Dark Swarms. Luckily, there's a few Firebats though to help clean this up, but there's still enough lings streaming in that he's going to trade efficiently.
Yep. Yep, as soon as those swarms went down, Zziky's like, it's go time.
But with no armor upgrades, the lings actually kill the Firebats like reasonably quickly.
Yeah,
so they didn't have enough time to actually deal out the splash they need to mow down the lings. Just look at this absolute Sauron Zerg style now, just like nailing in the coffin for Terra, just showing him that he's the one that's going to be going through to the round of 8, and he's making Terra pay the slow death price to see his way through to the next stage of this tournament. I really don't think, like, I mean, one thing that Sziky could do to really, like, make him lead the game here is, like, make a queen and infest this command center at the third base is probably what I would do.
Oh, I don't think Sziky would do that.
I'll just make a queen, infest that command
Epic if he
center.
did. It'd be like the most. It would be a badass moment, like Max Holloway in UFC 300 where he did that. But oh, that bunker's getting value though.
Yeah, I mean, Firebats in bunkers is actually pretty good against Ultra Ling. It helps mow down the Lings and soften up the unit composition enough for the Ultras to be targeted down. But without the
Terror
Bioforce...
just made the face.
Yeah.
Terror made the face.
Yeah, that's
I think he knows.
I think I've lost face. I don't think there's anything I can do here. Even Plague's going down on the barracks here. Yeah, this is like a really convincing performance here from Sziky. GG finally called, and Sziky is going to be the guy joining the ranks of the round of 8 with Zhanhun. Great series. A nice rematch from these two players, but the same result did transpire. Unfortunately, Sziky coming out on top, showing us that he's the dominant force in this matchup between these two players. And yeah, looks like TerrOr wants to add another championship title to his string of accomplishments, or he's gonna have to like figure out a way of like making that happen though, because he's got like a strong performance here, but he's got the champion mindset, but he's not going to be getting the belt again, like if he's not able to overcome like these kind of powerhouse players like Zhanhun and Sziky.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the evolution, right, of BSL, of, you know, these champions that won, and you see, you know, familiar faces season to season, but then you see some newer faces, and not to say that Sziky and TerrOr are newer faces, but just sort of like the switching of the guard. It's just interesting to see just within the high level, you know, stratosphere.
Well, Zyky's kind of like that. you know Hero, the pro gamer Hero. Like he's a very talented player, right? Yeah, everyone knows how good he is, but he hasn't actually won an ASL, right? Like, and this is the thing, is like Zyky's kind of like one of those guys where he's really talented, he's really strong, he's really has all this potential, but he hasn't quite got the championship titles underneath his belt. But he's still very capable of doing so.
Yeah, he's always there. He's always in the mix.
Yeah, exactly like Hero. He's that round of 4 kind of player. You know, he's always there. And this might be his time.
Yeah, he certainly looks like it. Very, very impressive from all players in this round. You know, top to bottom, every game was very competitive, and you know, as expected, this group was full of killers. And I think these two, Zhanhun and Sziky, to move forward in the round of 8 certainly represents strongly from this group. So congratulations to those two, and congratulations to Nyoken and TerrOr for getting it this far as well. Very strong performance there too.
Yeah, there's very strong performances from all around, I would say. Really a pleasure to cast this group. Are we going to take a look at the Patreon screen, Zero? Are we talking about the... Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a little bit of Patreon stuff here, guys, because you guys are absolutely fantastic in what you do in supporting this great community. And just like... This is not it, by the way, guys. This is not it. Yeah. This is it. There we go. Wow. Look at some of his names. Like, all these guys are like, you know, these are like the OGs, you know, like for supporting this great game and great scene. So we're going to go from like right to left here, from like the $15 mark. So we got like Pirozan at $15 a month. And then for the $20 a month, we got Gypsy, Yu Zhang, we got Madino, Stephen Robertson, Gordon Bradley, KJ Streaming Channel, Daniel Lopez, LML, Nicholas Schuler. Then for $30 a month, we got Tim, Cos, Tupocalypse, and Voltinabuli. I'm probably butchering some of these names, I do apologize. $50 a month, we got Striker, and My Fleeting Dream, the Bombastic General at $100 a month. Thank you, everyone, for your contributions. Zero and we here at the StarCraft community greatly appreciate all your support. Look at some of these names there. Everyone here is like absolutely OG supporters. Like, even so, is that $2,000 from CRVT? When was that? Ah, nice. Oh, it's nice to see. I recognize a lot of these names as well, and that's why you guys should buy the merch. That's why you should go and get one of those shirts, because not only are you going to see your name on that shirt from what you've supported, but you're going to see all these other great names as well. And it's a cool design. I think you guys should pick up that merch for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check that out.
Yeah, look at that. It's a great design.
Yeah, really cool patterns. Yep.
Yeah, really nice work on that. You guys should pick one of those up ASAP. I think there's a code as well if you're paying attention. What was it, like BSL18 or something as a code to get 80% off? Yeah, make sure you secure one of those guys while you still can.
Yep, for 18% off on merch.
Well, guys, tomorrow you're going to be going into group number C for round of 16. Yeah, Bonif versus Striker and Dragon versus Misters. Oh my days. I'm probably not going to be casting that, but I wish I was.
Yeah, what a time to be alive to see all this action in foreign Broodwar and such high level action at that. Yeah, tomorrow's card looks just as exciting as today's.
Oh, absolutely. This is another group of death for you guys to have fun with. Dragon's also a really good PvP player. Bonif and Striker need no introductions. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens in this group as well. You guys are spoiled for choice here. Golden era of StarCraft.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Zune. This is my first time casting with you, my friend, but I had an absolute blast. I hope you feel the same way.
Yeah, no, it was an absolute blast. Now you're dead to me. I hope I never see you again. No, I had a really great time casting it, as always. You guys are fantastic. Zero is also really great with the production stuff. And yeah, it was nice meeting you, Jiraiya. And hopefully get a chance to cast again sometime. And a pleasure. Thank you for having me, guys. And hope to see you again soon.